the character got up from the bench. Well, it's still in like the sleeping state. Thanks for the follow as well, Kami Trees. Or Chami Trees. Sorry if I butchered your name. I see you followed just 5 minutes before I got back. Okay. Why is my mouse not responding properly? Is it because I just got my mouse mat like cleaned up and it's like still a little bit wet? Maybe. Or actually, wait. Yeah, that could be the case. Because even in wireless mode, it's being a bit weird. Okay, that's good to know. Probably not the best idea to, like, use your mouse on a surface you just cleaned. Okay. Oh, we got our 2 special vouchers. Okay. Wait, does that mean I have enough to, like, actually do the matrix pull again? Because I've been, like, slowly saving the thing up. I might have... Okay, let's go. Hi, Alex Lopez. Hi, Error69. Welcome, welcome. You make sure you go after your drops as well on Twitch. Right? If you want those, right, free stuff over there. And like I always say, free is free after all. Ooh, gotta claim my supply run. Gotta claim that. Hi Ferris, how have you been? I noticed that you're no longer my mentor anymore. What happened? What happened? Right, we didn't even get to do the graduation thing. You quit? Oh, I see. Oh wait, no, let's just remove that. Okay. So what are you up to now? People are at the sphere chest. Alright, let's see what I'll go grab. Bolt damage up. Hi Flagger America. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we got that there. Oh, I don't have the old man. Damn it, I didn't get the old man at all on my main account this week. I got it on my alt, but not my main account. That's unfortunate. Oh well. I have to make sure I log into my alt as well. Do you have a game you plan on playing? That'll probably be out soon. Really now? Okay then. Well, for me, there's like not really much at the moment. Right, and like what? When I eventually get like play through Trails Through Daybreak, that's just the, you know, it's like one and done type thing. Cause there really isn't much going on. Wuthering Waves came out and became a disaster like I predicted. But then again, I played it during the beta and I found all sorts of ways to just break it even further. Even compared to Warframe, you think it's pretty fun to grind. Apparently there's new stuff. I don't know. Actually, you know what? Here, I'm gonna show you something, Ferris. I don't know if you've seen this. Oh, wait, do we? Okay, we still have that window open. Not this thing, we saw that yesterday. There's some stuff to look at, we're gonna look at in a bit. But this will make you laugh. I guess we could go look at the drama for WuWa in a bit as well. Okay, so like, I posted this video the other day. The strongest main DPS in Wuthering Waves, it's not what you expect. It's the free 4-star gun character. But it's because the game is so broken. Right? I need a macro for this, and like, it is so ridiculously how strong it is. Like, it makes whatever crazy theory crafting people are wasting their time on completely pointless. Because, let's just say you can do funny aim shot number like 30 times a second. Technically, if you have a high refresh rate monitor, you can do even more. even faster because you can technically edit the game files to get 120 FPS mode. And you only need 2 frames to fire 1 bullet. So at 60 FPS, that's 30 a second. Which means you could have something like this happen. Alright, this is with like random green echoes I had in there. The exploit is still in the game. Because fuck grinding the gear. Like, the numbers may be tiny, but when you're shooting 30 of them a second, it adds up really quick. It's useless anyways. You can exploit so many things. You can literally grab an item from a quest and use it to animation cancel anything you want on a 3-frame cooldown. Alright, the game's a freaking disaster in its own other ways, man. They've had, like, problem after problem. There are other, like, exploits that I have found. But, like, yeah, this is just an example. Alright? But like, yeah, literally can just exploit the game. The First Descendant, I see. I don't know much about it, but okay. Right, like there's just so much like shit you can just break. Because screw it, man. On the 7th. Okay, I don't really know much about it, but sure. But yeah, like, I broke the game completely wide open with this one. There's like a couple other things that I found that I haven't made into a video, but yeah. I skip everyone, man. Fuck that. They haven't had a single character I'm interested in. Literally the only thing I got out of it was just breaking the game. Because I didn't like any of the characters, man. So you're looking for what, like Yinlin or the radioactive hair girl? I don't know, man. No. No. But it's gonna make me download Genshin to make like a 10-minute video, then uninstall it again. But I'm like after the drop stuff are over, man. Like I'm gonna make a comparison video for a bunch of things, and then uninstall both again. But honestly, I honestly don't think it's gonna survive. They bled too much money because they made the game on a AAA budget. Even if like they can keep their banner revenue the same for like a year, they're not gonna turn a profit. Even if they can make like 50 million per patch in an entire year in terms of revenue, because what the actual like apps, like the actual app stores and stuff, they're gonna take 30% of that. Like the leak already, not the leak, but like the thing people found with the GN banner making like 24 million, they only actually get $16 million out of that 24. But when they spent like 150 million on marketing, then how much on development, right? And they still have to pay taxes and a bunch of other stuff and maintain like their actual expenses for keeping the thing running. Like even if they were to make $24 million per patch, they're not going to be profitable in a year. And like that's assuming they don't have any drop off and they just keep it consistent. But then again, that's what happens when you have a AAA budget game. Like that's the reality of AAA budget games, man. You need AAA money if you're gonna if you want to try to profit from a AAA budget game. Right? Hi, Flamin'. Right? But like that's something people don't understand. Like all the other weird expenses. Okay. But yeah, like you can break the game that way. I'll probably end up installing Genshin just to make a video comparison with stuff with there. Maybe I'll do a 3-way. I mean, it's funny in its own right, but like, I have good reasons for it. Shit's just funny when you realize that one. Oh yeah, I think I also saw something where like, this is just like, realize just how broken this freaking macro is. Like, this is 20% attack per second, 20.96, right? Just, like, not per second, per shot. If you do 30 shots per second, that's basically 600% of attack, right? I think Maggie is, like, because she's getting paid, she started doing some WuWa stuff temporarily because she's being paid, right? Right, you can tell right here, she's getting paid. Because she has that thing in there, it's for the program where she will literally get paid. So like, we go to freaking gameplay rotations, like you'll see like, she did her like regular whatever crap that she cooks, right? With all the calcs and numbers and stuff, right? Alright, like you see all these optimizations here, right? And then... Alright, so like overall DPS is this? It's like a third of the damage of my funny macro exploit? You do all her crazy freaking optimizations and shit? Like, you can do all of it all you want? Right, like, and then just talk about different gains for whatever. Apparently if you have her completely maxed out, 35% increase. Don't matter, just funny macro. Funny macro completely destroy the game. Oh yeah, there's also a funny macro exploit for this character that she's talking about. That makes it so like you can generate energy charge like insanely fast. There are like way more different bugs and tricks you can do to exploit the game. That's like funny. I'll probably end up making like a full-on video on like all those like different exploits that I found. Highly doubt they're even gonna fix them anyways. Alright, let's go do the daily stuff first. But like there's all sorts of like weird shit, man. That I could just go in there and exploit. Because fuck playing the game normally. Who needs to? I can do funny macro. Right, like you go through all that work to do all that optimization. And then you just have me looking at frame data and just making a macro to just exploit everything that's broken. The irony though is like I chose the free character to show the one of the exploits on for canceling animations. The funny part there is because of how poorly she's programmed, she attacks on frame 1. Which is like the most broken thing you can do if you understand like fighting games. Like personally, like I do not play fighting games. But like, attacking on frame 1 and then being able to animation cancel, right? Is like the most broken thing you can have on a character in a fighting game. Like, most fighting games, they don't have characters that will attack that soon with any type of attack. Like, attacking on frame 1 is like the most broken thing you can imagine. Right? So like, you can imagine just how broken it is if you take 1 frame to cancel an animation and 1 frame to attack. You can literally attack once every 2 frames. Right, hi Simon and welcome. Welcome. It is like the most broken shit you can come up with. Because like, yeah, it just leaves the door wide open for exploits. Like, it just leaves the whole thing wide open. Whether they like it or not. And it's just funny. Like, it's just kind of funny because it's like they could have avoided it. Yeah, they're playing whack-a-mole. Every time they fix something, another problem comes up. And some problems they just cannot fix. They didn't do anything for the JP people that got doxxed by them as well. We'll probably look at... See, apparently there's some, like... I saw, like, some thumbnails, whatever, that, like... Oh, people are talking about whatever. We can probably check Reddit or something after as well, but... Shit's a disaster. Like I expected. And they're like, just gonna constantly bleed money. Right? How the new events? I mean, like, we didn't really have most of it open up yet. At the moment, the current only event is just killing, like, the new stuff in here. To go upgrade your terminal, and then, you can grind for some accessories. For the new, race car mount that, like, they can get, there's going to be, like, skins and stuff you can get for free for it, but yeah. Wait, today is day 6 of drops, right? Shit, I missed like 2 days of this? Okay, that's fine. It's not like I need to worry that much, because there's only 2 accessories there I need. But damn, I missed another day. Hi Mr. Putang. Oh yeah. Well, it is what it is. Oh, Anka. I haven't looked at her stuff yet. Right, Anka. Cian's getting her really soon. Right? Oh, they have the test now. Altered A6 or Altered A6 or non-onion A6, Fiona? Yeah, just use Nonyan and Roslyn and Fiona. That's what I use. Alright, let's go to my Roslyn comp is... Wait. Why do I have Benediction comp here? What the fuck did I set up there? I forgot what I was doing yesterday. Right, I just used double altered. Right? I mean, sometimes I've done it. Sometimes. Styx, Tectone, and MTash are trying so hard to dismiss. Oh yeah, for sure. Of course they are. They have some weird biases now. For some reason. For some reason, you know, one game that forces people to mint pick, they don't like it, and then one that's even worse about it, they're like, okay. They're like going after, like freaking praising it for some reason. Even though they have like so many issues. Like what? Like bro, what? You know, like I really don't understand what goes through their heads, man. I really don't. But hey, that's their problem, not mine. I mean, like, some people are only doing it because they can get paid temporarily. You know what? When the Project Wave stuff ends, see where they're at. I think that'll be like the true test. What happens next week? Not next week, next month. How will they like be like next month onward, like after that? Because like for some people they can get paid. And like if you're gonna be getting paid for them, you know, you're probably gonna make sure you say a couple of things. You know, that'd be a lot more favorable if you're gonna be taking their money. You know? Like they're probably taking Project Wave money and stuff. And a couple other things, and if that's what they're doing, good for them. Right? But for me, I'm like, I'm not getting paid, so I'm free to say whatever I want, however I want to. Wait, why is my thing like lagging like this? And then again, I have my machine running for like multiple days straight. But yeah. Well, of course your A0 Roslyn will do more damage. Especially like Frost. Right, because Lynn doesn't do any Frost damage. Like, yeah, that's kind of obvious. Yeah, my freaking PC is not happy. Then again, the thing has been running the stream like how many days straight now? Let me just open Task Manager, see what's going on. Yeah, like the thing is... Oh, interesting. Okay, that might help if I just redo my browser stuff. I didn't even have this open again. I'll have to like close a bunch of stuff there. But yeah, I guess that's what happens. You abandoned Tectone Twitch last night because you drew... I mean, I wouldn't bother arguing with Tectone, there's no point. It's a waste of time. Like, with the way he acts and stuff like that, you keep trying. You're not gonna get anywhere. Right? And like, yeah, if you're on his platform, he can just ban you. right? Not everyone will just let you actually just argue like without everything just, you know, being censored and stuff. I mean, obviously 4-piece rosin will always be better, but like will always be slightly better if you have it. But if you don't, you can replace it with 2-piece Sabir, or 2-piece Cobalt with 2-piece Roslyn. Actually, wait. What's your other matrices? Because you can use 4-piece Roslyn in the background. If you have 4-piece Roslyn, put 4-piece Roslyn on Fiona. Keep your 4-piece Nanya and then run 2-piece Samir, 2-piece Cobalt. And then you're done. Oh, I've gotten called the Hoyer Shield for things too, as well. But I've spoken with other people on other things before. I'm like, nah, I'm just being like completely objective on certain aspects of the games and stuff. Yeah, it just so happens that, yeah, if I'm gonna compare Wuthering Waves to Genshin, Genshin is the better game. If they really wanted like an action combat game, what did they really expect them to like really do with Wuthering Waves? That much I don't really know, because like a lot of the characters that I played, like that I've tried when I played in the CBT and the official release of Wuthering Waves, best case scenario, they're just a worse character. The worst version of some character gameplay I've played in a different game. Like that's like the best case scenario, man. Worst case scenario, they're like buggy as fuck and you can break them wide open and play them in unintended ways. Use Fiona. Nanya never gonna go to standard. Why would Nanya go to standard? They don't treat altereds like that. Oh yeah, I don't know if you heard what they're gonna do to Lynn Fairest. I don't know, cause like you haven't been around for a while. Right, I think you might have saw the Lynn skin. It's like already in game. Where is Lynn? Oh, they're releasing a new thing to buff older units. They're giving away a free Lynn skin early, like to promote it before they do it. But there's like a new Lynn skin. Because they're gonna add a new type of upgrade system for older units, with Lynn being the first. Alright, like, they're gonna give her, like, a second set of 6 advancements. Funny shit though, like, I said, like, that could have been a good idea, like, a long time ago. To fix all their units, just give them a new set. I still need a lot more. But yeah. I mean, it's still free at the end of the day. Free is free. Better than it not being free. Oh. I'm gonna go kill the thing for my ult on. I installed a couple more mods. Funny mods here and there. Yeah, free is free. It's like the free mammoth skin. There's also a free skin for the new car. There's 2 of them that are free. For the new car that's coming. Alright, let's see. What other dailies did my ult need? The mobs here can hit like pretty hard. Exoskeleton integrators. Okay. Can you imagine? I mean, people can do what they want, right? We have to look at the Anka stuff later, though. And then we'll look at more of the Pepega drama that WuWa has again after as well. I mean, they can't seem to catch a break. Same time though, kind of expected with how rushed the game is. Like, they weren't ready for release, they're still not ready, and I don't know if they'll ever be ready. Yeah, they hit really hard. They really do. Hi, Hero. How you doing? Oh yeah, apparently there's like a response from the WuWa people again. But like, yeah, well, we'll look at that stuff later and a couple other things. Because there should be test footage from the Anka again. Like, that should be up now, so we can like look at it. I haven't really looked at anything there, so we'll be looking at it for the first time in a bit. Well, I will, at least. Some of you guys may have already seen it. Of course it's a mod. It's a really great mod. Of course, it's a really funny mod. Yeah, these things hit like absurdly hard. Like, it's like really, really hard. Alright, hi Gano Roxas. Like, the funniest thing too is like I have 2 million health. Yeah, I have 2.1 million max health. Like, that's the funny thing, man. No. The answer is no. And because I'm not getting paid by them, I can say whatever I want. And I can make whatever content I want. I have no idea, like, if the people in the CC program are allowed to fully show all the exploits and things you can break in that game. But I have no contractual obligations. So I'm free to freaking break it as much as I so please. And I missed my chance when I was trying to apply for the SE sponsorship thing there too. Like, but we already knew I wasn't gonna like the game like months ahead of time. I mean, if you were there when I played the CBT after all. When, like, it's still the same Pepega crap from there. Some things are worse, but yeah. Like, everything I had to say there, like, still stands. Actually, no, it's even worse than that, because they've added a whole set of new problems. But then again, with how terrible, like, they had the CBT run, it was kind of, like, obvious that they were gonna have even more problems, especially because even if you had multiple devices and you would offer them to test it on multiple devices to see game performance, you literally weren't able to do that. If you wanted to swap specific, like, different pieces of hardware in and out of the same computer, you wouldn't be allowed to do that. Which is just like, what the fuck? Why? Like, during their CBT, like, they literally, like, made it so, like, people couldn't actually test the game when they would want people to test the game. Yeah, they never got back to me either. I don't think it matters, though. They're never gonna get back to me, probably. But that also means I'm completely free to say whatever I want. Sure, I may have some biases against it, but they haven't exactly given me any confidence in the game anyways. Especially with, like, how much they've blundered everything over and over. So, like, there's that. I mean, it's their own problems, man. They fucked it up, they fucked it up. I gotta wait for these mobs to respawn. Because I need to kill them for my ult. Alright. But, like, at the same time, like, what kind of content would I even make, man? I just want to see what happens, though, like, after... Like, the aftermath of, like, of all this stuff going on. It's not gonna be a massive banner success, man. The frickin' game is a AAA budget game, man. No, I think they're extremely stingy. Do I think they're generous? No, I think they're extremely stingy. They've just been bribing you with the damage control stuff on the side. Imagine if they didn't give all the stupid damage control things to you, Imagine how the game would be. They didn't want to do that. They clearly didn't want to. They've just been in constant damage control mode. But at the same time, it doesn't make up for all their issues. It's literally just them giving you a bribe. Exactly. The character design, the single player, you can't get into it. Yeah. The character designs for WuWa, they just suck, man. And not even the CN players are happy with them as well. The CN players don't like them. And then foreigners, like, outside of that, they're not gonna like them either. You know, like, yeah. Right? They'll get less generous. Have you seen what they wanted to originally give players? They were already, like, stingier than Genshin 1.0. If you removed, like, all the bribes they've been giving, they would have been stingier than Genshin was, like, 3 years ago. In the, like, 1.0 patch. They would have been. But again, like, they've been throwing bribes down your throat, so, like... Yeah. Yeah, they actually do, which is just hilarious and sad. Like, how they fucked that shit up, I don't know. But they fucked it up. Right? Oh well, it is what it is. They wanted to make the game Pepega, I guess, then that's their, that's on them. The 4.0 story is fun, at least. The WuWa story is, like, actually garbage, man. That thing is just so awful. It has all the worst parts of Genshin story as well, except for the Paimon part. But even then, it makes it even worse than that. You can't even kill yourself to escape Genshin story, to escape the story in WuWa. But you can kind of do that in Genshin. You can literally kill yourself to get out of certain sections in the Genshin story, but you cannot do that in WuWa. You actually can't. Yeah. Why do WuWa CC and Kuro's doing this out of the goodness of their hearts? Honestly though, like, I don't even, like, I think they're gonna EOS anyways. Like, I don't know how quickly Tencent is going to demand their money back, but I don't see them being profitable in a year. Like, a year from now, I don't see them making a profit. I really don't. And generally speaking, initial launch banners are usually the biggest launches in terms of, like, maximum revenue, like, going in. Right? Like, here's another funny thing, too. Here's the funny thing. You know, Palworld will probably make, you know Palworld, right? Its initial 3-week Steam sales was like 12 million copies, right? The 12 million copies at $30 a copy, right? For the key, it's like this is how much money they basically made, right? So you sell 12 million, right? You sold it. This is only Steam. We're not counting Xbox Game Pass revenue, and this was like the first 3 weeks, right? Times $30, they made 360 million. Well, not really, because Steam will take 30% of that, right? And then even from there, there's still like actual bank fees and transfer fees that will make this number even lower, and then you have to pay taxes on top of it. But from what like I remember hearing is Pocket Pair only actually got to keep 90 million of this like effectively 252 million, right? Like we went from revenue to actually like what they get to keep as profit, right? Like just because you see big number doesn't mean it's profitable, right? Why do you think you have like all those like closures and stuff on like from these bigger companies, these AAA companies and stuff? Because they're not profitable. Why do you think they keep doing all these things and restructuring them, laying off employees and everything? Because they can't make enough of a profit. I have no idea. I don't know if people have news on it in 4.1 or whatever. All I know is it's technically already in the game files. It's in the 4.0 game files. It's been data mined, like, early values for it. But, like, I have no idea when, like, it's actually gonna be implemented. Does Frigg have it? Let me see. Not yet. Not yet. Frigg doesn't have it yet. Oh yeah. I Death by Snoo Snoo. I mean, they're slowly adding more and more characters to it. Who knows how long it'll take? Like, eventually she'll get it. Like, they've been adding it slowly to every character. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if like WuWa was like gonna make a profit by the end of the year, let alone by their 1-year anniversary. Right? Like, the amount of money they made in there, like, again, there's a difference between revenue and profit. And even then, like, depending on your source of revenue, it can also mean a completely different thing too. It is a good way to rebalance them though, to give the awakening system. It is like a nice change, especially because they're slowing down character banner release. Right, I believe Anka's the only character for 4.1 to release, so like, they're slowing down to 1 character per patch. Which is fine. If it means they're gonna go back and like redo some of the older units. Because a lot of them do need some sort of help. Who knows? All I know is like, it's been data mined already, the values for Lin Awakening. Right? Her Nightbloom goes to 120% attack multiplier. The field increases to 30 seconds instead of from 20. Right? And then, what was the other one on top? She had like one more thing. The 10% like damage boost to all party members or something. Alright, like that was like the data mine buff. And like those sound like global numbers because on CN, Nightblooms were already 120% attack per second or something. So obviously those are not global, those are not CN numbers, they're global numbers. Right? But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, power creep is its own mess because not everything is power creep the way they think it is. Especially because just how the game works. Right, like... Anka bonks is hilarious. Wait, she can bonk? I know she has the baseball bat, but she can bonk? It is just the default take that people, like, just don't understand, man. Because they're clueless. Especially because, like, what? The game is an MMO, like... The actual endgame content is all group content. And the stuff that matters in group content is a lot different, because you're not just, you know, playing by yourself. You're not just playing with yourself. Other players can do support roles, and they actually do something that can be very impactful in ways that they do not understand. I mean, like, the other day, when I was doing Origin of War with people, you got to see, like, people got to see full, like, just firsthand, just how strong even, like, NA is. Right? Like, the shit gets, like, you know, people dismiss her, but, like, because, SR weapon, but... Hey, man, in terms of utility, when your stuff is, like, stacked to that extent, she puts in quite a lot of work. You're watching him this morning. There we go. Yeah, I haven't seen the stuff there, but yeah. Alright, like... Power creep is its own mess that, like, people don't really fully understand. Support power creep? I mean, we technically have it, right? Like... Benediction A6 Brevi is the best support in the game. It's just that, like... All the supports are just extremely good in their own way, like, depending on how you're using them. That, like, yeah. Yeah, because Brevi gives you 25% damage to everyone, 25% shatter, and cleanse graying bite, and then you have her 4-set matrices to give everyone an attack boost. Even then, yeah, tank needs power creep, man. It's just hilarious how, like, the best fortitude weapon is still NA. Why this is still the best freaking fortitude utility is still hilarious. Nemesis is like long dead though. Like Nemesis is the only bad benediction SSR. Right? Because like Coco, Zero, Lyra, they're all in standard, they all like outperform her drastically. But yeah. There's all sorts of things, man. It's not just shield. Nemesis has no utility. Remember, Zero buffs everyone's damage and healing by 20%. On top of it, his discharge gives dodge, like gives iframes. His skill with his A3 is a huge burst heal. Right? Right, what Coco do, remember? Gives a 15% boost to all damage and healing. Right? Can give people, like, weapon charge. Right? You can give people weapon charge. There's the other boost as well, the shatter boost. Which one was that one? Here. Yeah, discharge skills or her skill will remove debuffs on target you cleanse. They gain damage dealt and shatter boost during that. Yeah, there's like slow stuff too, exactly. Like, yeah, like Nemesis can slow, but like Fiona does it too. But Fiona also reduces a resistance shred for everyone in the party. So everyone else can do more damage. Right, Fiona has the slow. She also reduces resistance by 8%. You're literally boosting people's damage on top of, you know, the chain linking effect. And of course, she does have access to her own matrix effect as well. For more damage buffing because why not, you know? Right? 8.5 to 11.5% final damage buff. And an attack boost, an extra final damage based on her attack stat. Right? Fiona can do that. Right? It's strange that Storydam and Shirley has a shield but not on the weapon, I know. Right, like what Lyra do? You can give people a cheat death on Lyra. Lyra also gets what? Gives people 15% damage? Right, she also gives people 15% damage? Right, turns all overhealing into a shield? Right, Lyra also very strong. Nemesis doesn't really do anything. Right? Like, if you're gonna be, like, playing, like, Benediction, like, obviously you'd want Fiona and Brevi matrices as a Benediction player. Because the utility is just way too good. Right, but, like, that's just some examples of, like, them doing stuff. Like, the problem with Fortitude is they don't really do much. Well, yeah, you can, as long as you're on the weapon that has 0 matrices equipped. You can keep giving people the actual boost forever. Of course. Wait, can I like farm more? Let me try something. Yo, Nemesis did damage back in the day. Remember, Volve meta when Tianlong released was Nemesis main DPS. On global. Nemesis was a DPS unit, man. Nemesis was just a DPS unit that was Benediction Resonance that could heal. Right, back in the early days, man, like, Nemesis was actually the main DPS. Right, like, literally, like, remember the freaking meta with Tianlong. You used Tianlong to buff Nemesis main DPS. Like, that's all he was used for. Right, he was used to freaking buff Nemesis main DPS, who primarily did damage through dodges. And Nemesis had a higher dodge attack, like, base hit multiplier. Especially in Bygone, because she got an extra 50% damage boost when used in Bygone as a DPS. Right, like, that's something people forget. Like, Nemesis was, like, really more used as a main DPS. More so than anything else. Yeah, the reason why was because Nemesis literally had higher dodge attack multiplier than Tian. When you consider, like, DPS from animation times. Nemesis also get a plus 50% extra damage boost just when used in Bygone. Like, why the fuck would you use Taunt as your DPS when Nemesis is going to outdamage him as the main DPS? And you would still trigger Taunt's gimmick stuff. Right? Like, you literally only use Taunt above Nemesis. And her matrices are for DPS as well, exactly. Right? Like, that's what people forget. Because, like, they didn't know. If you don't know, you don't know. Yeah, but it let you stay alive too for the dodge heal, exactly. But yeah. It is what it is, man. Alright. Yeah. Sure. I don't know why they joined the thing, but oh hey. You know, we'll put that there. Sure. I should like change the modules on my terminal so I can get the ones that do more damage. Oh well. How many shirts do I have? The maximum number can be increased by 10 every day up to a maximum of this one. Okay. We're just gonna keep doing this shit until I'm capped. Yeah, you can heal more with her over Elon Roslyn, other weapons? What do you mean? I mean, I guess you're not playing the rotation correctly though. You don't really need the healing from it if you play the rotation correctly. Where'd he go? Did I not summon him? Like, if you play Roslyn correctly, you should have, like, an insane amount of self-healing. Roslyn has crazy self-healing if you play the rotation correctly. Alright, like, you know, if you, like, just to hit things with, attacks during, like, after her discharge for, like, 14 seconds, you get, like, 3% max HP and self-healing, like, every hit. Right? Like, that's how strong her self-healing is. I don't know what the hell they're saying, but whatever. You just go in here, kill these guys. How many shards do I have? Use. Like I can go back in here, I can go use it. There's the purple mount skin and then there's this one. Right. I got the recolor of the dandelion mount already. Right, because you can get the recolor as the event, as one of the things for free from the event. I want to see what like the true cap is. Wait, is it 70 then? So the cap is at 70? Oh yeah, okay. Does my ult have 70? Yeah, okay, my ult is capped. Alright. I'll just leave the group. These guys can continue doing what they're doing. I'm capped. Okay, they're adding in 4.1? Yeah, they're adding more though, apparently. I mean, they're always adding more cosmetic customizations. Right? Can you equip 5 at once now? What, equip 5 of what at once? You can equip 5 at what, of what at once? Are they talking about like accessories you can put in? Like these things? They moved hair accessories out, like all of these? They moved them out? So they got rid of them all from here? With 5 hair items at once? Oh, that's pretty pog. Yeah, that's huge. If you can like use 5 at once? So like, are they just gonna be like all over here, Oh wait, where is that? Not there. Oh, over here. It combines with other accessories in some category system. Okay, yeah, cause like some of these would like are sometimes in the hair thing, and some of them are like separate, right? So that's nice that they moved all of them out. That's nice. Okay, I see I got some things in here. Alright, we'll go look at this stuff in a bit. But like, yeah. Man, it's so hot again, man. Ugh. I wish things would get colder again. You can also, I mean, you could already position them before. You already could position them, but I guess they give you even more control now. So at least they shifted a lot of them out to a different category. They should have been like in a different category in the first place. But that's nice. The internet got so much faster? Interesting. B0, CD. Wait, there was like no need for me to get that one though. Yeah, the hair, as in the hair ones that couldn't be adjusted, you can rotate them. Oh, that's nice. So that's nice that they moved a lot of them out. Like that's huge. Yeah, that was like kind of needed. Definitely. Oh yeah, we also have what? Right, I don't know if you know about this one. Right, we did get the music player in here. Power of Fashion obviously lives on, right? Arm leg accessories, that'd be cool. Right? Like we can have chocolate anywhere now.
Target eliminated.
Right, you can go have your chocolate anywhere. Wait.
No need to be shy. The sideline's clearly not the place for you. Let this music take the wheel and let it melt away your shell. It's a mesmerizing spell.
SpongeBob one. Wait, is there like a short one of just him yelling chocolate? Oh yeah, I found it. Terror fashion is the end game, yep. But for some reason when you open the menu, it mutes the music a little bit. It turns it down. Except if you go into this menu. Let's see. What can we grab now? That like -1 is just gonna like annoy me. Yeah, fair enough. When is the cap gonna hit 20k? We're at 17,500, okay. So then tomorrow's 20,000 and after that, okay. I can go grab that. Yeah, tomorrow. There's gonna be a Mia outfit, I think. Oh, no, it's an avatar. More augment boxes, cool, more Titan mats. Upgrade drives, always good to have. Data sources, I don't need data sources anymore, I don't think. Oh yeah, I didn't finish buying all the thingies. Oh yeah, I have the dandelion mount now. But there's like another one we can get too. That'll take a bit longer. Yeah, 2-week mount gotcha. I'm gonna end up getting it on the 2nd week though, because I'm gonna wait for when I get my my carbon tax check. Imagine I use the freaking check rebate for the carbon tax thing to go get a car mount. That's some priorities, right? The best priorities. Yeah, in the morning and your end is like a raid, the tower raid successful. Oh wait, is Cow Tie raid next week? Right, so it's Cow Tie raid next week then, right? Well, after reset? Yeah, some people actually remember mechanic. Imagine. Where's the hacking terminal thingy? I think I have like... Okay, I don't need to open any chests. Where's the hacking thingy here? I need to get some coin. No. Right. Where is it? Where is the thing here? I forgot where like they put the ones we have to spend 1,000 data sets on. Cause I need the coin. Oh wait, here. Yeah, you only get 100 Norns though. I can get that one over there, and then there's still like items over there to grab. Hi, Brakoga. But yeah, they added like a bunch of different music into this one. Why isn't it just repeating that one? There we go. They respawn? Or they don't respawn? Wait, like the orbs on the roads. Oh wait, they don't respawn. Yes, you're gonna have to open chests. Oh, that's unfortunate, man. So you have to do dailies and open chests. Every day you get like what? How much do you get a day of the data sets? Yeah, just do your dailies then. Do your dailies in here. Right, just do your dailies in this area and you'll get a bunch. Right, like I already maxed out my terminal. Right, I already have all the terminal upgrades. Cause I opened chests and I did all the other shit here. Wait, I'm gonna need more balls. I think I need like 4,000 so I can like fully finish all this shit here. 4,000 more balls. Or 3,000. Because I'm gonna need to get the rare items from these vendors. With the Norns. Yeah, 600 and some chests and boss chests. I'm saving boss keys, man. I'm saving all my boss keys. I'm saving them. Oh, there's also like the event thing too, right? Event thing? Yeah, I'm missing so many of the shards here. Lots of Frontier Clash equipment advancements I have to do. And then you have like the boxes there. What do you mean? Oh, which new event? Using 4.0 keys. I'm not gonna use my boss keys. Wait. What do you mean? There's like another boss event? Really? Wait, where's the event guy? When is that happening? When's that happening? It's like, I don't see it. Right, like, and this stuff isn't open yet. Super boss is back? When does the super boss even drop? If the super boss is like a thing again. I thought like it wasn't a thing, man. I thought that was like just a bug. I thought the super boss was a bug. Or I thought that was a bug.
Awaiting command.
Yeah, it's a bug. There you go.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command. Target eliminated. Awaiting command.
Alright. You have a good night then, Ferris. What did you DM me? Let's see. 25 million player thing. Okay. How much? It's like, the thing is, like, how much they actually make is a bit different than, like, revenue going in. Revenue doesn't really tell the whole story. Yeah, like $7 million and they made 360. Yeah, I told you, like, that's where I got the freaking number. You could calculate it with simple math. Yeah, like, remember, like, you just sent me the article, I see it made me gooey, but like, I actually said, like, yeah, 360 million, but that's not what they get to keep. From the 12 million sales on Steam. Like, the math is, like, pretty simple on that one. $30 times 12 million. Right? But then, like, you subtract the Steam fee of, like, 30%. It becomes, like, 250 something million. And then from there, they still have to deal with taxes and all sorts of other stuff. Right? Oh, yeah. Hopefully we'll see you again, Ferris. Okay. Anything else I need to do here? Oh, I need to do my join ops. What is today's join op? It's not Nintendo fees are the same as everyone else's. The industry standard is 30% fee for App Store. Why would they have to pay Nintendo? There's like no legal fees they had to pay for. Remember, they're also a Japanese company, which has like no fair use. Like, fair use does not exist in Japan. You can't get away with like a lot of shit in Japan, even like for parody reasons. But their stuff is distinct enough that it's still like completely legal and like, and they can't do anything about it. Besides, Nintendo's probably known about it for years because it's not as if Palworld came out of nowhere. People have known about the game for years before it came out, back in when it was made in Unity. I remember hearing about it a couple years ago. Before, like, they actually finished it up and released it or whatever. Well, got it to the state it is. But yeah. Like, there's the whole different situation there. Oh yeah. Wait, is that key? Wait, why doesn't this hotkey even work? I thought it was like thing, whatever. Well, let's go play our own music again. We can go turn that stuff on later, maybe. Balance join up. Oh, here, let's go get people. Job +2 now hiring. That's a 1400. Let's see. Hi there, Lavi. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We just need to get one more person for join out balance. It's the annoying thing today. Now you get people. When you say +1, now a lot of people are trying to like join. Okay, that's fine. Time to do balance join up. Alright, let's go kill the things in here. Why is it like still all the way over there? The fuck is it doing all the way over there? Alright. Wait, why won't it let me put the thing there? There we go. I mean, it's going fine. I've been tired from like touching grass and stuff earlier today. But I realize everything is fine. Just going through a bunch of stuff again. We have some other stuff to look at later in a bit too. Alright, let's go kill this stuff here. Too bad this is the annoying join up today. This one likes to interrupt me when I'm doing my hold attack with the random ice platforms. Oh, at least it's dead now. Alright. Let's go grab it. You're leveling up. Oh, you're leveling up Yulon right now, then I guess. Yeah, I remember the name of the weapon is still Unity. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Did you get like the pole dance and anchor? Did you get that thing yet? Did you get the new weapon? I wonder when like that thing will get, how long until that gets added to standard. Cause that's like a year old now. Cause that one's like a year old. Is the new one. But yeah, thanks for the follow. This thing is crazy, man. The new weapon is crazy. Yeah, I think I should save my vitality for after the reset. That way I can get a head start on the other stuff. Let me go grab the thing in here. Okay, what else do I need? Right, I don't think I got any, like... Yeah, no, I didn't get, like, flame boost or anything for food buff. Not like I have a chance to clear the... to clear the next stage of flame sequential for me. And my frost stuff wasn't boosted, so... 57's a bust. Otherwise I could clear 58 if I had thing. Oh well. I want to see if I can optimize my stuff further, though. Do 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 do. Yeah, my freaking cactus mod is still here. The funny cactus mod. You're still stuck on Nanian for sequential flame? I'm stuck on Nanian too, man. Flame is just so papega to use. My multiplier for this like feels like really low. But I don't know like what like my real thing is like if I count the dot. Because like I'm heavily abusing the dot. It just feels like really ridiculous, like how much damage I'm doing now. I know some people are even gonna like play Maelstrom's rotation, but I prefer this one because I maximize my dot damage. Flame sequential man is just ass. When did I add this? I added it the other day. Oh, hi Kusanagi. When I added the other mods, I added this. Because it's like funny. To be fair, yeah, a lot of people do. To be fair, I don't like a lot of the characters in WuWa, so... Like, my parse feels kinda low. Alright, like, it looks like 4 billion parse, but like... Reality is I'm doing a lot more damage when you consider the actual blade, which doesn't work on the cactus. Alright, it's like 10, 20... Alright, 6, 12, 18... 18, and then another... 28... 48, 58, 62. Right, so the full auto combo is 62 stacks. And then what was her dodge? Oh, her dodge is 15. So I would have to do 3. Alright, let me try optimizing my rotation a bit more. Okay, I need to like be careful more with that hit there at the end. Cause like realistically then, yeah, like 3 dodges there. Instead of doing like the full normal thing. Yeah, okay, that's a lot better actually for optimization. Okay. So I'm gonna wanna do it that way. I haven't seen it yet. You got Geo calmed down now and you hit 3.8 billion. Here's the thing, like my actual DPS, my real DPS, like after I get like his HP low enough, is like a lot higher. Like, it takes a lot of, like, setup, but once it pops off, it pops off. I don't know, man. Cause, like, I can abuse the fact that, like, I'm abusing this thing. This thing is absurd. The 0.5% of lost HP bleed is absurd. Right, like, how much damage do I need to hit the cap? With my current stats... 65k, right? We'll just say 65k attack. Times 200. That's 13 million DPS, right? So then if I divide this by 0.05... Wait, no, 0.005. After it takes 2.6 billion health and damage, I start doing, like, an absurd amount of extra damage there. But, like, it ignores resistance and everything. It ignores, like, everything. Right? So it's, like, after, like, around minute and a half point. So I basically get 13 mil extra added. Per second times, like, for a minute in a 2-minute 30 purse. That basically adds almost an extra billion. Almost. In practice, it's more than that because it completely ignores a thing. Which is just absurd. Right. Like, so like, you look at the freaking thing there, but like the Matrix side, if I do my rotation better. Because I'm playing around the actual bleed. The freaking 2-piece bleed effect almost adds an extra billion damage for me. Just like the 2-piece bleed part. Right, this part right here. Right, like it effectively adds almost 1 extra billion to my parse. Like my effective overall parse. This bleed effect. Technically more because it ignores resistances and stuff. Right, 0.5% of their missing HP every second? Right, like, and I can get like basically almost full uptime on it. Right, almost full uptime on it I can get. It does an absurd amount of damage. That's only when it's like when we're counting the maximum, like when it's fully ramped up. And if we're talking about like ramping it up all the way up there, right? It's like it's slowly gradually increasing in power till it gets there. So it's roughly about an extra billion damage added to my parse. What's my volt at? I haven't tested it after the new gear. Wait, that is weird. Do we even have the matrices on properly? What trait am I using? Okay, let me reset this. Why does like the number feel really low? I know it's still ramping up, but this feels way too low. Yeah, there's a bug here. That's not right. There's a freaking bug, man. Ray is bugged. Ray is bugged, man. I'm gonna have to report it later. There's a bug with Ray. I went out and touched grass much earlier. I wasn't asleep that whole time. I wish I was asleep for that long. Yeah, there's a bug. Ray is not generating enough charge now. Like she's supposed to. Which is very bizarre. Yeah, she's not generating enough now. Something's not working properly. Yeah, it's like not filling up properly. No, as in like I actually went out and went somewhere. The freaking cactus is like, something is bugged here. It's not working properly. Something is bugged, because that's way too low. That is way too low. Like, it seems to be bugged, man. It's so hot though, man. But yeah, like there's something that's not working properly. Right, I'm not getting enough of the charge. Right, I'm supposed to get 25 times 2, that's 50. And then that's supposed to give me 35. And then another 30. That's supposed to be more than 100. Okay, I'm gonna have to report it. But yeah. Yeah, I just do my stuff at night. I go do stuff during the day and I do other stuff, then I game at night. Pretty much. Pretty much. But yeah, Ray is bugged. It's not generating charge properly anymore. Right, like this doesn't add up. 25? From skill and discharge? Right, it's supposed to apply on discharge too. And then the other stuff here, it's not working properly. 35 plus 25, right? That's 60. And then another 30 here. But then it's supposed to also get the other 25. But it's not applying that 25. It's missing. Additionally, in the background, it doesn't seem to be generating charge sometimes. Like sometimes. Really unusual. Right, like, Volt is like, it's not generating charge correctly. It's not generating charge correctly. Look. Right, it's not generating enough charge. Where is the thing here? Where's the thing with charge? Because you're supposed to be able to generate charge in the background, which is not working. Right, like it's not working properly. Consume this thing, tap this one, release 5 homing arrows. Consume this much. Wait, here. Increase Volt attack and 15% this main slot. Consume 5 energy every 0.5 seconds. Continually see tap. Maximum amount of special energy is 100. When this amount is reached, yep, but it's not generating charge now. Like it's supposed to generate charge in the background as well when you attack. But it's not doing that anymore. Attacks don't generate charge anymore. So that... I have to check, make sure it's like, it applies to other places too. Or if it's just in here. Yeah, you see how they're going to school, college in this day and age would help anyone. Job market is fucked, man. It's completely fucked. And depending where you are, it's even more fucked. Everything is like really fucked up, man. Like some places more so than others. Maybe if I disable that one thing first. Let me go look at the mod folder. I don't know why we had this article open. So what video you guys want me to see? Will I go check? Oh wait, there's apparently new stuff in Artificial Island? Okay, let's see this first. You can buy new emotes and stuff? With Norns? So I'm gonna need a lot of Norns. That one? Okay. Okay, so lots of cool emotes you can get with Norns. Okay. Alright. Which one was it? Okay, I'm trying to find which one is the which is the one I want to remove. Artificial island building, so you can place characters around. So you can finally place your simulacras around. Okay. How many can you place? You can put your mounts? The fuck? You can put your mounts, but the monster truck doesn't seem to be loading properly. So you can place your mounts in the island too. If you place it down, can people just ride it if they go up to it? The flame comps are the only ones that require a discharge to start rotation. Frost does too now. Frost needs 2 discharges as well now. It's not, it was flame before, just flame, but now Frost needs it too. New world boss? Okay, so we get a new world boss here. Okay. I see a lot of the horn things removed. It's a scorpion, okay. Scorpion world boss. The new car mount can go on gravity rail. They finally fixed the car mount on gravity rail, but they're not. But Bibi Selma is not good at driving it, right? So you can now use this car on gravity rail, which is gonna be really cool. New graphics setting. Okay. I don't know what the hell this high thing is, but okay. But man, they're adding even more graphic settings to it, so that's nice. And then you remove, and that's when you remove that. Okay, I removed my cactus mod. So I can try the thing again. None and then high. Oh, this is for shadows, extra shadows. Wait. This is like extra shadow effects. So like this is a new shadow effect. Okay. They're adding more shadows. Yeah, whale the car and carrier crew, yeah. Render distance for shadows, yeah. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen the Anka stuff yet. Right? Alright. Oh, Anka kit. Okay, here. So, let's see. Oh wait, I think I can find it in the Discord. There's probably stuff in the Discord. CBT day 1. Right, it'll be easier if we just read the thing from the Discord. I don't know why. You didn't have to see the Tita Russell there. I was using it to send someone a picture of something earlier. Here we go. Alright, typical armor dissolve. We all know about that. Resonance. Yeah. And this is like just a regular passive thing here. This is just like detachment, right? Or the whatever, the Zeke one, the dot one that they sometimes do. Right after using her skill, I guess? Yeah, so this is the typical shit. That's the CN value, okay. Increases probability of triggering a heavy strike to 100%. And reduces its cooldown to 4 seconds. I have no idea what that is, but okay. Resistance shred, CN is 30%. Global will be 15% probably. Yeah, typical stuff. Press or release skill button to during any stage to instantly activate the second skill stage, okay. Cool. So I guess you can skip to the second stage. I guess you can... There's multiple? I don't think so. I don't know. This is just the... I'm just talking about... Like I said Zeke because Zeke had that passive for his domain 9. This is the same as Zeke's domain 9 passive. Ray has the same domain 9 passive as Zeke as well. This one. It's the same one as Zeke's. Right, it's the dot after you use a skill. Right? But she gets 15% resistance shred on global probably. Damage dealt to the target with the chaos effect is reduced, so it's survivability. Okay. Triggering a heavy strike can significantly reduce the aggro, so you have aggro reduction. Interesting. And then you get a final damage buff. Apparently it increases to 50%. Okay. I think like how big was like Oscar's on Global's final damage buff, or no, it was like physical damage percent buff. It was like really big. So what we have here is her on-field stuff. Whatever, these are the numbers. Right, left click spam, aerial stuff. Apparently she has a hold attack, it seems. When the Wanderer performs the first or third basic attack on the ground, press and hold to launch epic candy combo. They'll begin swinging the bat and slam it hard on the ground, dealing damage to this one to nearby. After finishing it, they'll do like a really big hit. Okay. And then another hold attack here. While on the ground, press and hold to raise the bat and charge it. The charging time increases, the impact power increases. And it has a knockback. Okay. So you can charge it up and do like, you can hold it to charge up the bat. And then you can like send something flying, I guess. That's the bunk. Okay. And then just aerial stuff. Cool. Right. Oh, she has a dodge attack. And a directional dodge attack. No, she just has a dodge attack. Okay. Dodge attack after you dodging directional thingy. Right? She has a dodge attack stuff here. Okay. And then this one should have her trait and stuff, right? Okay, this is her skill. Press and hold the skill to start charging it. Okay, that's kind of like Ganano's skill. You can press and hold to charge it up. Damage taken while you're charging it is reduced. After releasing the skill button, up to 2 are triggered. The first skill stage does 2,000% of attack. Second skill stage, it does 3,000. Okay, and then gives you final damage buff of 15% for 30 seconds. So her A6 effect changes the 15 to 50%. So they get a 35% damage increase, I guess, on the A6 on Cyan. Okay. And there's a... Okay, hitting a target with the Chaos effect with a basic or dodge attack has a 30% chance to trigger a heavy strike. Okay. And then weapon charge Fantasia, trigger remove debuffs from the target. Typical stuff there. Her matrices, so they're still giving her attack percent matrices. And this thing more than double... Wait, not more than doubles. Wait, no. Heavy strike is this one, right? So it's a small increase to heavy strike. So her, like, extra, like, heavy strike effect is increased, right, to 35 over 30. We'll just say that. So 16% increase on this damage. Okay. The attack percent, though, on the two-piece, I think, like, that we have enough of that. It's probably fine on CM1. Global, we kind of have too much attack percent now. The Chaos effect now deals damage every 0.5 seconds. What's the Chaos effect? Oh, she has a dot. Okay. So it doubles the thing. So her matrices are going to be very important. When equipped with popping candy, critical damage... Oh, so you get a 35% crit damage boost. So a very strong matrix effect when you attach it to her weapon. So they look like they're like going to be very important. And then here, her trait. Increases final damage by 25%, physical damage to bosses by 20. Interesting. Okay. That's actually a really big boost there. Her 4-piece is very important, yeah. I mean, like, you literally double her dot damage. Because, like, her on-field multipliers are very low for CN. Like, if we compare this to Rosalind's CN numbers, this is like a quarter of Rosalind on-field. But then they balance her up by giving her, like, an insanely strong dot. But you have to power it up with her 4-set matrices. And then you have this thing when you're attacking to trigger these big, like, bonks, I guess. A 4-piece required, yeah, and her trait too. Actually, I think her other thing might be important too. Depending how long it takes to charge the skill, it looks like A3 is important. A3 probably. Right? Because this also gives you an increase as well. The A1 gives you an increase to her extra dot thing. Right? And also the A3 effect. Because then you won't have to charge it. I don't know how many frames it'll take to charge it. A6 is just the final damage increase. This stuff, the last two, probably not as important. The real thing though, the thing to keep in mind, because of global being global, right, and it looks like her trait is incredibly important, right? Right? I'm thinking the A3 though looks important. I don't know the animation time. But the thing is here, right? Like the thing to keep in mind, because she needs her trait, that means Yam Yao dead. Asuka better. Asuka obviously going to be better, but there's no self-healing in the kit. There's like no self-healing. So that's something to be somewhat concerned about. But like at least for global, like it's gonna be like what, global meta for Fizz? You're gonna end up just using, because the trait is required, you obviously won't be using Fiona. You won't be using Yam Yao, so it's just gonna be Nanyan, Anka, and then Asuka. But you don't really have any self-healing. So, In group content, it's not gonna matter because you're gonna have a healer heal you anyways. Because your self-healing is effectively useless in group content. But in solo play, you're not gonna have self-healing outside of like Lifesteal Titan or anything like that. Yeah, A3 4-piece, I mean that's what I get from what I see here. Just by reading it, it looks like A3 4-piece is important. A5, A6 not so much. And her trade is going to be very important. Right. I have no idea how she'll end up being on global though. But that's what it looks like here. Where like, yeah, her matrices definitely gonna be super important. Right. But you know, we'll have to wait and see what global cooks. What they do with their numbers. Wait, is it like memory leaking? Oh boy. Oh boy, it is. In a weird way. Oh yeah. I mean, I guess that's what happens when I leave my machine on for like almost an entire week straight. I'm gonna have to like have my machine like get some rest eventually. When's the last day of drops? So I know. I forget, like how long is the drops? Is it 7 days? Or is it 8 like last time? Wait, what's using all this RAM? I know my browser. How the hell is Discord using 600 megabytes of RAM? The fuck is Discord doing? Whatever. I have no idea. Alright, let me go see if I can find the... Does Gate and stuff have a video on it yet? Oh wait, Afro Discord probably has a link to it, so we don't have to look for it. Oh, we do. Alright, here, Honka video. Alright, let's go see her animations then. Right, we already read through this stuff. Yeah, WuWa Crypto Miner is not running. I haven't opened WuWa in like 2 days. Right, we see this stuff. Alright, she got the baseball here. Right, baseball in the baseball bat. And she hits herself. Okay. Wait, did they forget to put an icon for the A3 thing? Did they forget? I think they forgot to put an icon here. That's the first for a test server. Because like Roslyn A3 has an icon even though it's just a recolor. Right, I know Roslyn A3 has a thing. Despite it just being a recolor for her. Right, like if I boot up the game we can go see it. Right, like I know it's the white one. We saw that one already. We saw like a picture of that one last night. Alright, let me open up the game. Wait, what the fuck? Why can't they all tap into it? Oh, there. Windows is being Windows and weird when loading it. Okay. That's Windows being Windows. Right. Oh wait, I'm gonna go test the thing to make sure the thing is not like fully bugged. Oh yeah, we go to simulacra menu. Right, there is an icon with a different color. They did recolor it, the icon. There are like some very minor changes with the A3 Roslyn over the A0. Like, right, A0 Roslyn has this thing above her head, but A3 does not have it. Right. Let me just double check without the cactus mod, just to make sure like it's working properly. Cause I think like the cactus mod might actually be borking my cactus. It might. Wait, what? Anka white outfit doesn't have glove and necklace. Okay, so there are some changes. Right? Oh yeah. Interesting. Okay, it does. Okay, it's working better now. Okay, so the cactus mod is bugging it. Makes my cactus numbers bork. I was doing the wrong damage to the cactus then. Because some things aren't working properly with the mod. Right, let me just go double check my volt. Yeah, now I'm doing higher DPS to the cactus. Interesting. Yeah, so don't use the cactus mod. It will actually make you do less damage to the cactus. It is very, very bugged. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is a lot more what I expected to be seeing. Right, this is what I actually expect to be seeing for my damage. Right now it's working properly. Right, so I have to redo my frost then. Alright, and then we'll have... Yeah, so about 4.2 billion, plus 10% on bosses. Right? Right, because I get extra almost 5 billion parts here. Let me retry my frost then. Yeah, any WuWa things is would do that. I'm just gonna leave a note there. Oh, you said you made a meme of something? I see. I'm gonna like make a note though for people who are looking at that mod. Uh, well, I made a note there that the freaking cactus replacement mod will actually lower your DPS because it totally will. Removing the cactus mod fixed it. Alright, here we go. Let's restart this. Alright, now we have 2 pre-charged, so we can do the thing properly. Yeah, so it's about the same as my Volt parse plus another billion. Damn. Okay. Interesting. It's actually pretty close to my Volt parse's rotation. But I get a lot of extra like damage just from the dot. It's like not accounted for. So this one's like a little over 5 billion. But yeah, my parse went up. As you can see there, like my damage went up. So that's something to keep in mind. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh yeah.
The crime scene is in a busy area. Even at night, there are still many people around. The criminal would have had to survey the place ahead of time to avoid being seen. So we need to check the recent surveillance footage nearby. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so like I definitely do more damage here. Alright, here, let's go back to the Anka thing now. Alright, let's see. Idle animations. Okay. Right, typical stuff. What we expect to see. You know, regular idle animation. And she swings the baseball bat like she does in her other thing. Right, it sounds like she hit a baseball with it. But I didn't see a ball projectile. So who knows? Right, obviously the base skin model. You can already just see it in game, like normally just walk into the bar. Odin's Tavern or whatever. You'll just see her standing in there. Right, she'll always be there. Okay. Okay. Alright, you get to see under her skirt. Alright, so that's okay, so that's a normal attack combo. Alright, there's a little bit of a bonk sound at the end. Alright, the bonk sound. Okay. Okay. Alright, okay. You hold it to charge it? Okay. Right, and then she swings it. Oh, she lifts up her leg when it's fully charged, I guess. Okay. And as for plunge, you can change direction in midair. Okay. Alright, you go whack the baseball bat. Something to keep in mind though, she doesn't have any survivability stuff in her kit. Right? So that's something you have to be careful of. But yeah. Okay. And she does seem like she's going to be trait reliant. Oh, that's Fizz for ya. Yam Meow benched. For sure, Yam Meow benched. At least for global. I don't know about CN, but on global, Yam Meow for sure benched. And her A3 skin. Alright. I mean, this recolor does look really nice though. That is a really nice recolor though. I hope you A6 Tosca then. Well, I guess I hope you A6 Tosca. Right, because like that's the problem. There's a conflict though with trait because of Yamyao. Right, because like Yamyao gets like a lot of her damage from trait. And you just take the trait away from her. Right? But like yeah, you do lose out on her shield and healing thing. She doesn't really have much in the way of damage buffs. Like at least like not in comparison to like Asuka, who has like what, you got 36% physical damage boost, and then you also like you have to use her AT field for shielding. Yeah, there you go, A6 Asuka 4-piece, yeah. Right, like obviously Asuka Matrix is better than Yamyao Matrices slightly, but like yeah, as a background sub DPS unit, Asuka does do more damage. Right? She also doesn't need a trait. Does it give a... It doesn't... Not really. Like, by comparison, like... It's pretty similar to when you're doing stuff on, Asuka. Right, keep in mind, this is 720% attack multiplier per hit. Yamyao... Like, if you don't have Yamyao trait... Right, and if you use a dodge attack, you actually consume 2 stacks to do it twice. Right? So like, that's the Asuka thing, but let's go to Yamyao. If we're speaking in terms of global, because we're getting rid of her trait, you're only gonna get like, if we're talking A6, that's only 3 stacks consumed of Asuka damage. Right? It's a little bit more than 3 stacks. You get 4 of them, like 4 times 2600. 1,400, 10,400, right? That's how much a skill is worth. You look at Asuka, who gives you 720 times 15. Asuka's gonna do more damage. Same time, Asuka doesn't need trait and can trigger off any attack. If you do dodge attack, you consume them faster. So you feel like he would work better than Non? I don't think so. Non-in collapse is ridiculous. Especially because, here's the thing. You have like a lot of damage buffs, so you have that to work with, right? Non-in collapse uses all of your damage, and you have a decent amount of damage buffs, right? So you can combine all of that. I know. So like you trade the shield and overheal for damage. Because like Asuka's gonna be worth a little bit more. If we're talking about global anyways, it should be worth a little bit more. You get rid of the Yamyao trait for this. Nanyan though is going to be strong. Right? Physical Nanyan, 80% of attack extra proc on a 0.85 second cooldown per hit. Right? You only need to do this once every 30 seconds. 0.85. Right? You multiply this by, let's say, 30. So per swap is whatever. You can line it up pretty easily because you only need to do it like every other, like in your rotation you can dump your charges here. So like there's that, so like it's fine. Not too difficult to get all the hits off. But like yeah. Like no, 80 times no wait. Yeah. No, it's 30 divided by 0.85. Then you multiply this by 80. Right, like you get 2800 there. Plus you get her discharge damage, which is 1660% attack. Wait, no, not that one. Plus about 2800. That's from her discharge, right? And we're not even like counting the other thing. Wait. Oh wait, no, there's another 500 attack there too. Alright, it's like 5,000% attack multiplier from her discharge. Like, which is still strong, right? It's still good. Like, the amount of damage from it. But the other thing too is what? You get 21% damage boost multiplier here from her thing here. You get hyper body. I don't know if she has hyper body, but like, you do get hyper body from Nanyan's skill. You get 20% resistance shred, right? So you can have 35% resistance shred, and then you have the collapse damage, right? Right, like the collapse damage alone, right? Like the base damage is like already like another like almost 10k multiplier, but the main thing is like the damage you feed it. Right, Nanyan is still going to be really, really strong in Fizz. Just because you have the amount of damage you can feed it, and the fact you still quadratically scale off of all of your buffs. But yeah, like it doesn't look like survivability is gonna be a bit scuffed. Like the other thing too is when you use Zeke in triple Fizz, right? Zeke like your Serpent Chain on your active weapon, right? Serpent Chain only work on active weapon. Additionally, the Serpent Chain damage is others category damage, which doesn't really work well with Collapse. That's actually the problem with Plotty. That's probably the reason why Plotty isn't as strong with Nanyan compared to Asuka in like the current Fizz setup. Because of the stupid thing that she has in here. Her weird Serpent Chain like effect goes entirely into others category damage, and it does not work with feeding the actual base multiplier for Collapse. While Collapse can trigger that thing, it doesn't actually feed into it. So like being balanced around it, it does make that a little bit weaker. Like that's the situation that Plotty is in, right? Because she has her own weaker version of Zeke's Serpent Chain. But with like this one, like yeah, you can just feed 0.4% of your total damage, right? Like I don't know what her on-field numbers are going to be, but it's gonna be obvious it's gonna be higher than what Asuka or Yamyao and stuff has. Right, on global, I just don't know we obviously don't know what the actual numbers are. But I definitely do not see Nanyan being replaced. Because she does so much. Like, you can probably work around using either Asuka or like Yamyao instead. You would use those over Zeke. But like, at least from what I see there, like, it seems like Asuka might be a little bit better. I don't know like how often you're gonna be using dodge attacks, because that's the other thing. You have to use your dodge attacks when you're using Yamyao, while Asuka doesn't care. She just wants to make sure you're doing any attack. It doesn't matter which attack, just any attack. Alright, so like there's that. Okay. Let's go back to the video. Idle animation, okay. Alright.
再来，再来！再来，再来！
Alright. And then we're gonna see her stuff. Wait, we didn't see her other hold attack. We didn't see that yet. Is he like gonna put in a separate section here? I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a separate category section or something. Imagine benching Anka on release Simulacra. I don't know about that one. Yeah, like Nanyan is like, remember, like Nanyan is so strong in global. Freaking Volt doesn't even use a discharge effect. Right? Like, can you imagine just like the amount of raw damage global Volt feeds into it, and it still does the amount of damage it does? Right? Just proves just how strong it is, the collapse. Right? Like the base number is already okay. It's not anything special. But it's just the fact that like 0.4% of all damage you feed it, right, will quadratically scale and tick every 15 seconds. And the damage from the previous collapse is factored into the next collapse. So like it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Right? Like the multiplier just grows to an absurd amount. And the other thing too, because it's treated like a raw base damage number, it can critical strike again. Right? So like it quadratically scales from every single damage boost effect you can possibly have, including critical damage if it crits. Right? Like that's just how broken collapse is. Right? Like global Nonyan A6 is so strong that even if we had Zeke CN Serpent Chain of 80% of attack, like not 80%, or is that 80% of whatever damage you did on your active weapon, that would still be weaker than Nonyan Collapse, assuming you have the buffs and the matrices to let it quadratically scale. In the current Vault setup, because of like what their matrices and the current meta is, they just have an absurd amount of like just raw damage multipliers to have it quadratically scale off of. New Altered plus Non plus Onka, I can see that. I can actually see that. You know what? What I can also see is for global anyways, if you're just doing general content, potentially the boosted Lin might actually be good too. Potentially. It'll be a bit weird to play around with it though because the cooldowns on it. Well, we'd have to wait and see. But yeah, I can see double altered working. Just not Fiona. Fiona doesn't do enough. Fiona is like not really gonna do enough. Right? Because like the thing is like A6 Fiona, if you use her like without Maelstrom abuse and stuff, A6 Fiona is gonna be doing similar damage. Like not similar damage, similar buffing capabilities to A6 Asuka. But A6 Asuka will give you extra background damage on top. Right? Like A6 Fiona is what, 28% final damage? You get 5% more attack from Altered Resonance, which, like, it's something, but isn't a whole lot. Right? I can imagine Fiona getting a buff version. Her buffs are really strong in certain conditions. Not so much for Fizz unless you get to use her trait stuff, just because of how buff heavy Fizz is already. Though, like, to be fair, the current state of Vault is extremely buff heavy, right? Like, but they rely on like unique damage multipliers. Like, you look at Brevi in Vault, like 25% of Vault damage boost here when you're like hold attacking, but like you get even more. Right, it becomes 35%, but then you get a unique multiplier again, 10% on bosses. Right, you look at Ray, like what Ray has here, like 16% Vault damage here, a unique multiplier, a different unique multiplier, 10% of Vault damage on A3, a different one, right? Right, like you have that on her advancements alone. She then has another 15% attack, right? Her matrices, 10%, 10 to 16% Vault Frost. You get your Shred here, and then you get 22% final damage. Like, you got damage percent matrices here going on. Extra attack percent stuff there. Like, at least, like, with Volt now is somehow, like, also just extremely buff heavy. Which is why, like, Nonyan collapses are still absurd. Despite, like, not even having, like, the bug discharge effect anymore. Right? Like, you just completely ignore Nonyan discharge in Vault. But, like, those collapse damage, they hit for, like, an absurd amount. Right? It's still, like, incredibly powerful. Right? That just shows, like, how strong collapse is when you have the tools to, like, fully abuse it. Especially because every damage that you deal that isn't in the others category will feed into it. And that's like another thing too. It makes like, that's what makes Frost even more broken that you can't test on Cactus. Because Rosalind Dot from her thing is also Rosalind category damage, which also can feed into Collapse as well. from the two-piece effect. Yeah, like, here's the thing, like, people don't realize just how absurd as well. Like, they have to fix their vault. Here's the thing. Frost is, like, similar power level to the old vault discharge, but even more broken. This thing is, like, even more absurd, just because you actually have a really strong discharge dot on top in Frost. Right, like, what? You're doing an extra, like, for 15 seconds? What was it? You get the shield, but the other thing too is the 420% of attack dot, which is still like incredibly powerful, right? But like to top it all off, right? That feeds into the collapse, but then you have Rosalind thing. You cannot like actually value this thing properly on Cactus, but this thing is so absurd. The two-piece bleed, right? Like. You think about it, like, you go into, like in raids or whatever, right? You have a healer take off, like, a chunk of their health already at the start. Your bleed is going to be doing maximum damage right out of the gate. If you play it properly, you can effectively get full uptime on the bleed. Well, not really full uptime. You're gonna lose, like, 5 seconds. You're gonna have, like, a 5-second downtime every cycle because of... You're doing 15-second cycles to maximize this thing. Right? But you can't test it on the Cactus. But it does count as Rosalind damage, and it does feed into non-in collapses as well. Right? So like once you hit like the actual cap on it, like in my current stat setup, her dot will like do the equivalent of 13 million DPS, right? But it ignores resistances, it ignores like the hidden defense stat. So it's like 13 million raw damage. While like completely bypassing a bunch of effects. Yeah, you can't like get buffs from it, but like this can feed into collapse. And like sure, you only get like 75% up you can only get 75% uptime. So like it's really like 10 million DPS, but still in like a boss fight, right? Like if you're parsing on the boss and you're like ignoring the damage you're doing and just only going by bleed damage. Right, like in my case, right, so like I'd be doing an extra like 1.5 billion in bleed, but this can also feed into non-in collapse, and then non-in collapse when it's scaling off of it can crit on top, right? Like how much extra like damage am I feeding to non-in collapse with that, right? It's like an absurd amount. It gets really, really absurd, but you can't test it on the Cactus. Because it doesn't work on the Cactus. Yanua plus Ray versus Yanua plus Rosalind. So, like, here's the thing. If we're talking about, like, raw, like, in practice for real combat, you're going to actually want some attack percent. A little bit. I would use, like, if you're gonna, but yeah. Yanua plus Rosalind is probably going to be better. Right? Yanua plus Rosalind is going to be a thing. Ray 4-set is weaker. Ray 4-set is weaker than Yanua 4-set. But Rosalind 4-set is like insane. Because like even if you have like whatever boost you have there, the attack percent increase just increases the total like value of your dot. Right? Ray and Bravi mats. Yeah. I mean, Ray is used for Volt still, though. Like, you play Volt, you're gonna use that there. Bravi mats are just for Benediction players. At this point. Like, you're losing a little bit of damage percent, right? But you gain the most broken bleed effect in the game. Like, you gain the most broken damage proc you can get. Especially on a boss, right? Once you do enough damage to actually trigger the maximum value of your bleed, the thing will take an absurd amount of damage, like constantly, and you just bypass a lot of effects. As long as they're not immune to frost damage, they're just gonna like suffer big time from that bleed. Right? Like 0.05% of their, I mean not 0.05, 0.5% of their missing HP every second is absurd. Like, that's why they had to put a cap on it. Imagine if this thing didn't have a cap and it would just always do 0.5% of their max HP. Just imagine how much more ridiculous that would be. Right? But like, yeah, like in my case, like as soon as I do a bit over 2 billion damage to the target, I'm hitting maximum bleed value. Right? It depends on like your stats, but like at 65k attack, you do maximum bleed damage after you hit the 2 billion damage mark. Right, that's when you start doing maximum bleed. Like if you're doing like a 4 billion damage parse, you're doing effectively a little bit more than 5.5 billion to the target in real combat. With from the 2-piece matrices alone. Right? Like it adds an extra billion and a little bit in real combat to your parse. But you can't see that on the cactus. It is incredibly powerful. Right? So like the reality is like the real like best rotation for it, depending on your set setup, might be building around the bleed. Yeah, the blade cannot get boosted by Titan and stuff, but it still can feed into an onion collapse, which can be boosted by that. It's just a really, really broken effect. You can also serpent chain the bleed too, by the way. So event raids can get more degenerate depending on how you want to build and cook your rotations in the future. Because yeah, you could abuse Roslyn 2-piece bleed and just stack an absurd amount of attack percent. So Brevi matrices might even get a use in the future for the people who have 4-piece 3-star Brevi. It might. Yeah, like 5% every skill. Well, it's a bit more than that because you can get 100% uptime. Well, not 100%. 5-second downtime every cycle. Right? So like the rotation's like this. Alright, let me just build up the thing. I'll show double altered. It works better with double altered the rotation for the blade than using Yano. The problem with Yano rotation is it's a bit more clunky and you actually have to field time Yano. Where with Fiona rotation, you can kind of ignore her entirely, which does save you field time. It's only after it's removed, yes. So you have 5-second of downtime every cycle. A 5-second downtime every cycle, the debuff lasts for 10 seconds. Right? So 75% uptime on the bleed. But basically, like your rotation, you build 2 charges. You go apply Fiona Wellspring, you go discharge into Nanian, apply the skill, discharge into Roslyn. Use Roslyn's skill. Then do a full normal attack chain. Do a dodge attack, discharge into Nanian. Discharge into Roslyn. Do a dodge attack, then do a full normal attack chain. Do a single normal attack and then 3 dodges. And then you just repeat. And that's how you get like maximum uptime on the dot. With this rotation. Right, it's like really easy. You don't have to. So, Fiona is only there for 2 things. Fiona is only there for her A6 effect and her Wellspring skill. The only other time you use Fiona is if you don't have enough weapon charge, because usually you should get more than enough weapon charge under most conditions, circumstances and stuff. Fiona discharge is a DPS loss, so you don't want to use that. Because the 15% attack you gain for losing, like the thing is you lose 3 seconds. Right, you swap when you're swapping, you lose up to 3 seconds of like being able to do damage on field. and trying to maintain your dot. So you actually lose more there trying to like swap to Fiona. It's only there, like you only swap to Fiona only to activate Torrential Force in an emergency. You actually can play it still like the thing from the test server with Hydro Focus, technically, but the actual 6% elemental damage you gain is not enough to make up for the extra downtime on her dot. It's not enough. So like you just skip swapping to Fiona entirely. Unless you're in a situation where you didn't make enough weapon charge. If you get into that situation, then sure, you swap to Fiona to activate Torrential Force. But you actually just don't swap to Fiona. You don't have to charge attack on Nyan, yeah. Yeah, the thing is though, like, Nyan, like, just doing a single, like, normal attack on Nyan has, like, you can immediately cancel out of it and discharge immediately. Right, like, you can do, like immediately swap out while doing the attack and get the discharge on Roslyn. So, like, you don't even have to do, like, the whole thing on thing, for the most part. You don't have to. In the situation where you would have to do this, you're better off swapping to Fiona to activate Torrential Force, because then at least your next skill use will get a damage buff. Rather than charging the thing on Nyan. To get Torrential Force. Unless you're really far behind on weapon charge, then you're gonna want to charge a little bit on Nyan and then activate Torrential Force before discharging to Roslyn. But you actually don't have to like swap to Fiona under ideal conditions. Yeah, Fiona's just there to like execute at the end as well. Right, you can swap to Fiona at the end of a fight to execute. But unless you're doing that, like executing, or like you really need the weapon charge, you don't swap to Fiona at all. You don't have to. It's not worth it. Like that's the funny part with like damage buffs and stuff. Eventually you get to a point sometimes where the gaining an extra tiny damage buff isn't worth the animation time. When it's not worth the animation time that you could have potentially gained or lost, right, to make up for it, that's when you don't swap anymore. And like that's the situation that Fiona is in right now. Because when you don't use her trait, and you end up with like ideal damage being Hydro Focus Wellspring, Hydro Focus doesn't really do shit. And the attack percent boost from her discharge isn't really valuable. Oh, what matrix did I use? Here. 2-piece Samir, 2-piece Cobalt, 4-piece Nanyan, and 4-piece Asuka. That said, if you have 4-piece Plotty, like I would replace 2-piece Samir, 2-piece Cobalt with either 4-piece Plotty or 4-piece GU if you have it. Right? You can replace the 2-piece Samir, 2-piece Cobalt with 4-piece Plotty or GU. So there's that too, right? If you're gonna do this. But yeah. I know there are some people that are doing like a Maelstrom rotation for to justify using Fiona there. The problem with the Maelstrom rotation is because you cannot apply the freeze thingy here, you lose out entirely on her dot. Her bleed for like you lose out a lot of her bleed. And like the amount you gain from Maelstrom just isn't enough to make up for it. Like yeah, sure, you can get like up to how much final damage, like 33% or something? No, not 33, 26%. But it has to ramp up to the 26% over 10 seconds. So like you get like up to 20 seconds of full output on that one. But even then you also lose out on Nanyan dot. Right, the Nanyan discharge dot, which is still incredibly powerful. Like it's not enough to make up for it. It really isn't. And if you're in Origin of War, the blade from Roslyn 2-piece is just that much stronger, right? Because you can get attack buff from like what? You know, like support player used with like 4-piece Brevi, you get an attack increase. Fiona linking, you get another attack increase. So your attacks that can go much higher. Which will help you as well with, you know, doing that extra thing there with the bleed. Because you have more attack for the bleed to scale from. So the bleed damage can do even more damage. Which also, again, it bypasses the defense stat on enemies. It bypasses the resistance stat. Though, like, defense stat is, like, really obscure, because, like, that's just its own, like, other flat damage reduction they put on enemies that you can't really bypass under normal conditions. But yeah. Like, the people, like, who don't understand, like, the value of, two-piece Roslyn, like, they're really missing out on how broken this thing is. The two-piece effect is absurd. When you actually play around it. Like, if I was gonna use the freaking Maelstrom rotation, there's no way in hell Maelstrom is gonna make up that extra billion plus damage that I'm getting from the bleed dot in real combat. There's like no way. Okay, that's the skin there. That's her basic attack stuff, I see. Okay. Alright. Yeah, basic attack of this thing. And of course her aerial. Yep. Alright. When are we getting to see the other effects from her? Alright, that's the whole attack. Oh, her Dissurgent skill hasn't been really shown yet. Whatever. Okay. We're gonna see that soon. Plunge attack. The same stuff we can expect. Okay. Alright, that's a directional dodge, I guess. Oh yeah, it does, yeah. Yeah, it's like one of those like inflatable bats that you get at like some sports events and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Hi there, Ghost. We're looking at the animations for the next character that CN's getting. Oh, you got a bonk here. Oh, you can keep holding it. Okay. It consumes endurance, but you can keep bonking. Bonk a bonk, 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 bonk. Funny bonk. She bonks the horny, yeah. It has the pow coming out. Okay, main skill. Okay, there's a little bunk there. Yeah, you can bunk. Yep.
巧克力蒙达，
Okay, discharge animation. Okay, so she swings a flaming baseball. A very big one.
番茄酱狂欢，
Wait. Oh, she sticks her ass out. Okay, so from behind. Wait. People are gonna have fun with that animation. Okay. Male discharge animation, let's go. Right. She'll bonk the horny for that. Yeah, she'll bonk the horny, alright. The Charlie. Yeah, freaking, it's like he's like, I will have horny, then she's like, bonk. It'll get bonked, man. She'll bonk it. Bonk. Went from horny pole dancing to bonk the horny. I know, right? She made Dongley's bigger and iPod. And we went from the horny pole dancing to bonking horny. That's true. That's true. We went from that to bonking the horny. Imagine. We get bonking horny now. Right. Shit's funny, man. They give us freaking bonk horny. Bonk. They don't take anything serious. I mean, they're having fun, man. Wait. He sticks his ass out. We gotta see from the other side. And then checks in the future character. Anything could happen, man. Like, anything can be a freaking weapon at this point. Alright, now you just gonna slam down. Gonna bonk the horny bird. Alright, they're gonna go bonk the horny bird now. No hyper body. Give extra value to Nonyan. Doesn't look like she has hyper body. Where's the bonking? I need the bonking. Need a bonk the horny here. And then she gets knocked up. Right, gotta bonk the horny. Gotta bonk the horny. It's just really bonking. Right, they're bonking the horny. Right, bonking the horny. She's a buzzball, got a bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. You must pull for the bonk. Yeah, she looks great there. Guys, but bonk, bonk, bonk gameplay is the peak of gaming. Yeah, it's the peak of gaming already. She's Fizz, not Volt. Right? You thought pole dancing was enough, you get bonks next. From pole dancing to bonking. Gotta bonk the horny. Alright, where was the video that I was linked before? I didn't even look at it. We got like so distracted. Oh yeah, I found it, yeah. Alright, let's go grab this.
We're about to talk about all of this. Now, I've heard some spoilers for this. I
Okay.
haven't seen all of it. Make sure to say hi to YouTube, guys. They like when you do that. There's a bunch of comments saying, "Oh, I really like when Technode's chat says hi, YouTube."
Hi to
I really
YouTube,
like when
man.
they say that. And if you YouTube like being part of the Hi YouTube gang, make sure to follow me on twitch.tv/Technode. We are currently live to, I shit you not, 11.3 thousand viewers, which is ridiculous. There is an absurd amount of people who come here every single day and watch me do whatever the fuck. I had 6,000 people watching me do an ad yesterday. It's been a little bit overwhelming.
Okay.
But I appreciate it. So we got a lot of news to go over. I've heard very good things, but I don't want
Alright.
to get too excited. Also, Boku Kenkai, I think the truth be sub. Let's get into all this. Before I get in, is this the
Number one defender calls it? Okay. Sure. You know, maybe we'll look at that one too. We'll go look at that one too, maybe.
one I should be reading? Or is there a different post somewhere else that I should be reading instead? Does anybody know? This is the right post. Okay, let's get into it. And I want to break all this shit down to make sure everybody understands this as easily as possible. Because I have heard about some of the things that they're doing. I don't think people understand why they're doing them. And I don't think people truly comprehend the massive benefit that the potential changes that I have heard of this post will do for the now, then, and the forever of this game. This is a very smart decision. And this is also another way to potentially expose an over-competitive company, which I want to make very clear. It is not morally incorrect what Hoyoverse is doing. It is not wrong to be competitive. To be honest, it's very good that they're doing this because they are making sure that the company is going at them. Kuro Games is gonna have to swing really fucking hard, and Kuro Games is not allowed to miss. All right? We're going to go into everything, the business practices, what this means for the future. Let's get into this, okay? And if you're here, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I'm doing a $100 giveaway on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, they're doing
for all
good
these
according.
subscribers. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, they're not
Also,
bad.
make sure to go subscribe to Mr. Beast. He has more subscribers than T-Series. It's insane. All right, here we go. Dear Romers, greetings. We are the...
He just keeps hyping it up, man. It's the same game. I just look at them at the same game. Some aspects of Wuthering Waves is worse than Genshin. Just straight up, man. but I still look at them as if they're the same game, just one being a worse version of the other. I don't really like either game, but the improvements that WuWa has over Genshin doesn't really outweigh outweigh what makes it worse either. But hey, man, we'll let them do what they do, man. If they imagine actually thinking as well, having the harder content or whatever they have there in WuWa actually really matters. Especially with all the bullshit they have to deal with to get there and do the stuff there. Imagine. Yeah, poor company rushed because of Tencent Hoyo competition. Yeah, exactly, and like the game was not ready. The game was definitely not ready. I said that during the CBT, a lot of the stuff needed a rework. A lot of the mechanics needs adjustments and changing. And then after releases, I find even more things to break. You can literally steal a freaking quest item and use that to make every character even stronger because it allows you to animation cancel anywhere you want. You just have a 3-frame cooldown on when you can use it. But you know the mud removal item, right? You can use that to animation cancel anything. So like you can do things to break the game in very unintended ways just by using a quest item that will not work outside of the quest area. There's all sorts of weird different things you can do as well with the game. But yeah. The best mobile game of 2024 drama is gonna be funny. For sure. Oh, for sure. Right? But like the funny part too is the people want a game for the combat, man. Right? Like, Kuro Games already has a better game for combat. They have it in their PGR. They actually have a lot more creative and interesting ideas in PGR. And you know what? Probably ZZZ is going to be a lot better for them too. The people who actually like the combat. The only problem with ZZZ is the stupid fucking TVs. Like, that's the only real issue that ZZZ really has. Right? Other than like a lack of like the skip button shit. That people don't really like care for the story. They just wanna play the game. Right? Like that's like the only, like, from what I've seen of ZZZ, the really real issue is the stupid TV. Right? But then like you get rid of the TV and then they can just go actually play the game for the combat. Cause like WuWa combat isn't anything special. Right? Like there's a lot of things that are broken with it that people are trying to like abuse in different ways, I guess, if they want to be sweaty, but I mean, if you've seen my video on the the macro for Shisha, like that's just how broken the game is there, but also like what the fuck was the balancing with dodging and parrying? Parrying is like a massive amount of stagger to the to an enemy's balance gauge or whatever you want to call it, right? I'm gonna make Rosalind shut up. Her idle animation thing is playing her voice, right? But like it's heavily unbalanced there, and like what you have like the entirety of like all the ranged characters. If you're ranged, you cannot parry normally. You have to use like a skill like perfectly timed or an echo thing. Perfectly timed. Meanwhile, if you have a freaking macro to spam left click, you can literally play the game blindfolded in like in under certain conditions and just automatically parry stuff if the enemy isn't like being too dangerous with their attacks. You could literally just auto parry with a melee character in Withering Waves without even looking at the game. You can literally look away from the game and make a left click macro for certain parts, and you can just auto parry, which is just hilarious. And I actually do have gameplay of that. Okay, that's a video of them like summarizing it, but like I actually do. Where is it? Yeah, it's over here. Cause like I was like, okay, I think it's over. Like at some point I was like really bored out of my mind during the stupid story. And I even tried to kill my characters to escape because of the forced trials. I'm like doing my freaking soul leveling Arise dailies on my other computer at the same time while doing this thing. Probably. That's why you see my freaking model freaking out. I'm literally like controlling a second computer that I have in my room. Because I'm trying to do something on my second computer at the same time. So we get into the boss fight here, right? I'm not like moving, I'm just holding left click which when my mouse is configured to rapidly spam rapid fire it.
I'm not even looking at the game.
I'm not looking at the game.
Hi, Tara. I'm not even looking at the game.
And like I see someone show up in chat because I'm looking at my other
holding down
monitor.
left click macro.
And I'm automatically parrying without looking at the game.
Right, I'm
You
not
just
even
need to
looking at-
spam your attack button as quickly as possible. And as long as you hit it when it's gonna give like a parry window thingy there, you will just automatically parry it. 10 out of 10 combat, right guys? That's some great combat right there. Like that's why I'm like, man, like how you praising the combat? A lot of the characters just suck, man. I don't like a lot of the characters in the game. They're kind of just meh at best. At worst case, they're just awful to use. Look at the freaking 5-star furry. Yeah, I don't like him either, but like, even like any be-like character can do this. I just didn't want to look at the game while I was doing this, and I was forced into a trial. These are all trial units that I don't own. I was forced to use trial units. Right? And I'm not looking at the game, I'm just holding left click. You can literally make any character, like, no, like, I actually do have a better version of Brevi Hold Attack, man. Right, like, man, like, I just look here, I have Chisha macro, there's a literal guide on how to make it in here. If you go look in, I do reveal the macro somewhere. I don't remember where I put it, here. This is the macro, it's right there. And what does it look like in practice? Molten, not 4-piece, 5-piece molten rift club. Right? Amazing combat, guys! Amazing combat! Alright, like, what? Amazing combat, guys! Appeals to Nikkei players now? No, you won't. How does this appeal to Nikkei players? Nikkei players at least got some anime titties and ass to look at. Oh, we're gonna cover it, man. Don't worry. But freaking Nikkei players, they at least get to look at freaking anime titties and ass the whole time, right? And they have it like it's one-handed for them. Nikkei players like literally get to look at anime titties and ass the whole time, and get to appreciate and enjoy them. Additionally, it's all one-handed, so their other hand is free. Maybe they're gonna use their other hand to play with their joystick. You know what? Like, at least, you know, they actually know what they're doing. They know their target audience, and people enjoy that. You literally play one-handed. That was in their marketing. Because they know exactly who their audience was, and they know exactly what they wanted. Right? And this game, Peggy 7, not 12. No. These games, like, if I was going to give these games a rating, like, reality is, if I'm going to give all of these games a rating, Genshin should not be freaking Peggy 7, Peggy 12, neither should Wuthering Waves. If I was on the rating boards rating these games, they're all gonna get the 18 plus rating. Don't matter what the content is, if you got a gacha in your game, I'm going to, like, automatically, it should be 18 plus. Children should not be playing these games. Yeah. I would just put freaking 18 plus. Doesn't matter. It don't matter. To me, like, how I see it, all of these games should not be played by children. Like, children should not be playing these games. If there's a gacha mechanic in your game, instantly 18 plus. Don't matter the rest of the content. Right? Like, instantly get 18 plus. Like, I would just instantly put 18 plus. And some games, like, actually do get slapped with that in those places because of the gacha. Not even for having 18 plus content in the game. Because of that. But some other games, they get to avoid that for some reason. Like, in some regions that will actually do those weird bans. There's, like, weird double centers they got going on there. But I would just be like, yeah, all of them get 18 plus. All of them. Yeah, some gacha games can't be played, but you can play Genshin there for some reason. Like, what? You could probably play Wuthering Waves there for some reason. But a lot of the other ones can't. Like, the double standards, man. Apply it to everything, not some of them. They're banned because of laws. Freaking Genshin falls under those too. They do the exact same shit. Same thing with Wuthering Waves. Right, just put them all under a freaking 18 plus rating. That's it. Just group them all in there. 18 plus. Like, that's what I would rate them as. It's like really fucked up. Children should not be playing these games. They really shouldn't. And that's my own opinion on these things. You really shouldn't be giving freaking children the ability to do this Gamba stuff. But yeah. Like, this is the real strongest DPS in WuWa. Because this is the character that can attack on every frame. Like, it hits on frame 1. You can animation cancel in 1 frame and attack on 1 frame. So you can attack 30 times a second at 60 FPS. Because you have 60 frames in a second. That means you can attack in like every other frame. But yeah. You're turning them to gambling addicts early. Exactly. Like, you wouldn't take a child to a casino. Why are you letting a child play a gacha game? They all should get 18 plus rating. Like, just straight up. Right, it's just ridiculous. Alright, let's go back over here. Where was the... Here we go.
Wuthering Waves dev team. Since the official launch of Wuthering Waves, we've received a lot of valuable feedback and suggestions through social media and in-game surveys. We're genuinely grateful for your attention and support. I will also say, from a community and Twitch side of the representatives, they've been nothing but reciprocative. The changes that I have asked for the handling of the community engagement and the Twitch engagement, they have honored immediately, and they're putting in new practices, and you guys will see that on the launch of 1.1, which I'm very excited to tell you guys about once it gets closer to the launch date. But working with the community side of things, it's been very, very, very good. Very receptive. It's been great. All right, we apologize for the deficiencies and issues present in Wuthering Waves. Our first fully independently developed and globally published game at Kuro Games. I've been told that PGR was released in Japan and China first, and then global 1 year after.
Yes.
But I'm not entirely sure on that.
Maybe that is correct, yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to speak out of my ass. That's what I've heard. We understand that this has affected your gaming experience, and we are working to improve it for those who love the game. We've been working on optimizations and iterations for the current 1.0 version, and the development of subsequent version updates is also underway. Below, we will address some of the most discussed and concerned issues. Okay, great. On the Echo development experience, no shot!
Delete it from the game. And
wait, they're already talking about the Echo system? What the fuck? I didn't hear nothing about it.
Yeah, because Echoes are so goddamn awful. Now, how do you fix Echoes and Wuthering Waves deleted? Just delete all of it. Instantly fixed by removing all of it. You can't have the problem of Echoes if you don't have Echoes in the first place. That's like that's the actual solution to the problem, but they're not gonna do that.
Out this. Okay. Echo.
They're just gonna reduce the amount of shell credits it costs to develop them. They're gonna give you extra materials to upgrade them temporarily. Remove the reward cutscene from passive fields. Okay. Echo, like, the yield of Echo and development materials will be increased. They didn't actually fix the Echoes, though. They're just like, here you go, have some more Band-Aids. Here you go, have more Disney Princess Band-Aids, man. You want a Disney Princess Band-Aid on your little stab wound? Here, have some more. Here, have a Disney Princess Band-Aid. That's all this looks like to me, man. They're not actually fixing the problem. They're just putting a fucking Band-Aid over it. Like, this is not actually solving it. It's still going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, they should have had the Echo Farm piece where the character XP thing is as well. They should have put like a lot of things merged together. Actually, no, they shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have had Echoes work like this in the first place. They shouldn't have had Echoes be your equipment. They should have put something else for your equipment and just have Echoes as like a separate side thing you equip like a gadget or whatever. That you can have like one per character or whatever equipped. Not like the way they have it there. there's like so many fundamental issues with echoes that like this doesn't really do much. It just makes it slightly less annoying to go upgrade them. But it's still a pain in the ass. It could have been, but it's not. Yeah, it does have that, but the fact that it's tied to your gear, like, severely limits how much of them you can actually use. Right? Like, imagine it's like saying, oh, cool, I have like, you know, you can tell someone like, oh, there's like 1,000 plus combinations of something. But in reality, you can only use like 5 of them. Maybe 5 of them. Like, that's the thing, man. Like, that's like the actual reality, man. Like, you can have like 12 possible echoes in a set for a character. You can have like 50 plus different echoes that you can collect. Right? There's like more than 50. But the actual thing you're actually end up using is like limited to a pool of like 5. So like, you don't really have much choice there to begin with. And even then, from that 5, it gets narrowed down to 1 because of what you're using for the sets. Right? Like, you really don't actually get much of a choice because of just all the restrictions placed on them. Right? Like, it removes, like, all the cool things that they could have had and done with it. And, like, if they make echoes that can double as a mount, well, they haven't done that yet because, like, yeah, you got some that have movement. But, like, I would hardly count the freaking Ghost Rider Echo amount. You get 5 seconds of extra movement every 20 seconds. It's like, it doesn't actually mean much, man. Like, it really doesn't. Yeah, echoes can't be used as experience unless you're foddering at an already leveled up piece. And you lose so much because the actual conversion rate is, like, really, really shit. Right? Yeah, like, it's all just completely fucked, man. Like, if they went and deleted the echoes, that would be an improvement for the game. But yeah, no. Like, I hate the freaking entirety of the echo system. This isn't actually a fix. This is me slapping a Disney Princess Band-Aid onto it. It's still really fucking awful. Fuck that shit.
So development feels grindy and inadequate energy materials. We are aware of the common concern in the community. The echo leveling experience feels too grindy, and the game lacks a wave plate storage system. We have confirmed and will implement the following adjustments while we are working internally on solutions to the other common concerns. In the current version, we will launch a limited time echo material double yield event cord cleansing. Love it! Wait, they're launching this in 1.0? They're launching this shit in 1.0? Okay. In version 1.1, we will adjust the progression system to reduce the shell credit cost of echo development. Oh, thank God. That's amazing. In version 1.1, we will remove the reward cutscene of the tacit field. I don't even know what the fuck that is. From version 1.1 and forward, the yield of echoes and echo development materials will be increased.
Okay, so it's like, oh yeah, here's more shots at the freaking slot machine. Not them fixing the slot machine. Here's more shots at it. As if that's gonna actually solve the problem.
Oh my God. This is enormous.
Not really. It's like saying this, man. It's like going to someone saying, oh, you bought like 5 lottery tickets? No, here, have a 6th lottery ticket now. Now you get a 6th lottery ticket. Your odds of winning the lottery are still, like, fuck all. But hey, you get another shot at the slot machine. Like, that's all it really is.
In upcoming updates, we will introduce the wave plate storage system, which is most likely a wave plate overcap like they have in Honkai Star Rail and Honkai Impact 3. Great.
It's like another, yeah, you get another loot. You get another shot, yeah. Cool. Cool, I get another shot at how awful the system is. But, like, here's the thing. Even if they make it so you get another shot, how do you go about getting another shot? Oh, wait, I have to go pick mobs. I have to go run around, go to other players' worlds as well, and go farm the same random trash mobs to get the very specific one I need. Maybe. And then I can go try and use the extra shot of the slot machine. Wow. So impressed. Like, no thanks, man. Fuck that. They're not actually fixing the problem. They're like, here you go, here's another shot at the problem.
Changes. This is to not be overlooked. This is to not be understated. Guys, the issues they had with the...
Like, this is not fixing the issue, but sure, Tectone. The issue is still there. You're not fixing it. Okay, the weekly boss is just 3 times. That's a problem they didn't fix. Exactly.
game, they have fixed in less than 1 week notice.
They didn't fix it. They put a band-aid. Like, that's not a fix. That's a band-aid. That's a fucking band-aid on a stab wound. You're not actually fixing it. The problem is still there. You just gave them a band-aid. Right? Like, imagine if, like, this is, like, the effectiveness, man. Like, imagine Tectone got stabbed and, like, someone taking care of him is like, here you go, here have a Disney Princess Band-Aid. Instead of taking him to the hospital to get treated for a stab wound. Like, that's not gonna, like, solve the problem. The problem is still there. Right? Does the weapon have random stat? What do you mean weapon have random stat? No. Wait, which game are you talking about? If you're talking about thing, like, no, there's no random stat. No. We're not looking at Terra Fantasy at the moment, but like if we're talking about ToFLive back when we're going on it, it's only on gear where you have your random stats. The stats here are always fixed. This is always what you get. These are not random. The stats on your weapons, right, like, these are not random. Echoes have random stats though. Echoes have random stats on everything. Yeah. Echoes have random freaking stats on everything, man. There's so many. Like, there's so much RNG in them, and like there's like ranges for rolls. Like, all I look at is like, you put a fucking band-aid on a stab wound. Good job. Right, like, how many substats do you have on an Echo? Like, 1, 2, 3, 4... You have 5 substats on an Echo, 2 main stats, one is a percentage main stat, the other one's a flat main stat. Like, you got 2 main stats, 5 substats, and each of these can roll in a range for the substats, each of them. Like, this shit's fucked up. Except Echo as well, which are basically just gear. Yeah, it's artifacts, but worse. It's way worse than Genshin artifacts. It's way worse, especially because you're locked into 5-step bonuses, and you have to like mix and match the cost, the mob cost, however, to equip it. Like, as a whole, like, the overall ecosystem is just awful, man. And like, this doesn't do anything to address that. Like, if they were like, okay, how about a way to like reroll a subset you don't like? If like they gave an item to like reroll a subset you don't want, maybe? Then like, cool, you can like remove one and reroll a new one? Or like, and then like maybe another item to like increase the roll range of your substats? That would actually be somewhat a solution to the problem. Like, if you could reroll your substats on an Echo? Like, if they gave you the ability to reroll a substat, and then give you the ability to also increase the range of your rolls, then I would say it's fixed. But they didn't do that. Because then, like, at least if they fix the substat problem, you'd only have to farm main stat. Yeah, Withering Wave, yeah. Like, it's still just awful, man. It's not a solution. And not everyone wants to freaking grind this shit like crazy. Fuck that.
Fucking ridiculous. And the fact that I haven't seen anybody talk about this shit is a joke.
The Echoes are garbage, and this is not gonna fix it. Like, it is just straight up garbage. It doesn't fix it. Problem is still there. This guy, like a fucking meme, Genshin could never. You know what? Yeah, Genshin could never. Genshin could never have a gear system this awful. So he's right on that, man. Genshin would never do this because they don't have this garbage problem. Artifacts are still awful in Genshin, but they're nowhere near as bad as this. As the echoes in Wuthering Waves. Like, that's the thing that they don't realize, but sure. Sure.
Because these developers are listening, this is a huge fucking dub. And that's all there is to say it. On May 29th...
It's not a huge dub, it barely changes anything. Imagine being like, okay, you freaking lost your roll at the slot machine. Oh, here you go, you go grinding a little bit more, you can go get another roll at the slot machine. A little bit faster. That's all. You're just speeding up the chances for them to roll on the slot machine. The slot machine problem is still there.
9th, 2024, we were notified of an issue with the Echo recycling system where the amount of shell credits players obtained when recycling developed Echoes was wrong. Since this is an issue that directly impacts the game's balance, we fixed this problem through an emergency live update on the same night and issued compensation to all players. As part of the measures to minimize the event's impact on the fairness of the players' community, we informed the players of the situation and announced that we will remove all additional shell credits obtained unexpectedly as a result of this bug within 14 business days and issue compensation accordingly. Amazing. However, due to the urgency of this issue, we failed to issue an announcement of this issue in the first instance, which regrettably caused negative experience for our players. We sincerely apologize for our improper way of handling the situation and the inconvenience caused. Following an internal discussion, we have decided to compensate all players with the shell credit based on the maximum amount of shell credit that had been unexpectedly yielded to this bug to address the negative impact caused. We will round up the nearest whole number and provide extra compensation to all players. Shell credits times 1,000,000. Kuro Games is giving all players $1 million.
So it's like, this is like if Genshin gave you 1,000,000 gold. Not gold, Mora. Or the shell credits is the basic currency used to upgrade your shit. Okay? They just give you like a random Pepega currency times 1,000,000. Does that really mean anything? Like, I look at this, I'm like, okay. Okay, sure. But you didn't really improve anything or change anything, but sure. You have 10k gems because you didn't roll much. And not for the trash GU, yeah, the skill, yeah. And the moveset in Garbo Culture at least has 3-stage skill. And his ult does the same thing better. I mean, like, I didn't roll for any of the characters, I rolled for a fucking weapon. I rolled for a 5-star gun. That was like the only thing I really pulled for in Wuthering Waves, man. I pulled on a gun. And like, I'm basically done with the game, man. Buy all the souvenir and flower materials from that with the money, fair enough. I mean, like, I'm just gonna make like another comparison video, like a comparison video between Wuthering Waves and a couple other games. Make a video on like how you can exploit the combat probably. And then uninstall the game, because like I don't care about 1.1. Like Acts 1 through 6, the story is like garbage. Honestly, I hate like Act 5 the most, just because of how much it held my account hostage, and kept trying to shove the forced trials down my throat during that, without letting me escape, even getting a game over to try to escape, because the story is just awful. Oh, he's paid, yeah, for sure. Of course he's being paid. Like, I thought that much was obvious, man. He forgot to put the other things here, though. Pecto forgot his other tags. Maybe he'll add them in later, like retroactively in the future. But yeah, like, I think the game is garbage, man. I'd rather go play a different game. Like, in some ways, man, I'd say I'd rather play Genshin instead of Wuthering Waves. I would rather. But then, like, partially because, like, I have, like, a bunch of the movement characters in my Genshin account. At the same time, I wouldn't play either anyways, if I didn't have to. Right, like, here's the other thing too, if I don't want to play any of the characters because I don't enjoy any of the characters, well, I don't enjoy any of the characters then. Now do I? If I don't like the characters, I don't like the characters.
Hey there, Rain.
At the same time, if the only thing I found somewhat enjoyable is this, just me breaking the game, it's like, eh? Right? Like, yeah? WuWa's revenue is, like, not gonna be enough anyways, man. Like, they spent, like, what, 150 million on marketing? And then there's still development costs? They're freaking AAA, like, Wuthering Waves is freaking AAA game. They're not gonna make anywhere near enough money. Right? Like, even if, like, they keep their freaking revenue they're making right now, like, constant for, like, a year, they still won't turn a profit. That's still not enough, man. That doesn't even pay for their freaking marketing budget, let alone game development costs. And they're still gonna be in debt as well because of, like, what? They still have to pay for their infrastructure and, like, the employees to maintain, like, the game and continue development. The initial development and, like, the 3 years they wasted, that much man hours, and their $150 million marketing budget at the moment. Like at this point, like, they probably have to earn, like, here's the other thing too, revenue. Revenue isn't enough. You make $50 million, you know how much they get to keep for $50 million that they make? Google Play, the Apple iOS, like a lot of these, like, storefronts, like the typical standard, right? Even if they were on a game console, right? Like, they all like to charge 30%. So meaning 50 million, right? You make $50 million. How much do you get to keep from that revenue? 30 million, right? So you divide, we'll just multiply it by 0.7, make it easier, right? They get 35 million out of the 50 million, but that's not really all the thing. Because they also have to deal with exchange rate and currency conversion fees to get the money into their country, right? So, like, let's say they get, like, a good rate of, like, 5% to actually get the money out, right? And into their bank accounts and whatever. So we'll multiply this by 0.95. Let's say they got a really good rate, like, of, like, just, like, cause, like, in terms of, like, the actual transaction fees, because, again, they have to, like, actually transfer the money and everything, right? So now that 35 million is now, like, 33 million, 33.2 million. But then they still have to pay taxes as well, right? They still have to pay employees, they still have to pay infrastructure. I have no idea what the tax system is in China and how much they have to pay in taxes. But, like, I'm pretty sure you don't want to piss off the CCP and you're gonna want to make sure you pay your taxes. Right? Especially when the CCP can pretty much do whatever they want to you and make you fall down some stairs magically if you don't comply and follow their rules and orders. Like, if you ever wonder, like, what happened to, like, how crazy the CCP can get even to larger corporations, you should look up what happened with Alibaba's CEO, I forgot what his name was, and why he went missing for a couple of years, and what happened to him, because at one point, his company was, like, the largest Chinese company, and they were gonna do, like, all these crazy expansion projects that eventually ended up going nowhere after he went missing magically. So, like, you know, I definitely wouldn't piss off. Yeah, Jack Ma. Yeah. Like, a lot of shit happened to him, and then Alibaba fell off. Right? Like, that's, like, the reality, man. But, like, the effective, like, issue here is, like, they basically have to make $500 million in revenue within a year to break even for their 3 years of development costs and their initial marketing budget. I don't think they can make $500 million in a year. right? Like, I'm gonna assume, like, Tencent investors gonna give them, like, a year to make money. Or something, now that they have the product out. But then there's still, like, the ongoing development costs and maintaining the infrastructure as well. They have to make a profit, otherwise they're just gonna get shut down. Right, like, that's the thing. At the end of the day, they're a business. And if you're, like, if your freaking game is AAA scale, you know, like, there are problems there. Right? Like, other games, they can get away with a lot less because they're not working on such an absurd scale and budget. But at the same time, when you consider they worked on Wuthering Waves for 3 years, and you see that's all they can put out, especially with the amount of employees they had, it is just extremely sad. Like, it is extremely sad. That's all that they can do in 3 years. I've seen game companies with significantly smaller sizes do way, way more than Wuthering Waves did in 3 years in a similar 3-year time frame. Yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough to cover advertising costs. They spent $150 million on advertising. Like, their marketing cost is $150 million. The game development cost is probably $300 to $400 million on top. Somewhere within that range. Over the 3 years. Again, AAA company, basically, in terms of scale and size. It's nowhere near enough money. I think, they're gonna get the axe if they don't make at least $500 million in a year. And I don't think they're gonna make that. I really don't. They would have to keep making, like, even if they made, like, every banner 25 million, like, what's freaking Genshin, like, freaking Sensor Tower at right now? Right? But, like, Genshin is, like, is also, like, a lot smaller budget than Wuthering Waves, I'm pretty sure. The initial budget of Genshin and stuff like that was, like, 20 employees. They're probably around, like, 100, 200 employees now for Genshin. Sensor Tower. What was the one for Genshin? Well, just look at Genshin. We all know the freaking report here is biased towards Genshin, but that doesn't matter. We actually just want to look at the Genshin number. Oh, right, I forget Reddit's, like, image viewer is awful. Why do they have to freaking do it this way, man, Reddit? I literally cannot zoom in the freaking picture. Oh, and just so you know, in some regions, you literally cannot top up in Wuthering Waves because of how broken their payment thing is. For some regions on the PC client, you literally cannot top up. It's like impossible in some countries. Okay, yeah. This is like really bad, but like what? This is like how much? I can't even read this. This is fucking impossible to read. Oh, here, this one's a bit more zoomed in. Let me just drag this thing out. This freaking picture is like hard to read. Who the fuck made this? They didn't do a good job at like making this legible. You know what? I can't read this. I'm gonna assume like they're making like 30 million or something. But like, that's like per patch or whatever. But like, they're profitable on there, like 15 million together, yeah. 50 million is not enough, right? But let's say they're able to keep 50 million per patch, like $50 million per patch in revenue, right? That's revenue. That's not including taxes. That's not including platform fees. They lose 30% immediately to platform fees, right? Like the platform fees. That's not also including the transaction fee to actually get the money into their account. Because that also costs money that people don't know and don't think of. But it does also cost them money. Right? Like that 50 million is gonna be like 33 million by the time they actually get to use it. And they still have to pay for everything. Like that's something people don't understand. But yeah, right? Like let's say they get 50 million and let's say they have, I don't know, a patch every probably a year from now. if they can't make $500 million in a year, they're probably gonna shift to an EOS structure plan for Wuthering Waves. They have to make like $500 million in a year at least. And that's like just actually make, not keep. Right? Like actually make and keep, not revenue. Revenue not gonna be enough. Okay, that's the link? Okay. Wait, I have to like create an account and log in. Well, we don't need to do that, but like, yeah. So let's say they made 50 million, they got 50 million in revenue from Gion patch. Right? Let's say they do 2 characters per patch. Patch cycle is 6 to 8 weeks, right? So you have, let's just say you get, what, 8 patches a year? Right? Let's say they get 8 patches a year. We're just gonna be nice. We double this so you get 16 character banners. Assuming they even have the ability to do 16 character banners. Okay, let's say they got 50 million per banner. Right? Okay, 800 million, but now we have to deduct the Play Store. The App Store stuff, right? App Store, we immediately lower it to $500 million. So assuming they're able to keep that, this is what they're gonna get from there. But then again, like transaction fees again, 0.95. So again, about $500 million. But they would have to do it for every single banner. And that's only gonna be enough to break even for initial 1.0. They still have to like pay for the development costs after the 1.0 thing. Which again, like they would have to like be able to then afford the 8 patches of content they would make after that, plus the actual server upkeep costs. On top of that, they still have to finish and pay for the marketing budget. We were talking about Wuthering Waves EOS. Because the problem is Wuthering Waves is a AAA game. That's the problem. If Wuthering Waves wasn't a AAA game, they wouldn't really have this, like, actually crazy looming threat over them. So, like, the thing is with ToF is you can't even report that properly either. Yeah, they have like 400 developers. ToF doesn't have anywhere near that much. The thing is though, with ToF, it's a really weird situation because you can't actually get the most accurate revenue report. So like the revenue you would get for global ToF under their under the revenue report from Perfect World, right, under Hada Studio, is whatever they're getting from royalties. Because the weird publisher situation, I actually, unless you know exactly how much the royalty rate percent they're actually getting from Tencent Level Infinite, it's impossible to actually figure out exactly how much money they're actually getting, because I don't know their actual the actual what's it called again? The actual royalty rate. Right? Like if they're making like 12 million, yeah, 10 to 12 million. With no advertisement, yeah. But here's the thing, that's what Perfect World sees. Right? So that 10 to 12 million is possibly like a lot higher. Because if you think about it, Global is under Level Infinite. And like the thing with Level Infinite and Tencent that makes it a bit different than Wuthering Waves is they actually do own the actual like payment processor. Right? They actually do own their payment processor platform. Level Infinite, they own the Midas Buy stuff. Right? Which means the only actual transaction fee, like the only cost per transaction that Level Infinite has to actually deal with is the flat like 30 to 50 cents for every transaction that's swiped, plus between 2 to 5% per transaction versus a 30% flat fee from an iOS or the Apple App Store, right? So like, out of $100, you spend $100 on Wuthering Waves. Best case scenario, they get to keep $70 of your $100. If we're talking $100 in Tower of Fantasy, they get to keep around $94. Right? Like, that's the situation there. That makes it very different. Because they own the payment processor. But like, why do you think they've also done events in the past where they wanted people to use Midas Buy? And that's how they did stuff like distribute things like the maid outfit. Why do you think they like to encourage that? Or put like extra promos once in a while when you top up via that method? Why do you think they do that? Because they get a lot more of the money that way, right? Like if you think about it this way, like you compare it. Let's say we wanted to make $100 in revenue, and right, like $100, like 100 extra dollars on top, right? For every $100, right? Well, you only get 0.7, right? So 100 divided by 70, right? You would need 1.43 basically transactions of $100 to make your $100 from like the iOS store, the like Google Play Store, and Steam, right? Right, you would need like 43% of another $100 to make that. Versus the other thing where it's like, okay, $100, you want to make that, versus $94 is what you're getting. Well, you only need 6% more, right? So if you did like 1.43 divided by 1.06, 06, right? Like 35% more transactions need to happen to make the same amount, right? So like basically, like what it means is like if you got like if Terra Fantasy got 3 people to spend $100 on Steam, not on Steam, like on Steam, the Google Play Store, or on the Apple App Store, versus the same the same 3 people to spend the same $100, but instead use the regular PC client from the website or Midas Buy, they would effectively have an extra $100, like over the other transaction there, right? Because one of them would be like, okay, from 3 people they got $200, while the other one from the 3 people they get $300, right? Like that's like the slight differences there. It's not quite that much, but like roughly that amount, right? Why do you like? And this is why like Epic Games because of Fortnite and how lucrative Fortnite is selling the skins and stuff. That's why they even took Apple and Google to court in the first place. That's like the main reason, because they wanted the ability to be able to become their own app store and charge their own and be their own payment processor. Because if you place an app on the Apple App Store or on the Google Play Store, if you sell it for $1, you only get 70 cents off of each transaction. But if you do it yourself and you're able to get your own payment processor, you could get 95 cents for every $1. Right? And like that's the other thing too, like the freaking launch is probably where they're gonna like end up peaking anyways. If they can like miraculously maintain that $50 million per character banner for a year, they might be able to survive. But they'd have to do that for every character banner at 2 character banners per patch. How likely that is, I don't think it's very likely at all. Alright, like that's the thing, right? AAA budget game, you're going to need AAA sales. Right, like you're just gonna straight up need AAA sales. And if you're gonna compare like just like single store, like storefront revenue, like you look at like how much revenue like Pocket Pair made, like on a budget of like their game was like a $7 million budget with like with like barely any employees, with barely any marketing. It just spread through word of mouth because of just the meme potential from it. They sold 12 million copies and on Steam in like the first 3 weeks, which is $30 per person, right? They made like the revenue going in was like 360 million, but by the time they actually got the money after taxes, it's closer to only $90 million was what Pocket Pair got to get away with. Like after they dealt with the platform fees, already knocking it all the way down to around 250 million from the 360, because they immediately lost 30% of that, right? Because of Steam fees. And then there's also wire fees to like actually get the money in their accounts. And then there's also the actual fee of like, oh yeah, to exist, you know, you gotta pay your taxes and having to pay their taxes, right? And then they still have to go pay their employees and all the other stuff, right? Like that's how much like that level of sales and that much money ended up being for a Japanese company selling a game on Steam, right? They went from like they didn't even get like a third of like what the revenue was. They didn't even get a third of that revenue, right? They didn't get to keep a third. They got to keep slightly less than a third. Because again, there's all these other costs involved that people don't realize. It's just really funny. Right? So how much money do they really need to make? Like they gotta really make a lot of money. And I don't think they're gonna make enough money. Right? Big number doesn't mean much when the number isn't big enough. Especially when you're working at such a large scale. Right? Like you look at like all these lawsuits as well, like to these like big corporations for like data breaches and all these other things. Right? Like to like Microsoft, Google, Apple, whatever. You go find them like $50 million. Their net worth is like 3 trillion or something. In some cases, that's like if you had $1,000 and you're like looking at a penny. You lost a penny out of like $1,000. You're not gonna think much of it, right? Like that's like how like absurd the scale is at that point. When you're at that big of a scale, it's like a freaking rounding error. At the same time, if a game costs $500 million, you only get 50 million. You only made 50 million in sales. That's only like 1%. You know, not 1%. That's only 10%. That's 10%. But then, like, by the time you consider all the other stuff you actually have to deal with and pay for, that 10% quickly goes down to being like 3 to 5%. So you'd have to do that 20, 30 times over. It probably did, right? Like, that's the thing. Launches are usually like the very serious critical windows for these types of things. Right? Like, sales will generally always like taper off over time. Yeah, like recycled Genshin like stay alive this long. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's just what happens when you have AAA budget game. Right? AAA budget game, you're going to need AAA game studio sales. They're not getting AAA game studio sales. Right? Like, they're not getting AAA game studio sales, like, just straight up. At the same time, though, like, it's funny, like, how, like, if you compare one storefront revenue, 3 weeks of Palworld made 10 times the revenue, versus, the character banner, like, the initial character launch banner patch of the first character in Wuthering Waves. They made less than 1/10 the revenue of Palworld on Steam. Like actually, like less than 1/10 the revenue of Palworld, which is just kind of funny. But like that's the scale of numbers we're talking about here, right? And keep in mind that there's a bigger barrier to entry to play Palworld than there is for Wuthering Waves. Kinda. But yeah, like he's really coping hard. But in Palworld's case, they freaking made way more than they invested into the game. They still basically got $83 million in profit for Palworld from their initial just Steam sales. And the Palworld game is on Xbox as well. And they have their own revenue from Xbox to account for, which is not like, which we don't know. It's also like it's also like on sale in like the Windows Store or something. Because of the Game Pass thingy, whatever. But yeah. We're like ignoring Game Pass. And getting a massive budget, like a massive update at low budget, exactly. Palworld is indie game studio game at indie game studio budget. But like their actual revenue in there, like that's the thing too. Palworld didn't make AAA budget, like AAA game revenue. They haven't. But considering that they're a small indie company, and the amount of money they got, it's massive, right? Right, like the scale is different when you really like look at like the comparison between the companies, how much they spend and everything. But like, yeah, imagine you spend $150 million on marketing, and you can't even make a third of that. And same shit for ToF. ToF is like mostly recycled stuff, yeah. That's the advantage of small indie company, exactly. right? That's the advantage. Your expenses are way, way down, right? It's way, way down. Yeah, it's too big for a small company, but it's not enough for a AAA company, right? Yes, they did. I don't know about firing 400 employees. They fired a few employees, but not 400. All I know is like they ended up with like around 400 employees, 300 to 400. But like they fired the writer and a couple other like lead tech people, right? Before launch, so they didn't have to give them royalties and stuff, I guess. But like, which is also a very, very scummy move, right? And then like, if they have to go back and like hire even more people, their expenses are just gonna increase even further on top. That's why I'm like, how are they gonna make a profit? Because there's all these expenses to deal with, right? Because like, even if you look at the hottest studio revenue, you actually don't know how much Tower Fantasy actually made in revenue, right? Because like, the global section is just purely royalties. It's whatever Tencent is paying them in royalties in the global category. You actually don't know how much global made from that number. Right, are they getting like 10% royalty? Are they getting 50% royalty? Who knows? If they get like $6 million in revenue, right? From royalties, and they're making 10% is the royalty, then wait, did they make 60 million? Or is it like, oh, 50% royalty? Yeah. That's on the App Store revenue. I know. That's App Store revenue though. What the fuck were people pulling on that thing there at the beginning of the month? What the fuck were you pulling on? GU skin? GU? Especially after we had like a really long banner cycle for like and like a ton of resources saved up from the collab stuff. Like, how many people actually cared enough to pull GU? Right? Like, did you see like how much did CN make during that month? Their only thing that they had was freaking the car mount and like another skin. Right? How much did CN make that month? Right? Like, I bet they still made a lot even though they only sold the freaking car and a skin. Right? Like, that's the funny part, man. ToF doesn't even need to release a character banner and they can make stuff. Like, they don't even need to make something people want to pull for, and they'll still make money. Because they'll get people to pull for a fucking car and stuff. But yeah, like, people also, like, the thing was with GU as well. Right? Like, you have a bunch of people just waiting to see what comes next. Especially because it's, like, before another major patch. Which being 4.0. And some people thought they would just rerun everything again. So, like, there's that too. But also, like, the requirements to use GU. A very, very small amount of players can actually use GU effectively. So, like, who's gonna pull for GU? Unless you're like a massive flame whale, who cares about pulling GU? Right? Like, at most, they'll pull like A0 for the skin. Right? For like a lot of people. Right? And because of how easy it is to get enough pulls to do an A0, to pull for an A0, they're not really gonna make much money on that. Yeah, WuWa has no content. The only content in WuWa is fucking mim picking echoes. You need Plotty or Levo, and then even then, Levo and Plotty have their own issues. Right? And a lot of people don't exactly like them either. For their own things there. At the same time too, there are a lot of people that are just extremely happy using Annabella with older Fizz units. While it's not the strongest, it's good enough to clear the content for them. Right? If anything though, like, the problem with ToF, and what's really holding them back is the fact that they have a gacha system in place. The gacha itself in ToF is what's really holding it back. If they didn't have the stuff as a gacha and just went full on a cosmetics, they'd probably make way more money. Because like at this point, people only really care about the cosmetics more so than like actually pulling for units. Like you'll see like a lot of people freaking wheeling certain cosmetics out there. You just move around, you'll see a bunch of people with them. You'll see people with paid mounts. You'll see them with freaking paid hairstyles and stuff. You'll see them with the freaking paid outfits and everything everywhere. Like, a lot more people would also probably be willing to deal with that stuff there. Right? And you wouldn't have the stigma that people think with the gacha power creep and stuff like that as well. Like, the gacha itself for ToF compared to other games is already incredibly cheap. The cost of a full A6 unit in ToF is like the average cost of like pulling a base unit if you lose the 50-50 in mid-picking game. Both of them. But yeah, it does. So elements matter in Wuthering Waves partially because some mobs are immune to whatever elemental damage you're doing. There are a couple mobs that are immune to whatever elemental damage you're doing, or they'll have like a resistance to it. Like the Ghost Rider boss will resist fire damage. Some of them do have an elemental weakness, not all of them. But to a small extent it does matter, but not really. Like even then, it's just really scuffed in Pepega.
Oh my god! Okay, and there's more. Distribution time by 23:59 on June 10th, 2024. Eligibility, character created in mailbox function unlocked before 10 on May 30th, 2024. The compensation is valid until 5:59 July 3rd. This is amazing. Okay? This means we should all be receiving our credits very soon on, June 10th. Amazing. 8 days we get our compensation. Okay? We apologize again for the hasty way we handled this issue by inappropriate wording in our announcements. We promise that all our future decisions shall reflect through consideration and professionalism. Additionally, to address our poor experience with the ecosystem, we will compensate all rovers with crystal solvents time.
Okay, so they're gonna give them more resin or whatever? Okay. Sure.
This is the best game ever. This is the fucking best game ever.
No, it's not. They're literally just putting this other weird bribe in front of them, man. 1200 stamina, oh my. 1200 stamina. Wow, I can't wait to use it and get disappointed.
It's just the best game. This game is literally just the best.
It's not much, man.
It is quite simple. Guys, we're getting this in 8 hours. This is simply the best game fucking ever, dude.
Best game equals free stuff.
What the fuck?
I know, right?
This is insane. I feel bad for them. I honestly think the game is great and the launch was fine. They don't need to do this. Here's the thing.
Launch is terrible, man.
At this point in time, and I mean this genuinely, if you don't give a fuck about how hard these developers are attempting to make their game good, then I don't know what to tell you.
Are they attempting to it though? They could have fixed the problem, so not fixing the problem. They're giving you a band-aid. I don't know, man. They're giving too much freebies, but they're also not fixing the problem. Because the game is shit, it has a lot of problems. People are still in the honeymoon phase. And there's a bunch of people still in the copium honeymoon phase. At the same time, they're not actually making the game better. They're just slapping all these things as a distraction to like hide the real problem from you. Yeah, I have my fan on. It's hot. It's hot out here, man. But yeah. Tectone migrate to ZZZ? Yeah, probably. I can see it happening. I'll go play it for a bit, get the content out. Yeah, like there's a lot of people that can't run the game without stutter. I've literally seen people with a 7800X3D and a 4090 have issues. Oh, I just have a fan on. I don't exactly have the greatest quality mic, but there's also a fan on. It might be peaking a bit too. Oh, ZZZ is gonna do fine. Because what? ZZZ looks like a low budget game. Anyways, right, it's a low budget game. They don't have to deal with a lot of the other crap. The only problem it has to deal with is a stupid TV. Right, is ZZZ going to be fine?
Yeah. There's only one thing that I need in my content creators, in my developers, in the games that I play, and that is passionate devs.
I don't know, man.
These devs want their game to be good so bad, and they are willing to sacrifice profit after profit after profit.
They haven't even made a profit. They're nowhere close to making a profit. They can't even pay back their freaking marketing budget. Let alone the game development. they're nowhere near close to making a profit. He's really far behind on this one, man. Yeah, low budget first, build it up later. Exactly. Yeah, low budget, high quality. It's fine, right? Like, they're gonna do fine. Passionate devs? I don't think so, man. Like, they spend 3 years and that's what you get? Man, what I've seen freaking 60 employees working in a game studio. What do they make in 3 years? Like, they make this game. Like this game was made, Crimson Sin. This game was made still in the same 3 years. This game is not localized yet, so you can't buy this version yet. But you can buy the Japanese PlayStation version and the Switch version, right? In 3 years, and they made the game engine that these 3 games use, with 60 employees. 60 employees. I call that more passionate, man. The amount of content they produce, man. Like, the stuff they produce in freaking 3 years. I've seen more games produced in way less time produce way more content. That's a lot better. Especially stuff where, like, they're not trying to artificially inflate your playtime by, like, putting a bunch of random RNG bullshit in the way and making it extremely grindy. Because yeah, like those 3 games I just pulled up before, they all have RPG mechanisms in them, but none of them are grindy. None of those games are grindy. If anything, they add so much quality of life to them. Once you start getting used to playing those games, and you go play a regular game where you actually have to grind, you'll be like, what the fuck am I doing anymore? Yeah, it's just hilarious, man.
Okay, guys, they only made 50 million in their first 9 days.
50 million in revenue. That's only $33 million in their bank account. They have to make $500 million. Right, and that's like, the thing is, like, it's only 33 million. And that's before taxes. And that's what they get in their bank account. They still gotta pay taxes. Right? Right, they still gotta deal with freaking taxes.
Imagine how much more that would have been if they weren't giving out free 5 stars. Right, now obviously it would have been nice if they had a good launch experience. But you have to understand, everything that they're doing is costing them potential profit. And while they are a gacha game, this is the most generous gacha game I have ever seen.
That is false. That is completely false, unless he doesn't actually look at other gacha games. If all he's looking at is freaking Hoyo and this, then what the fuck is he talking about? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Exactly, Babe Fury. Generous my ass. That's stuff that they should have given by default. But sure. Because, like, literally every other gacha game does that for their launch. Except without all these problems. They give more than what Kuro does for their launch. And will have more stuff in-game to go grab what they want. Before that. It becomes the second upcoming Styx. I don't know. He's bald Styx, but different.
This is fucking absurd. Where did you get that number, buddy? I'll show you. I love when people question me, think that I pull shit out of my ass. Let's go into it. Pre-oops, it's 25 million. So here's the thing. 25 million is only mobile. If you account the PC profits, there has been 50 million in 7 days. So
PC profits? I don't know, man. Even then, that's not profit. That's revenue. This guy doesn't actually understand how you figure apart on money. That's not profit. $50 million is not profit. Profit is after you consider your revenue and subtract your expenses. Whatever is left over is a profit if it's positive. Otherwise, you have a deficit if it's negative. They teach this in school, if you ever paid attention in like some of the earlier classes, I think I remember like this, like a simpler version of like profit and revenue being like taught in like fourth grade math. Like a very simplified version of it, because it was like there was like some freaking Pepega math question in the textbook about like someone selling something and they cost them this much, and they wanted to know how much they need to sell to make this amount of money or whatever, right? But like, you know, profit is only what you have left over after everything. They don't have any profit. They have a lot of debt, but no profit. Right? Yeah, he's the expert on everything, yeah. Like, he's like, yeah, imagine, like, game devs, here's the thing, right? Game devs are not gonna be freaking like, they're not gonna be freaking accountants. Right? He's not an accountant. I'm not an accountant either. But there's some basic knowledge that you should, like, actually try to understand. Right? With money. Right? And, like, they do teach kids in school, at least I'd like to think they do, that profit means that's the amount of money you have after everything's taken care of. Revenue is just the amount of money going in, not the actual amount of money you get to keep. Right, 50 million is not a profit. If their marketing budget alone is what, $150 million? How much money do they have to make to cover that marketing budget? Right? Like, assuming we ignore taxes, if you have to pay a 30% fee on top of on all your sales, another like 5%-ish fee up to transfer your money to your actual accounts, how much money do you have to make to even pay for your 150 million marketing? Right, like simple math here, marketing. Right, so we have 150 million. Right, 150 million, right? What we can do then is, instead of multiplying up, we can divide the actual fees like down. So if we divide this by 0.95, right, because we can do it in reverse to get how much revenue they need. So this is like the wire fees then, they would need 158 million. Like, if you consider wire. Now, if we consider, like, platform fees, right? We're gonna divide that by another 0.7. So now, the actual, like, amount of revenue they would need is about $225 million to make up for their marketing budget. This is just marketing, right? This is just to pay for their marketing. They would need $225 million, right? Almost $226 million to pay for their marketing. And even then, that's not really, like, enough. Because we still didn't factor in taxes. I have no idea what the taxes they would have to pay in China are. So I obviously cannot factor that in. But, like, if we're considering freaking revenue, how much we're gonna need to make. And this is just for marketing. This is not considering game development costs. This is not considering, like, actually keeping the game running. And there's a freaking spider in my room. God damn it. Okay, it's going away. I freaking got surprised by that spider. But yeah. Right, like, there's like a lot of stuff to consider. Oh yeah, don't forget the freaking free stuff. Free stuff my ass. Do they even, like, are they even gonna make enough money? Yeah, they're just burning money. They're burning money, they can't afford this forever. Right? And like, how long until Tencent comes in and asks them to actually pay up? Right? Like, how much longer? Until the investors and the people they owe money to will actually want them to liquidate to pay up their freaking debt. Right? And then there's still also just operating expenses. We haven't factored in operating expenses. We haven't factored in like the development costs. They're going to need like at least $500 million to like in revenue to make up for the entirety of their 3 years of development plus the marketing, right? And that's how much they're gonna need, like, in terms of, I guess in Tectone's case, profit. But even that's not even profit, that's breaking even. And that's assuming we're gonna ignore any future marketing campaigns and any future development costs. And we're also ignoring the actual, like, infrastructure to keep up the servers. It doesn't matter that they're generous. What matters is if they're making enough money, which they clearly aren't. Yeah, they're rushing Yinlin as well. Yeah, they're rushing Yinlin to try and see if they can get more money. But like, here's the thing: if Yinlin can't even make the same amount of money as Jian's banner, right? Like, they're freaking doomed if they can't make a 50 million average per banner for the next year's worth of banners, assuming they do 2 character banners in a period of every 6 to 8 weeks. If they can't manage two character banners and making 50 million per character banner in the next for the next 8 patches, right, with them being like 6 to 8 weeks apart, they won't be able to break even on their initial investment for 1.0. And that's just to break even how much money they would have to make. And we're also still ignoring taxes they'd have to pay. Right? We're ignoring the taxes they'd have to pay. Right? Like, we're still ignoring taxes. We're just talking about like the other fees that they have to deal with. Yeah. And then Gion's story. All of the story is shit, man. All of it. All of the story in WuWa is Pepega. But like I'm just really worried now on PGR. Because like once they start having to liquidate assets, we all know PGR is gonna get killed off. Yeah, Tencent absorbs them and takes control in 3 months. I can see that happening. At the same time, I can see Tencent absorbing them, taking control. But I don't know if Tencent is gonna keep them around for a year. I can imagine Tencent absorbs, they take control, and then they shut them down in a year. The amount of money Tencent has to lose, man. I feel like it's not worth it for them to take control. I really don't think it's gonna be worth it for them to take control. I think they'd be better off trying to demand their money back. Right? But yeah. They're gonna pull the old yeller and shoot them. Exactly. They kill them off. Take their IP and do who knows what.
Oh, to people saying it only made 25 million, you were wrong. This number was published on multiple different gaming websites.
They didn't make, yeah, he's right. They are wrong.
If you want proof, here it is, Legion's Game.
But here's the thing, 25 million is closer to what they actually get to keep from that. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, 50 million. Right? $50 million. We subtract the 30% immediately, right? Then we subtract the other transaction fee as well. Right? Before tax is 33 here, which is closer. We subtract 25 million from this. There's a difference of 8 million, right? Okay. So we're gonna go add 25 million on back. Right, we subtract 50 million from this. This is almost double. This is almost 17 million difference. $25 million is probably a lot closer of what they actually get to keep from $50 million. Like $50 million in revenue is probably closer to 20 million, 25 million on what they actually get. Yeah, WuWa CC hilarious. They don't understand like the cost of doing a business here, man. The cost of doing a business, way different. They don't know how expensive it is to publish stuff on a freaking app store. Even though they actually just tell you. Right, we can even just Google it, man. Apple App Store fee for developers. Right, you gotta pay the annual fee, that's nothing, but like, they take 30% from all purchases. And it's the same fee that Google Play Store charges. Right, Nintendo charges the same 30%, Sony charges the same 30% on PlayStation, Microsoft charges the same 30% on the Xbox Store as well. The same thing with the Microsoft Store. Valve charges the same 30% on Steam as well. They all do this. That's just the standard, right? Like, if you really want to know, man, like, they have to deal with their payment processor. They don't get to keep that much money. They don't. What they get to keep is a lot closer to 25 million. not 50.
Gaming. 25 million was only mobile. Dumbass. Yeah,
25 million, but they only get to keep 16 million out of the 25. Maybe 16.
come at me again saying I'm spewing some fake bullshit.
He's not spewing fake bullshit, but he's spewing misleading bullshit. Because he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's not fake, but it's definitely misleading.
I love this shit, man. I love this shit. I will combat you dumb fucks every single fucking day.
Yeah, and he's the dumb fuck too. Just a different kind of dumb fuck.
Try again, man. Try again. Try to get me in a gotcha moment. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, there's an instant gotcha moment. What about platform costs? What about taxes? What about the transaction fees to get the money into your account? There are 3 other costs that have not been factored in. There's literally 3 other costs. And he hasn't talked about any of them. You'd think he'd know about at least one of those being like actually getting your money transferred into your own accounts. Right? Considering he's freaking streaming and shit. He has ways to make money. He has like other ways to make money. You'd think. Maybe his accountants or whatever, he has an accountant do all that work for him. But like, I think it's a good idea to at least know what your accountant is doing. Right? I don't know if he has merch, he sells merch or anything. But like, there's stuff going on there that like, you'd think he would know. At least you should know about like the actual things in like, the actual costs involved when dealing with that type of stuff. Does he? I don't know. Maybe he has links on his Twitch page. He's not live right now. He has a donate one, okay. There are transaction fees involved when donating through PayPal. There's a Stream Elements tip. There are fees involved in here, right? But like, yeah. Maybe he should at least try to get a basic understanding of what his accountant is doing though. He'd be a lot less ignorant on like the actual cost of doing business and everything. But yeah. He has OnlyFans, oh boy. Imagine.
Hey, man, I'm here all day. I'm here. Y'all always gotta talk some shit because you don't know how the business works.
He doesn't know either. He doesn't know either. He literally does not know either how the business works. He literally doesn't know. Yeah, smarter than a monkey. I'm like, he says you don't, but neither does he. I don't fully know it either, but it's a lot easier to estimate than he thinks. Because there is some information that we know as true when dealing with these platforms, and it's publicly available. And they're only reporting on revenue. Right? Like, that's the thing, right? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. You can make $100 million on, like, by selling it up in a Play Store. You're not gonna get anywhere close to $100 million by the time you cash it out. You're gonna get like maybe 69 million from your $100 million if you were to sell a thing on the Play Store. But that's still before you gotta pay taxes. Taxes? What's that? Platform fee? What's that? Transaction fees? What's that? I wonder what those are. Clearly they don't exist. Right? We're not in the freaking like 1800s or whatever when we're paying people with cash or whatever. We're not in the early 1900s paying people in cash. We're like, they can't completely track that stuff. Like, yeah, like that's the thing. You'd think you would know business. Because he has to deal with some of those stuff at least. Yeah, like, I get it. Maybe he's too stupid to look up the transaction fees on, like, the Apple App Store or the Play Store or whatever. Maybe he's too dumb to look that up. But you'd think the other stuff he'd pay attention to. Because that's literally what pays his bills. Like, he's just adding fuel to the copium people have. Yeah, I don't think he does. He's freaking farming this for money, man. Right? Like, he's making money off of this anyways. He's making a lot of money off of people watching his stream. Right? So, hey. You know, he can do what he can do. Right? Maybe he is. Either he's like trying to draw this up like for more views and clicks and interactions, or he actually is that dumb. Who knows? No, like Tectone and Asmon are smart wannabes that only smart in front of the streaming. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stuff involved with running a business that they don't pay attention to. $50 million sounds like a lot of money, but when you have like $500 million in expenses, that's not a lot of money. Right, 50 million versus $500 million. Right, 500 million in expenses versus $50 million. But even then, that's only revenue. Right? And like, at least as Pepega, as Sensor Tower likes to report things, at least they make it very clear that they're reporting on revenue. They're not reporting on profits. They're reporting on revenue. Revenue. He's farming stupid people. Exactly. That's probably what's going on. Or he likes exploiting dumb copium people. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure. Right? Like, yeah, it's no surprise, like, I have a similar opinion to Gate. But, like, unlike Gate, Gate probably knows a little bit about taxes in China. I don't know anything about it. Right? But, like, yeah, that's, like, another point to bring up. Like, what about taxes on sales? How much would they have to pay? Gate probably knows. Maybe. Or maybe he's seen some of it, I think. Right? Because, you know... You know... But, like, I have no idea, so I can't even factor that in when trying to do, like, you know, basic napkin math. Yeah, he's dumb but smart. Exactly, Schrodinger's egg. Exactly, Schrodinger's egg. That's the Schrodinger's bald egg. The bald egg. Schrodinger's bald egg. He's a millionaire, he must know. Yeah. I mean, with, like, Gate, though, like... He knows a lot more about what goes on in China than I do, obviously, because, yeah, he's Chinese and he's literally been there. And stuff like that. But yeah, Gate 1 month prediction, people quit WuWa. Like, my prediction is, like, they'll EOS in a year. If they don't get taken over and, like, some major changes happen. That's my prediction for WuWa. They need a lot of money. They need an absurd amount of money. End of service. EOS, end of service. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, this is way too much copium, man. Yeah, he still goes back and forth to China. Yeah, I've seen him like mention that before. Multiple times when I lurk once in a while. Right? He'll like remote into his machine overseas. Yeah, it's just echo farming. Exactly. It's just echo farming. Next patch drops to go do 3 hours of story content or whatever that you're gonna want to skip through most of and not like, and then back to echo farming again. Right? And then like, what are you echo farming for? It's literally the same gameplay loop as Genshin, but worse. Because at least with Genshin, you don't have to go freaking mint picking in the world to get your gear. On top of spending resin there. Right? Like, you don't have to do that in Genshin. And even then, like, what's Genshin's endgame loop as well? Oh, right! You go and do the freaking Abyss. Or whatever that new mode they're making is as well. Right? Like, it's the same thing as WuWa's gameplay loop. It's exactly the same. If you don't like Genshin's gameplay loop, you're eventually going to feel the same burnout in Wuthering Waves. After the honeymoon phase ends, you will feel it if you don't like it. A terrible story, unlikable characters, and performance. The music is shit too. To be fair, a lot of these gacha games, man, the music in them isn't exactly what I would call anything special. Like, especially in terms of like immersion and stuff. Like, at best, the background music in the game is like, it's passable and fits the mood, kind of, but I wouldn't really get too immersed in it, right? So like, if I was to go rate music in some of these games, right? Like, if it wasn't for like the few tracks in ToF, like the music would get a 5 out of 10 for me. Same with Genshin music. But like Wuthering Waves would get a fucking 2 out of 10. Right? Like, at least with ToF, at least there's a couple of them where like you can actually kind of feel it there. Specifically Cetus Island at nighttime during the freaking fireworks show. You have like specific moments of that. Right? But even then, it's not like the same as like what I would put like, hey, 9 out of 10 like immersiveness and like actually fitting music. Kind of like what? Like I don't know, maybe like this scene. I'll pull it up. Oh, here we got gameplay right here. A prison escape sequence. Is this tab muted? I might have to turn up the volume. Wait, why isn't the music playing? Wait, you're just gonna skip through part of it? Right? Because there's a part here that does have a huge impact once you know the context. Yeah, WuWa dev on time crunch. Right? Like, right, like, this guy was a cop, you know, eventually gets arrested, he's in prison because of, like, whoever took over the government. I'm not gonna try to spoil whatever's going on here. And he's trying to, like, fix all the problems, but obviously he's not in the best position to it. So they got this, like, this sad tone here. But, like, again, he's gonna try to break out so he can try to at least fix things, right? Right? People who played this game, they know. Right? Like, they're gonna go over, like, different flashback scenes here. This guy, he was the underboss of the mafia in the area that he arrested in the previous game, whatever. But yeah, I mean it's decent, but like I would still rate it lower just because of the impact of the music. But yeah, like Astro de Asperia BGM is good, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, a lot of games these days have good music, and if I'm gonna like compare it like to like what I would put like what I would rate really highly. Like, it has to do more than just to be good enough. Like, oh yeah, they can play the instruments well. And they have, like, a decent melody. Right? They have to do a lot more than that. For me to rate it more than a 5. Right? Like, technically speaking, a 5 out of 10 is a 50%. Which is a passing grade in the West. In a lot of places in the world, 50% is a passing grade. To be fair, it's not saying it's bad. It's where I put the, okay is good. But it's not like I would say like great or amazing. You know what I mean? Right, like they're talking about it, but then there's a specific spot. We're just gonna skip a little bit. They come with a plan to try to distract them to escape. Right? So like they're pretending to fight in here to get the guards to check on them. But a fight? They break it up, what's going on in there? Because of you, I'm stuck in this crowbar hotel? Yep. Say your prayers, you son of a bitch. Yep. So they're ready to wrap and they're gonna go in, right? Right? You have him up against the wall here. Ceases at once, Rossi. Don't make me shoot. And like, there's a bit of remorse from these guards because they feel bad about putting Lloyd in the same cell as Rossi here, like Garcia Rossi, because he's the reason why he got arrested. Right? Right, they had a little fun, they got carried away. Right, you're gonna see it right now. You can say goodbye to all the good behavior you racked up. Alright. Damn short staff. We should have put them into we shouldn't put the two in the same cell. You alright? Right, he's pretending to cough up blood and stuff. His injuries must be internal. So they're gonna think, oh, okay, hurry up, call a doctor. And then look what happens next. I'd rather you didn't. Because he gets the guard down. Right, and then starts the freaking escape scene. Look at the background track here. You've heard this track before from watching my stream. Right, and like they've used this track in various other moments in the other games during this arc. Yep. It's temporary, but yeah. Because like they're trying to escape. But like because you were arrested, you lose like all your equipment. You're just gonna make like freaking a pair of tonfas out of like breaking the pipes off the bed. Is what he's gonna use as equipment. Right? So what's the plan? Right? This is the third floor of the prison. There should be a few soldiers stationed here. They gotta break through the prison. Yeah. Only during this segment of the game. He's not a permanent one. But you get to use him as a party member only during this segment of the game. Only during this segment. Right, he joins the party. The items have been seized. Yep. You get him in the party. No, he goes back. He goes back. Like, if it spoils it for you, he goes back. He does go back. He doesn't stay. Yes, he does. Right? Like, you can go look through the rooms, like, they're like, they must be hearing things, whatever. Right? Like, the Revoc members are in here. Right? Like, they're all in the prisons. Right, you go through, you have to go fight the guards with, like, no equipment. Right, so they come out. Complaining about changing shifts, and they're like, oh, wait, huh? Wait, what are you? You get to use Garcia, though. Right, but like the music playing here. Right? But like, yeah, like that's just one example, right? You can go look it up if you really want to. I'm not gonna spoil more from in there. Right? But like it's how it's used too. Right? Or like, what's another one? Let me think, what's another good one? Okay, this one might be a bit harder, but like, what's another one that's like a bit more unique that you guys may not know of? Let's just go with, yeah, OST here for this game. Let's go pick a random character. It doesn't really matter who, yeah, we can go take this one. Right? This one even has the lyrics in here, so this like, if you actually could understand the Japanese while you were playing this game and you're in this area, and like you actually like read through this thing, I'm not gonna play it because again, the YouTube VOD will get copy struck. I know this from before, right? But like this is definitely a game that's worth at least checking out at one point. If you're interested in turn-based RPGs, this one's a bit more unique with how it works, but like basically like this is the character here on the right, like she's the antagonist. This is the theme for her. When you're in her dungeon area, it's going to play this specific song. You'll get an instrumental version of the song, and then when you actually go into battle, lyrics will start playing, and you can see the lyrics here, and then eventually when you get to the the boss fight, a remixed version of that, will start playing on top. This has a good anime. I don't think the anime is anywhere near as good as the game, though. The anime, like, really glossed over a lot of stuff and changed a couple of things. It's not quite the same as if you played the game. But anyways, this character is not in the anime. I did see the anime. This character does not exist. Right? But, like, I think you noticed, though, like, each of the characters there, like, the musicians or whatever, they all have some sort of crazy trauma, but, like, they're basically trying to control Mew, whatever, to keep their fake Matrix world going, right? Right? Like, that's kind of like the TLDR of, like, the background of the story. But because Mew is basically, like, you know, it's basically a Vocaloid program, whatever, right? It's like, what? Hatsune Miku traps people in the Matrix? Except people with, like, serious issues are in control of it. Like Caligula too. Like, they go even further with their own set of different characters there as well. Right? And between each of, like, the antagonists on the antagonist side, there's an alternate character that's their counterpart for the similar problem or different interactions, and specifically this character. Basically, in some sort of fire accident, she lost her voice, right? And, like, she has her own disability and stuff like that. But obviously, because she's in a virtual world, that's not the case. And what ends up happening is, because of the fear of losing her voice and stuff, she doesn't want to talk. And with this specific character, what she ends up doing instead is, you see this, she has this little, her phone out. It's running some text-to-speech program, and there's a speaker coming here on her mask. Because she's using that to talk for her. Because of her trauma there of losing her voice. And, like, the entire lyrics of this song here, that, like, plays in there, is about her, like her fear of, like, losing everything again. Like, losing her voice and stuff. Being trapped, right? Being trapped in there and everything. And, like, the freaking despair and stuff like that. They have a similar one for every single character. It's different for each. But, like, again, when they take it that far, right? That's what I'll separate from things that I would give them, like, okay, you had, like, good music as a 5, and I'll raise it to, like, what would get, like, a 6, a 7, 8, a 9, or a 10 out of 10. Right? Like, it's just how far they're willing to take it. Right? Or is it just gonna be like, oh yeah, it's just, like, you know, it's bland, generic feeling, like, they play it decently, background music, right? Like, that's what I would say would, like, set these things apart. But, like, yeah, definitely give, like, a listen to the soundtracks, though. They got a lot of really good songs for various different things. Like, for each of the characters in them. Right? What's it called? Like, the first dungeon theme as well, like, in, Caligula Effect 2, right? The Machina one, like, the guy freaking mechanized his body in that virtual world because he was, his, like, extreme fear of death, because, like, the guy's a little kid, but he was traumatized by the death of his grandmother. And then, like, the counterpart character is, like it's a spoiler there, but, like, because, like, they can get, like, their own ideal forms or whatever, right? She's, like, some old-ass grandma, this character over here. She's the counterpart to this guy, right? Instead, this guy gets aged up like crazy and turned into, like, a freaking mech, not a mech, an android cyborg thing. Well, she gets aged down, like, an insane amount. Right? But yeah. The games are pretty good. The story, not exactly the greatest in terms of how certain things are handled, but the music is really, really good. But yeah. Like, those are just some examples that, like, this the first ones that come to my mind. Right?
You don't get it. Okay? You do not get it. And let me continue. 20 crystal solvents, 1,200 wave plates for free. This is fucking absurd.
How is that absurd? You get 20 chances at doing the freaking Tacit field. Oh my.
That is fucking absurd. We're getting this today. Holy shit. I'm gonna be level 40, like, today. This is insane. Okay, let's continue. All right, here we go. Distribution time on June 3rd, 2024. Eligibility, mail function unlocked. The compensation is valid until June 28th. On
Yeah,
the
free
error
stuff
of the
equals
5-star
passionate
weapon
dev.
description.
Yeah, clearly
As has
free
been
stuff is
discovered
passionate dev.
by our
Exactly.
players, the description of 5-star weapon varied in summon in the game in certain languages contained a mistranslation. Upon discovering the issue, we promptly corrected the description and issued compensation to all rovers. We have also initiated a comprehensive internal review of the localized version of the in-game text across all the
They
languages.
should have done that beforehand. They should have like actually reviewed everything beforehand. But really, if all their compensation is 5 pulls on the weapon banner, I'm sorry, 5 pulls is not good compensation. Especially when like how much it can potentially cost. When it can potentially cost 80 pulls to pull on the 5-star weapon on that banner to get a copy of that weapon, and their only compensation is 5 pulls when people potentially got the weapon that they thought did one thing but didn't do what they wanted. This is like, that's not enough, man. Like, that is like actually a serious issue. Like, actually like offer them proper refunds and like some sort of way to deal with it. It's like Genshin could never. I mean, in this situation, Genshin could never. I mean, he's not wrong, Genshin could never. Because Genshin never fucked up this badly in any of these things to this extent, where they had to do this much damage control. So he's right, Genshin could never. Just not for the same reasons. But like, imagine you pulled the weapon banner. You were a Japanese person that pulled the weapon banner. This is what they tell you, man. They give you 160 whatever the thing, asteroids, and then 5 more pulls. Are you gonna be satisfied after wasting potentially 80 pulls for 1 copy of the weapon that you thought worked one way? Of course not. This is like actually nothing. This doesn't actually solve the problem. This is some weird ass bribe to tell everyone else to look away and overlook it. They're like Genshin. It's like Genshin. It's exactly like Genshin. If 5 weapon pulls is nothing, exactly. When they potentially spent 80 to get 1 copy. And they didn't get what they wanted. If they wanted to like actually resolve this without issuing compensation, they should just put a toggle on the weapon and let people choose a stronger effect if they want it. That would have solved this problem. Like actually, no, 50 pulls is nothing. 50 pulls won't solve the problem. 50 pulls will not solve the problem with the weapon. The people didn't get what they paid for. They didn't get what they wanted. They didn't get what they were told. Just give them what they were told. And if it has a conflict in there, put a freaking toggle menu where people can pick which effect they want. Or add that effect on top. Right? Like, just buff the weapon. So people get what they want. That would have actually solved the problem. Giving them 50 pulls does not solve the problem. Refunding them at least handles the problem, I would say. The problem would still have been there, but at least they've been compensated. 5 pulls is not compensation. Like, it's not valid compensation. That's a bribe. That's a fucking bribe. That is not compensation.
Languages that we support. Any correction or improvements made during this process will be included in the upcoming updates. We sincerely apologize for this mistake and want to reassure you that we're committed to continuously improving the quality of
Don't worry, Inland was
better experience
saved.
for all rovers. Now, I am going to explain to you what they did because they did not say what they did. They made an issue on the JP weapon banner.
Yeah, they did not say what they did.
People who spent on it, got compensated. Okay? Some of the players' emails were leaked from being compensated for their error.
They didn't get compensated. They were just told to go contact their bank and ask for a refund. That was what they were told in the email. And then their balance would go into the negative. That's what they were told. They weren't told, they weren't actually compensated. They weren't compensated. He's making that up. They weren't compensated. All they were told is they're free to charge back and get a refund that way, but they would get the currency in the negatives and they would lose a double top-up bonus if they did that.
The people whose email were leaked, Kuro Games is currently emailing them and giving them a $65 USD Amazon gift card.
That's it? $65 for having their data leaked? $65 for getting their data leaked? Bruh. That's nothing, man. Oh no, $65. You got your fucking data leaked to a bunch of random strangers. $65 is nothing. Bro, what? Like, if I was in that situation, I would be pissed. I would be pissed. Your hacker's gonna have fun, of course.
To make up for it. Or it's like a $65 credit card for their error. So
It's nothing.
they're going above and beyond.
That's not above and beyond, that's damage control. And it's pathetic for damage control.
$65 is a fucking lot, guys. Okay, that's a
It's
lot of
not.
fucking money. So they are
Yeah, how much is a fucking apple in my country? Let's go look at the price of a fucking apple. It's gonna guess a random location, whatever. Let's look at an apple. This is how much, like, do you wanna see how much an apple costs? This thing is on sale, man! $1.85 for a Honeycrisp apple. It's on sale today for $1.32. The Royal Gala apple is $1.38 for one apple. We're not talking like a bag or a bunch of them grouped up. No, we're talking one apple, one individual apple. Right? This is freaking food prices in my country, man. Ambrosia apples $1.45. A 4-pound bag of apples is $9. Right? Like that's the freaking price of apples in my country. Right? And like we actually grow apples here. I mean that's Canada for you, man. So you wanna look at food price for something else? Your freaking apple tree has more than their daily coverage. Exactly, like it depends on where you live, man. Like it may sound like a lot of money, but when like average rent pricing like in most places in Canada is like $3,000 a month for like a 1-bedroom apartment or something, $2,000 to $3,000 like minimum. Like, you know, and you still have to pay utilities. You still have to deal with taxes and everything to just survive. $65 is literally like nothing by comparison. Right? Like that's what I would look at like in my country, man. It's like nothing. But sure.
We're really trying to make up for this issue here. Okay? In the meantime, we will offer a one-time compensation of Forging Tide x5s to...
But yeah, five pulls, man. 5 pulls. Nice compensation. Like, that's fine, you give everyone that thing, but they really should have done more for the JP players. If anything, they should also just buff the weapon. Who cares? It's a single-player game if the freaking balance is broken. The game balance for Wuthering Waves is already broken. How broken is the game balance of Wuthering Waves? Like, again, I'll just pull it up again. You want to see how broken freaking game balance of Wuthering Waves? I have a YouTube video on my channel. Right, like, this is how broken it is. This thing has fire resist. This boss is resistant to fire damage, okay? And I'm using green echoes here. Yeah, skill issuing, whatever, because it works my freaking movement when I do this, but like... Yeah. The game is already broken. This is literally the strongest DPS in the game. You can fire 30 heavy attacks per second. Yeah, it still exists. It still exists in the game. Like it's not really a bug. It's more so the fact that they're just really terrible at programming the game. This isn't a bug. This is not a bug. You know why this is not a bug? Because she attacks on frame 1. This is the fact that you can spend 1 frame entering aim shot mode and another frame firing off a bullet. Because she attacks on frame 1, if you can constantly refresh frame 1 by entering and exiting aim shot mode 30 times a second, right, which is once every 2 frames, you can fire 30 bullets a second. As long as you hit the target. Right? That's not a bug. That's just them being really bad at programming the game and balancing it properly. That's not a bug. That's just abusing how terrible, like, this shit is coded in the game. That's just a perfect, like, abuse of game mechanics. That's not a bug. Right? Like, this is not a bug. This is just me abusing game mechanics. But yeah. He sounds like a car sales guy, like, trying to sell you a decade-old car. There's enthusiasm in his voice. Yeah, you can hear it, yeah. And I'm just like going, wait, Kek, wait, why? What? So, like, why are you glossing over a lot of the actual important details? For sure. Right? Like, game balance doesn't even matter. You know, like, people, like, can wail for, like R6 whatever GN. And they'll do 215% an R0 GN damage. Before even counting their weapon. Right? In terms of just his own raw damage. Right? Like, they more than double the power. Right? Like, you know, like, the funniest shit when people talk about freaking power creep and they talk about it in ToF. Wait, well, freaking look at the most recent weapon, man. Okay, how much damage do I get over, like, upgrades from base? Let's see. A0 effect, it just gives me a shield. So this is survivability, no damage increase. A3. During the chilling strikes thing, like when I actually hit something, I'll deal 40% of attack and damage. Keep in mind, these are the base hits of all my attacks here. Right, and like the amount of attacks I can actually get off in a rotation, when playing it properly to maximize it, I get one full chain of 6 attacks, I get one full skill hit, and then I get a dodge hit. So that's what, 8 hits? I trigger this 8 times every 15 seconds. Right, like, this is like extremely minor. 8 times 40, right? 320% of attack as extra damage is what I'm doing, man. Well, it does multiply by the amount of stacks, so it's a bit more than that. But that's basically what I'm getting on extra on each hit. It's not much. Right? Like, it's really not much. And then there's this part. This is like where the real damage increase comes from. Because I get an 18% final damage boost, which is additive to other final damage boosting effects. Like, you know, what? Not her, not there. Like this thing over here, it's additive to this, right? It would be additive to Maelstrom. Where is Maelstrom? If I was to use Maelstrom, it would be additive to this number here too. Right, like, it would also be additive to the trait final damage. Right, so if I go to the Simulacrum trait, like everyone has like an 18% damage trait thing, it would be additive to this as well. Right? The effective gain is a lot smaller when you consider how much like each of these things are additive to each other. Right? Because it's like, if you already have all those other things, how much of an increase you're getting on top for that percentage over there. Right? Like, which is funny, like the actual power gap here between a base weapon and a max weapon in some cases are really, really small. And then of course I also get the 15% resistance shred. The value of this depends on your target, but like, generally speaking, you're going from 20% shred if you're using non-yin, to 35% shred. Maybe 5-6% damage gain. Right, maybe, depending on the target. Right? It's like a lot smaller than like, you know, doing 215% your damage. Right, like, they already have broken power scaling there in Wuthering Waves. There's already broken power scaling for the actual damage. But like, sure.
All rovers for the known, to everybody for the known localization issue. I'm never gonna have to spend $1 on this fucking game. As we endeavor to constantly improve.
I mean, if he never has to spend $1, how are they gonna make the money they need? If he doesn't have to, like, if they don't have to spend $1, exactly, like, how are they gonna make a profit? How are they gonna pay their taxes? How are they gonna pay their investors? How are they gonna pay their employees? Or how are they gonna pay all of that? How are they gonna keep the freaking lights on if they don't make any money?
Improve the localization quality across different languages We encourage you to provide us with your comments or suggestions on improving the localization and the experience of players worldwide.
Right, like, nothing is free. Nothing is truly free.
Thank you for your
Yeah, that supports the game. It's contradictory, I know. The irony, man. The irony.
patience and understanding. Distribution time, 10 o'clock on June 3rd, 2024. Eligibility, mail function unlocked. The compensation is valid until 6 o'clock on June 28th. That's just fucking insane. Okay, so we're getting 1 million credits. We're getting 1,200 energy. We're getting 5 pulls. Okay, let's keep it going, man. We're getting that shit tomorrow, guys. We're getting that shit tomorrow. On version events, we have received extensive feedback on the duration reward to the Overdashkle event. This event sucked ass.
Yeah, the event sucks. Yeah, I remember seeing it in the beta, and I didn't bother doing it on the live server.
Yeah, this event was so fucking bad.
Yep.
Legit, it was so fucking bad. This game makes me want to spend money on it just because of how great they are. I'm gonna be real, man. I am fighting every urge to get the battle pass right now. I really.
The battle pass is shit in Wuthering Waves. Like, how much you get? Like 9.25 pulls. You go buy the battle pass, you get 9.25 pulls. For how much?
Don't want to spend money whatsoever because I think it's really good for a content perspective, and I also think it's very good to be able to display how easily this game is played, completely free to play. But
I mean, I already did that too, man. If he's gonna show it, then show this. Literally show this video. Like actually, you should show this video then. Right? Okay, you know what's the funniest thing too? I've when I was talking about it and I told people about the macro and stuff, I went into a bunch of other streams a week ago, right? And went into their chat and talked about stuff. And even from the freaking Genjin people streaming it, man, they freaking the reaction was what the fuck is this Copium Amber BS or whatever. I think I saw it from Xyox and whatever. I'm like, this is not Copium, man. It literally outdamages everything in the game because of how broken the game is. Because you can attack literally every 2 frames. Attacking every 2 frames is absurd. Right? If your animation cancel is 1 frame and your hit is 1 frame, you attack every 2 frames at 60 FPS. That is broken. Absolutely broken. Imagine if you had a character in a fighting game that could do that. Right, you ever look at people playing fighting games and what are the top tier characters? Right, what matters is how quickly they can attack, and how little the delay is between attacks in the frame animations and whatnot, and how little recovery time they need between attacks. Right, that's what's important in a fighting game. What happens when you can attack literally on frame 1 from every animation and cancel it in 1 frame? A countdown for what? I'd have to manually set up a countdown, but what do you need a countdown for? I am confused what you would need a countdown for. Right, yeah, children would love it, man. Imagine if you could abuse it. Right, there's a reason why stuff they've had absurdly broken characters in some fighting games. I think it was Meta Knight in Smash Brothers Brawl. Because of how quickly you could chain and cancel your animations with him, and how quickly he would attack on certain frames, he was just so fast that it was literally unfair if you were playing against a skilled player who knows how to use Meta Knight, even if you're both extremely skilled and you didn't have Meta Knight, because of just how quickly he would attack and you wouldn't be able to do anything to retaliate. Right, I remember that shit would just get banned from tournaments. Hearing about it. I don't really play fighting games and do stuff in the scene, but I somehow ended up hearing about it. But yeah. Right. Attacking on frame 2, man. Well, attacking on frame 1 and canceling in 1 frame. It is just absolutely ridiculous. Imagine being able to do that, that much damage. 30 shots a second.
But also, I really just want to buy the battle pass because this is just so fucking cool.
If he really wants to buy the battle pass, then go buy the battle pass. What's stopping you?
Legit, I think this is so fucking cool. This is awesome. I love this. I've never seen devs do something like this. Like, they are so apologetic. They want to make sure that all their players feel justified and they don't feel fucked up. This is a fucking...
I don't know, man. If I was a Japanese player, I would feel very fucked up. Because again, they still sold me a product I never got. They would have sold me a product I never got, right? And then their response is leaking my data. Like what? What kind of response is that? Yeah, I can't believe what he's saying. Like, he can't believe what he's like saying. Yeah. Like, he talks about the revenue stuff before, but he doesn't realize revenue is not profit. And he doesn't realize the cost to actually get that money and like what you actually get out of it. Right? Like, when a simple Google search alone will tell you that the freaking app stores that people are buying stuff from, they're going to take 30% of all your sales immediately. And then there's taxes. And there's also just the transaction fee to move the money. Right? Like, by the time they actually get that 50 million, maybe they have 25 million. By the time they actually get to it from 50 million in revenue. Right? There's a reason why, like, they use the word revenue and not profit. Because it's not profit. It's revenue. It's not the same. Revenue is always going to be a higher number on a balance sheet compared to profit.
Amazing. Let's keep going here. We have received extensive feedback on the duration and rewards of the Overdash Club event. To address your concerns, we are currently in the process of redesigning the rules and reward schemes for the upcoming events, and the immediate solutions are as below. We will introduce a new limited time special event, Wuthering Exploration, to offer new rewards and content to improve your gaming experience. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Event rewards, asteroids times 800, plus Morphable Elite Class Echo 1, Morphable Elite Class Echo 2, Premium Tuner, plus Premium Sealed Tube.
So you get one tuner, you get one sealed tube for a little bit of character experience, or something, and 2 random echoes. Wow, guys. Imagine they give you like 2 random echoes. Wow. Alright, you have a good night, Death by Stu. What kind of compensation is this, man? For whatever rewards. So generous. 2 random echoes, man. 5 pulls, 2 random echoes, and a tuner. Wow. Very generous, man. Very.
Moving forward, we shall ensure we make greater collective endeavors internally to designing the versions of events to improve the event content, quality, and rewards for better experience. So this is what I mean when people say, oh, you're a Wuthering Wave shill. Bro, how the fuck am I not supposed to get excited? How the fuck am I not supposed to get passionate about developers who are doing this shit, apologizing for what they're doing wrong, and making up for their mistakes every single fucking patch?
But are they making up for their mistakes? Or are they just damage controlling? Yeah, we're just looking at Tectone right now. Like, are they making up for their mistakes, or are they just straight up damage controlling? I don't know, you tell me. Yeah, like, you can't even say what the, like, an actual thing of what they're doing. Exactly, they're just buzzwords. That's all they are at the end of the day. They're fucking buzzwords, man. It's all just damage control buzzwords to try to distract you. Yeah, I haven't seen this, like, the whole video yet. So we're looking at it now. But hey, at least we get to see the patch notes, so I don't have to look up another video for the patch notes stuff.
I just don't get it. Like, there's really nothing to shill. Because just saying how hard these developers are working on their fucking game isn't
I don't know.
This shit is fucking ridiculous.
And make a good
I
game.
don't know what people... This is the biggest W shit I've ever seen. Like, this is so good. And yes...
Wait,
yeah.
so how is this a W? Maybe for him for content, but like... If I'm in Kuro's situation, this is not a W. This is a massive L. Because I'm basically in damage control mode. But sure.
Yes, we all acknowledge that there are things that need improvement in this game. We all acknowledge that the game needs work.
It needs a lot of work.
But we know that the developers are currently putting...
It's like, what are the issues because you never experienced them? Really now? So like, here's something. Like how broken like the balance here. Here's one of them. It's like, no thanks. Wait, not this one. Where was it? It's in here somewhere. That's me killing myself on purpose trying to escape the shitty story.
Been looking at it.
This is me not looking at the game because I'm doing something on another computer and just holding my left click macro button.
I'm actually like.
Oh wait, before that I actually was like parrying it. Oh wait, here's the actual fight I think. You know, I'm just gonna not look at the screen while I click on menus in a different game. Yeah, because I'm playing solo leveling Arise at the same time on my other computer. I'm literally just holding a macro, that's why my freaking tracking is broken. I'm not looking at the screen, I'm just spamming left click basically. Yeah, I'm not even looking at 10 out of 10 combat by the way. Hi Tara. I saw Twitch, not Twitch chat, YouTube chat.
I'm just holding down my left click macro.
Oh look, I got a parry without looking at the game. Oh, I did it again!
I'm not even looking at it.
Right, but that's just one thing with the combat, man. Like, if you set up your stuff properly, you don't even have to look at the game. I mean, we have shit like this. Look at this boss, look at this. This is the real strongest DPS in Wuthering Waves. Everything else is weaker. Yeah. But then you also have people with a literal RTX 4090 and a 7800X 3D with actual performance issues. The Japanese people with translation issue on the weapon? Right? How about the part where, like, if you're playing a different range character, how unbalanced the dodges, the perfect dodges versus a perfect parry? Especially because for the characters that actually are allowed to parry, you literally don't even need to look at the game to parry them. You just gotta spam your attack as quickly as possible, and very, very likely you're going to parry. Right? Like, that's what this thing did. Like, I freaking parried the boss without even looking at the game. Right? Oh, it's in that video. It's in this video. Like, you can find the video on the YouTube channel, but, like, it's here. It's literally right here. You're going to have to adjust the timings, though. This is the macro for 60 FPS, assuming you get 0 frame drops. That is the macro right there. You can fire up to 30 shots a second. If your FPS is lower, you will do less DPS, and you will have to adjust this macro to work. But if you have a locked, stable 60 FPS, this will work no problem. This macro specifically only works on Shisha. If you try it on Alto and the other guy, it will not work. Well, you could make a similar macro work, but it won't work as effective as Shisha's because they have extra frames of animation when entering aim shot mode, and before they can fire the bullet, there's a couple extra frames. Because they're a lot slower, they're a lot weaker than Shisha. This macro is only this effective on Shisha. If you try it on those other gunners, they will have a seizure and not fire any shots. But if you do it on Shisha, she will fire it no problem. There are other different macros and exploits you can do with a quest item, because it's possible to animation cancel like any attack in the game. If you get the quest item from the Whirling Axe Myers mud removal quest, if you just take the item from that quest, keep it as your gadget instead of the grapple or whatever, you can then activate it outside of the actual zone for removing mud, and you can use it to animation cancel pretty much everything within a 3-frame margin. Like, you have to wait like 3 frames before you can use it again. But you can do like all sorts of crazy things. Let me see if I can find like a nice example for you that you can do with that if you know what you're doing when you set up the macro. Copy message link. I'm gonna show you a Discord server thing. Like, I already like figured out the macros for these because like I was just testing it. Because sometimes people ask me to go check for things. Right? So like, here's Dungeon. If you thought Dungeon from the CBT was broken, well, you didn't have this version of Dungeon. Like, actually, you just quickly speed this thing up. Oh, there's a similar version for Encore as well. Like, you can literally animation cancel and spam the first hit from her normal attack, her N1. Right, like, you can literally do that, and the advantage of doing this is you'll fill the ult gauge way faster. You'll fill your gauges way faster because you're just spamming the first hit way faster, even if you're using a lower normal attack hit multiplier. At the same time, though, it does like math up to be slightly more DPS than playing it the intended way. This one, the Chishu one just straight up breaks the game, but like this one's a different situation though. Because like yeah, you can literally attack like 4 to 5 times a second with that. Oh, I could be. If you actually give me the ability to test stuff. Here's the thing. Wuthering Waves, the people that did the Wuthering Waves testing, like the test server, because I was a tester on the Wuthering Waves test server for the CBT2. I don't know what the fuck they were trying to do on the CBT2, but all I know is what they had set up there was definitely not for testing. Because if you want people to actually test the game, right, you should actually give them the tools to, you know, test the game. And not force them to play and go grind for weird shit. If you want them to actually test the game for, like, various different exploits, bugs, and whatever glitches. Right? You could probably do something similar with various different characters. But, like, if you're wondering what the actual macro is for, like, the Encore one, here you go. Roughly 35 milliseconds. I could probably lower it a little bit more. But you effectively need to give it at least 3 frames of time between each input here. 3 frames. Right? But this is the Encore left-click macro right here, if you were wondering. You can do something similar with Donjon. You just replace it with Donjons. You just replace left button down and up with the skill button. You can do that, the Donjon thing there. Right? But yeah. It's a disappointment by Cookie Kaze. Okay, well look at that after as well if you want. But like, yeah, like, this 5 millisecond window is actually way too long. You don't need 5 milliseconds. I don't have Donjon myself on my account to fully test it out properly, but I'm pretty sure you don't need a 5 millisecond delay. At the same time, killing 5 milliseconds doesn't mean much when it won't get loaded until the next frame, especially when each frame is 16.6 milliseconds apart at 60 FPS. Right? Like, one frame is like 16. It's roughly 16 milliseconds for one frame. Right, but sure. I just wanted to show you guys that example.
Putting in the work to fix the issues. And this isn't once every 6 weeks. They're doing, oh, there's an issue? Okay, we'll solve it right now.
Yeah, and they're not solving that one. Right? Like, imagine. They, like, at this point, like, they should have just buffed Jian's weapon. They freaking scammed so many Japanese people on that Jian weapon thing. They should have just buffed the weapon. And just be like, apologize and buff the weapon. Damn. Okay, then. I see your little ticket there, then. Okay.
This is insane. This is insane. You wouldn't call me a fucking Texas Roadhouse shill if they just gave me a good steak. It's just me stating the fucking facts. God damn, they're killing it, man. Dude, at this trajectory, with this commitment, with this dedication, this really might be the best gacha ever made. This is outrageous.
Sure, man.
Because now any worries that I have, oh no, okay, they'll fix it. And that feels so fucking good. Like Honkai Star on Wuthering Waves, god damn, they're in such a good spot right now. Now, if we can get that story, if we can get the beginning story revamped, just with some better voice acting, we're good to go.
You have to, like, redo a lot, man. That story is just awful.
We're good to go. And you can keep the same voice actors, just let them re-record.
He's telling us what we want to hear, and it's funny, yeah. I know.
Run it back. 1.1 story, deliver, give us a new zone. We are in the clear, baby, on the future version updates timeline. Since the official launch of Wuthering Waves, we have received extensive feedback regarding the game's storyline, localization, and various other aspects.
Yeah,
We are
paid
listening
actor.
closely and are grateful to the continued
I mean, he's
enthusiasm
farming
of
it for
players
content,
who
man.
exceed our expectations. To allow
You gotta make
everyone
money
early
off of
access
this.
to experience more content and features of Wuthering Waves in version 1.0, we have decided to advance the release of subsequent content in version 1.0 starting on June 6th, 2024 at 10 UTC-8. This release will include the companion story Solitary Path for
Okay.
Resonator Yinlin,
So they get
the
Yinlin
featured
in
Resonator
2.6.
convene
Cool.
event when Thunder Pours for Yinlin, the limited time challenge event Alloy Smelt, along with
Alloy, it's alloy smelt, not alloy smelt. There's A-L-L, he can't even read, man. Alloy smelt. Alloy smelt, as in they mixed two different metals and made an alloy. Right, they're smelting an alloy. What are they, what kind of freaking alloy are they smelting, man? The alloy smelt bad. To be fair, if you're smelting alloys, it probably wouldn't smell good anyways. You probably shouldn't be smelling the smoke that comes when you're smelting freaking alloys together. You probably should not be smelling it. You really shouldn't. It's not good for you, but yeah. Redo the launch, redo everything. Forgot everything happened. Yeah, we're good to go. Clap too. Yep. Yeah, redo everything, man.
other many more spin-off events and features. With Wuthering Waves version 1.0 will last till June 28th at 05. So they're moving the... Okay, this is huge. We need to talk about this. This is huge. This is huge. They're releasing 1.1 1 week early, after which we will schedule a server downtime and implement the update for Wuthering Waves version 1.1, Thaw of Eons, which will include a new area! What the fuck?
Wow, a new area.
Mount Firmament! Holy shit! New Resonators, Jin Si, Chang Li, new boss, Jue. To
Don't like
compensate for...
most of these types of games add like a new area all the time? It's not like Genshin where they're like super slow. I know. I know, it's not like Genshin where they're like extremely slow with adding stuff in there because they're trying to pad it out as long as possible because they know they can make more than enough money by doing it that way and hoarding the content for as long as possible when they need to. Right? Like at least with Genshin, like yeah, they know what they're doing there. But like, wow, oh wow, a new area that they already showed off. I know, they said that in the first stream. Like, yeah, why are you surprised? Like, I'm like, why are you surprised?
For any inconvenience caused by this version timing adjustment, we will issue comments.
Yeah, they're just releasing it a little bit early because there's nothing to do. Exactly. And then it's gonna be the same thing after they release it. You're still gonna have nothing to do. You go play the story and then you're back to nothing to do.
All rovers, Radiant Tide times 10. Thank you for understanding.
Oh, they were, for sure. They're just not at the same extent as what was going on in Wuthering Waves. You literally didn't have a character in Genshin literally just breaking the entire game by attacking on the first frame and constantly rapid firing that stuff. Though part of the stuff as well, the issues with Genshin is a lot of the stuff is server side, not client side. And yeah, there was also the issue where people were like going into Genshin, deleting the entirety of Genshin Impact but keeping the anti-cheat and then injecting that into their malware. But that's less of a Genshin problem and more so just, yeah, anti-cheats are pretty scummy, right? But they just found out like super easy to exploit Genshin's anti-cheat and inject it. Because again, like all of these anti-cheat softwares, man, they're basically rootkits. That's every game with anti-cheat. You're basically running a rootkit on your machine. It's not to the same extent. The machine gun Ganyu is not the same. Because there's still a couple frames of delay. It's only slightly better than attacking normally. It's not like game breaking. The other thing too is bow users in Genshin, they'll do normal attacks, unless you're Yoimiya. All the normal attacks on bow users in Genshin, they do physical damage, which does not benefit from any of the elemental reactions. making like the actual increase from them like very spotty at best. Like the actual practicality of them there is not the same as it is in Wuthering Waves, right? Like who cares if you're gonna freaking machine gun all those hits if you're gonna end up doing it all as physical damage, and enemies have like an absurd amount of physical damage resistance for a lot of them. I mean, not really. I mean, like there's a freaking Whisper redeem on my Twitch with channel points, but I don't really have any plans to. But like, yeah, machine gun Ganyu is a thing. Well, machine gun for any bow character in Genshin is a thing. But like, there's a difference there if you actually look it up. You know, let's look it up here. It's not the insane absurd effect as it is in Wuthering Waves. Alright, Genshin tutorial. There's like, this is like 10 shots a second. And sometimes they're charging it up just to get the elemental output out here. It's macro only and mostly just for show. Because the damage you're actually getting out of this thing is pathetic. It's actually like very pathetic damage you're getting from this. If you're only gonna get like 10 hits per second and it's a low enough multiplier, it's also a physical hit, it doesn't matter. Yeah, they give control on everything. I know. So what? So what? Single player game. And like that stuff is private server. Yeah, I know. Yeah, cool. I found it. It's right here. It's on GitHub. I've known about this for years. I've mentioned this before many times in the past. You guys better hope, if you really like Wuthering Waves, that someone else is willing to do what these guys do for Genshin. They do it for Wuthering Waves. Because if the game ever goes EOS, you better hope you can spin our private server up if you really like it. But yeah. Right? We'll just time him out for now. We can just time him out if he does, like, we'll give the timeout as the first warning, but if he stays that way, then another ban will come. Here. Give him a 30-minute timeout for now. Right, like, there's a time and place to be weird like that, but not here. There we go. We'll give him 30 minutes to learn. If not, then we'll give him the ban. But yes, like... you're just being that type of chatter.
Now let
It's
me
just a
tell you
weird
why
shit
this is the
thing there.
best decision Kuro Games could have ever made.
Oh,
First
true,
of
the
all,
horny
there's
bot.
not a single player complaining that the event or the version is going to end early. More content, more sooner equals more better.
Well, yes. Obviously, you would want to play more content.
And we're still getting the exact same amount of times to pull on Xian, and we're going to have double banner up at the same time with Yinlin and Xian. So Xian pullers, Xian wanders cannot complain. Yinlin's coming home. We're getting extra pulls to make up for the forgotten time. This is fucking enormous. And the biggest thing, version 1.1 on Wuthering Waves, Kuro Games is ahead of the game. And what's funny is, I recommended to the community managers that they should do this.
Why?
This is most likely not the product of me. But
Well, yeah,
I
they
was
already had it
saying
done.
that Wuthering Waves needs to advance 1.1's launch date before Zenless Zone 0. Because it
Well, yeah, but they probably already knew that ahead of time. Ahead of the game, man. Ahead of the game.
Don't know, Hoyoverse was attempting to put Zenless Zone 0's launch date on the same day as Wuthering Waves' 1.1 launch date to constantly combat them every 6 weeks. Now, this moves them away from the competition. And if Hoyoverse responds and moves their date back, we understand, oh man, we're in an all-out war. But Kuro Games is one step ahead of them. And I don't think Hoyoverse has the ability to put Zenless Zone Zero back 1 week earlier. Because the game is already a fucking mess, and people are going to realize how many issues that game has that I guarantee you are not going to be fixed. This
Thanks
is
for the
insane.
follow, Gamer
Amazing
Sim.
business move, amazing community move, amazing monetary move. This is...
I thought like the only real issue that the ZZZ had is a stupid TV thing. Which yeah, it is an issue. I don't know much about the rest of the game though, because I haven't played a CBT for it. We'll see what it's like when it comes out, but I don't know. Like, I really am concerned about the TV stuff, though. But I don't, like, who isn't concerned about the TV stuff?
Pearl
Who
Games
isn't?
now playing chess with Hoyoverse. This is not a coincidence. This is very premeditated. This is very intentional. They are aware of the war that they are in. They are aware that Hoyoverse wants to squash them, and Kuro Games is weaponizing. They are moving, and they are making moves. They are ready to go all out in this fucking war.
All I
I'm
know
here
is,
for it.
like, I've seen it from people playing. Basically, before you get into a stage, you have to run around this, like, TV maze to pick up buffs and debuffs and whatever, before you can actually go into the stage to go play the level. Right? Basically, you have to go through, like, you have to scroll through a bunch of TVs stacked on top of each other and move around like a maze. Right? You're basically just walking through you're basically solving a maze. Think of it like that. You're going through a maze before you can actually play the game. And you have to do that for a lot of, like, stages or story missions or whatever. You would just have to go in and do it. Which can get pretty time consuming.
Now, originally, I was going to
I
do
saw
a
fun.
16-hour stream, do 8 hours of
Okay.
1.1 Wuthering Waves, and then do 8 hours of Zenless Zone Zero.
Okay?
Now, what I guess I will let you guys know, I will be doing a 48-hour stream of version 1.1, and I will be doing a 48-hour stream of Zenless Zone Zero at...
And how quickly is he gonna finish all the content at 1.1? I wonder how quickly he'll finish all that 1.1 content. Right, he gets the new zone, like the small extra area added to the map. You know, you can probably finish that in like maybe 2-3 hours. You do another 2-3 hours of story. And then what is he gonna do for the rest of that time? Go hunt echoes again? Go farm echoes constantly? Yeah, he has slaves, there's that. That's true. Right, it's like, what are you gonna do after that? But like, sure. Right? They avoid ZZZ, but like the same week as Genshin update. Oh, true! Wait, is it actually? I have not been following Genshin in a long time, so I have no idea. But like, if that's the case, that's actually kind of funny. Right? Because like, the casual people, they're just gonna go play Genshin anyways. It is a lot more casual friendly. At the same time though, like, you got tryhards playing the game, man. How many of the tryhards are gonna go whale? Right, like, how many tryhards do they expect to go whaling in the game? And at the same time, you can't make content for tryhard whales either. Like, the only thing they could do to maybe try to do that is if they freaking did what, like, they do like what Origin of War does. It's probably like the only thing they could do to make like actual hard content, but also scale to whales. Where like, but also make it so like people can't complain about not being able to clear it if they're not freaking spending $2,000 per unit. Where like they started like at a high difficulty and gradually throughout the season they lower the difficulty down, so people can clear it with way lesser stats. Right, because like even at like a lower difficulty, all the mechanics and stuff you have to deal with are still there. It just makes the health bar way lower. And they'll do slightly less damage. But the main thing is like just how tanky the enemies are. Right? Like they just drastically neuter how tanky they are when the difficulty goes down. Because all the other stage effects are still going to be in play. They're still going to be there. And like, a higher level stage at difficulty 100% can still kill you really, really easily. That's just always how Origin of War has been. Right, but at least they had something there that actually scales to people who want to whale. or people want to like maybe spend every once in a while, or not, or completely free to play and just enjoy the game for what it is. You can't really do that though, like if you don't have content set up that way, which they don't. Right, like what? Their end game content loop is literally just reskinned Abyss. You use three teams of 3 characters instead of 2 teams of 4. So now you gotta build an extra character on top versus Genshin's. Oh, it's been out. It is. It sucks, but it's been out. They're still coping, man. And like hologram content in Wuthering Waves, it's literally the same thing as like how people treat Bygone here, man. Yeah, sure, I'm number 1 in my bracket, whatever. But like, you just go in here, you clear it if you feel like you can clear it, and that's it. It's not as if your rewards here will go away ever. You can go play it at your own pace, you can go clear it whenever you want. They're like one and done type deals. Oh boy. Yeah, it's just clearing mobs that are in the open world. Genshin, the thing is, Abyss does that too. Don't you forget, Abyss has that too. I guess, no. I guess, yeah, Abyss has the leyline overflow mechanic or whatever. Like, they have the leyline gimmick on top and the random buffs you can get. That is true. Genshin does have the random buffs and the leyline stuff. To like, change things up a tiny bit. So I guess they actually do a little bit more there compared to their version. Right? But yeah, it's not good, man. It's worse Genshin in many aspects. And like, oh yeah, the freaking game balance for ranged characters, you can't parry. Meanwhile, if you use a melee unit, man, you can parry without even looking at the game. Like, it's possible to parry with a freaking melee character in Wuthering Waves without even looking at the game. Because of how easy it is to time it. You just gotta spam your attack button. You left as the Ice Spear waifu? How much money did you save? I don't know. It depends on what you did and how you played the game. Right? But you left off since there one, but like, you know, that's all on you. It depends on how you play. Yeah, it's not even a parry. There's an indicator and there's a button press signal. I know. You can spam your attack button as long as you have one of your attack animations occur during that window. You will automatically parry. Right? Like, meanwhile, like, you have a similar thing with the dodge. You have to, like, do the perfect dodge, but, like, perfect parry, you do a large amount of stagger to the boss. Perfect dodge, you do nothing. You just avoid the attack, and that's it. Very unbalanced. You put on average 100 per character. Well, after Yanuo, they released what? 4 characters now? We're back to Frost? Right? Genshin's actually getting a new endgame that's similar to Bygone mixed with Void Abyss. Okay. Cool, I guess. They don't make mistakes putting 2 limited banners at once. And make his share pity. You want to pull for Yinlin and what you want, but what if you get Jinyan? Like, I'm not gonna pull for either, but yeah, hopefully they don't, right? Like, I don't really plan to play more Wuthering Waves. Not until, like, they actually massively fix all my issues with the game. The echoes will just always be an issue until they completely overhaul all of it. But that alone is just a major issue that just turns me away. But yeah, there's the unpredictable bug stuff, that's its own thing. Yeah, the true endgame of Wuthering Waves is the drama. We go get like, grab our popcorn or whatever snacks and react to it. Right?
At twitch.tv/TechDome, in which place I will be giving away $5,000 on the live stream for 1.1, and I'll be giving away $5,000 for the live stream of Zenless Zone Zero.
Wow, he give like when he says that, right? Like, he's doing that for obviously for a tax write-off, the $5,000 a giveaway thingy, right? Because it is an expense for his thing there, whatever. But also when he says it like $5,000, he's doing it because like 2 character banners are gonna cost you like $5,000. to go max him out in those games. Yeah, he's gonna go to ZZZ and hype, watch him hype it more than WuWa. Who knows, man? And I wouldn't say that. I would say, honestly, Wuthering Waves is like... It's like Genshin 0.9 without all the cool things that Genshin lets you do. But you can wall run, I guess. Imagine if you took Genshin, you remove the fourth character, you remove the elemental reaction stuff, you lowered the cooldown for swapping characters, you put Pepega forced parries on bosses and stuff, but made it so all your ranged characters cannot parry, even though it's like a critical, like, important mechanic in the game, right? Like, you keep all the other systems from Genshin in there, you make artifacts like 1,000,000 times more grindier and more annoying, and then you have Wuthering Waves. I guess you can also go with worse character designs too as well. For a 2024 game. Also, keep in mind, Genshin 1.0 was made with like 20 employees. Wuthering Waves is somewhere around 300 to 400 employees. Right? So, like, there's the funny thing there too. Right, it's like AAA budget Genshin. If Genshin was like a AAA budget game. But lost some of the unique things that made Genshin Genshin. Because, like, yeah, as terrible as the game balancing Genshin is, hey, at least they had a unique combat system for what it was, despite it being a lot slower paced. They at least had something interesting there, despite it being a broken mess. Right, and for casuals at least, they're probably gonna have a lot more fun with that novelty. Anyways. Yeah, ironic because WuWa fanboys brag about exploration like wall running, but they don't know that Genshin will get that wall in the next Snatlin update. At the same time, wall running doesn't really matter if you don't have to use it too often. Right? Like, that's the thing, right? With wall running, that only matters to you if you're going over vertical terrain constantly. For the first time you get to certain areas, I get it. It can help sometimes, especially if you're doing it in an unintended path. But at the same time, you also have other movement characters in Genshin to speed up movement significantly over just regular running. But then at the same time, I can also go look at that and go look at like this game. Right, I can go, I don't know, let's go here. Let me go grab, you know what, I won't even like use the weapon stuff. I won't use like all the other movement text that we can have, but like I can literally go and do this. And I can do that anywhere. This is faster to traverse than just warning up a wall. Right, like doing this to like get across different places. Right? Like I can do that literally everywhere. And if I bring characters into this equation, right, like let's say I get freaking Rubelia, who will be on standard banner in the next patch. I can literally do this, you know, I can go up, move really quickly. I can spam this as much as I want with no problems. There are a couple other characters that have similar things for movement, right? You know, you can go chain them all too. Right, like Lan, we got Lan. Oh yeah, what can we do? Oh, I messed that up. I can put the umbrella anywhere, right? Push a button, I can warp to it. Easy. Oh, sure. Oh, you can double jump, you can air dash, you can chain things with glide, air dash, whatever. You can do so much. Oh, here with this one, like, I'm gonna walk first. And then, like, it's gonna transition to a run. Right, from just walking, because this game has momentum. Right, like, what's another thing that we have for free for movement? Oh yeah, we got this, we got the jet board. We can literally do this shit. Right? We have mounts. Right, like, I'm just using the dandelion mount for now. But, like, we literally have mounts to increase movement this way, too. Right. We did have wall running in domain 9, but, like, we can't use it outside of domain 9. At the same time, though, that wasn't even the fastest way to climb up vertical areas. Even if you could just run up the walls. compared to all like the movement tricks that you could do. Right, like that's just example there. Alice mobility. Faisa has the same thing as Alice as well. I don't have Faisa, but I do have Alice. You got all sorts of things for mobility. Let me go find Alice. Wait, do I even have the macro still? Oh yeah, I still have this macro. Right, like, yeah, we got this. Right. I also have a jet ski mount, you know? The last thing left is a full-on flying mount. Yeah, they're different, man. I mean, you can play ToF like you play Genshin, but you can't play Genshin like you play ToF. You can compare some of them, but not completely. Like, if I wanted to play Tower Fantasy as a single-player game and just do only the single-player content, I can go and do that. But if I want to play, like, Genshin for, like, multiplayer stuff, you can't do it for the same extent that you can in ToF. Right? That said, ToF actually no, ToF does have an Abyss equivalent. Technically speaking, the closest thing we have to Abyss is Origin of War. Right? Technically speaking, this is just co-op Abyss from Genshin, but harder. Yeah, WuWa is literally just Genshin, man. They literally copy everything from Genshin. All your progression systems from Genshin are copied in WuWa. It's the same thing. WuWa is just way more grindier, and they force you to mim pick. You have to go mim pick your gear. Imagine if Genshin made you mim pick for your artifacts. Imagine if they forced you to do mim picking in Genshin for artifacts. That would be hilarious, but that's basically what with Wuthering Waves looks like to me. Like, just looking at it, it's like, what if Genshin made it so I had to do mim picking for artifacts and made the RNG for artifacts way worse?
Because this is what I like to do. This is what I enjoy, and we gon' be grinding. And I want to give Zenless Zone Zero a fair opportunity and let you guys know my honest opinion on how I think it fares against Wuthering Waves. And by the way, we're still not even halfway done with all the changes they're doing. And if you want to enter that, all you got to do is like, comment, subscribe to the YouTube, and go follow my Twitch. It really is that easy. And I also do giveaways every day because I enjoy sharing, money with my community. Because I'm very fortunate. I understand as a content creator, my life is very easy. And I know you guys who fucking probably work a minimum wage job have a much harder life than me. So I do like sharing the wealth with everybody, and I appreciate the fuck out of your support because I know I couldn't do this shit without you guys. And I always appreciate when you keep my chat active whenever I'm recording a video. Twitch chat, love ya. Let's continue. 5, on combat and control experience optimizations.
Okay.
We have heard your feedback regarding the poor experience with auto-aiming and auto-lock-on
Yeah, share
controls,
the peasants,
the
man.
remapping requirements.
WuWa is basically Genshin, but more commitment for good hardcore for casual game. Yeah, but for casual EOS. You can't really make it for hardcore anyways. Because then how are you gonna sell the stuff in the game? How are you gonna monetize it for the hardcore people? Hi Tara, welcome. But like, how are you gonna monetize it for the hardcore people? The freaking hardcore tryhards, most of them, they're not gonna go swipe, they're not gonna spend money. Right? So like what are you gonna do then? How are you gonna make your content? You can't make it for whales. But at the same time, if you were to make it for whales, then they just face roll all the content and then they'll complain too. You kind of just have the lose-lose situation. Right? Like, that's why Genshin, like, they did the smart thing by not really making the hard endgame content that people really wanted to. They really thought they wanted. Because it's not gonna work. They would have to completely change how they handle the game. At the same time, it would also devalue the incentive to, like, go whaling Genshin if they were to actually fix that problem. They would open a new problem. And that new problem would potentially make them way less money. So they're obviously not gonna fix it. Yeah, most hardcore won't whale. They're not gonna care. But the casuals, like you see what some of the casuals play on their phone, man? Like there's like a freaking video on like how much the freaking Monopoly game makes on Android or whatever, and like the amount of money they make makes like Genshin revenue look like nothing. The amount of money, if you ever seen that video, they make an absurd amount of money for like their Pepega Scam Monopoly game. But like yeah. And like that's what like you have casual swiping and stuff on. They'll swipe on whatever, man. Like how much money does stuff like Candy Crush make? For like how little work and effort they have to put in. Right?
And game field design. Based on the issues that repeatedly come up in player discussion, we have identified the following issues and will address.
Okay, the auto lock on in the battle camera is awful. Right? We have disabled this thing on PC by default. Good, but that's not really like really fixing all the other stuff. They're just fixing the camera thing there from locking on automatically, but sure. You're gonna play hardcore game, you might as well play Souls game. That's the other thing too, right? Unlike Wuthering Waves, you can go play a Souls game completely naked. And you can complete the game completely naked, if you really wanted to. Can you go and play Wuthering Waves and not deal with the gear systems and beat the game without all the equipment and gears and stuff upgraded? No, it's impossible. Because the end of the day, like your content in Wuthering Waves is just fighting enemies in a stupid circle with a timer. You're not gonna beat the timer if you can do if you're gonna do 0 damage to the target. That's just not gonna work.
Them accordingly while working on a solution to other known issues not listed below.
And like the other thing too, right? Hardcore players, here's the thing. Here's the thing also with hardcore players. If there's no leaderboard, what incentive do you have to try to like maybe flex on someone if there's no leaderboard? Right? Like, okay, cool, I can go clear X content in Y game. Whatever, right? But like, who cares about swiping if you can't, like, swiping for power, if you can't flex your power that you're swiping for? Right? If you're gonna swipe for power, you might as well be given the ability to flex your power. But there's no leaderboard in Wuthering Waves, who's gonna care? Who's gonna look? No one. No one to flex to. Yeah, we heard about the Stellar Blade stuff before, but that was a while ago. Right? We're not talking about that. But yeah, like, who are you gonna flex on? No one. So why are you gonna care about whaling there? The only people that you're gonna care about whaling maybe are the casuals.
Excellent. So they're working on combat and making the controls feel even better, which...
All they're doing is changing the freaking terrible camera. I don't know about actually fixing the combat, but sure, man. Ghost touch issues, yeah, that's a problem. The delayed availability of custom key binding features. They should have had those key binds immediately. Okay.
To be honest, great. Now, I have not experienced any issues with the combat. However, some of my peers, like Fobmaster, have made it very clear that a boss called like Morning Aches has poor camera control. I will be
yes, it is. A lot of them have really bad cameras. Yes.
I am just used to poor camera lock in every single fast-paced game that I play. I usually never use the camera lock system, and if you watch my stream, you'll see me pretty much never use camera lock, because even in Elden Ring, it's really bad for faster-moving bosses, but maybe they can figure it out. Who knows? So, in the recent updates, we've disabled the combat camera correction feature on PC by default. We have also optimized the default values and ranges for combat camera settings. Great. Bosses existing combat state unexpectedly. And in recent updates, we have optimized the
the meme where like Crownless and
Crownless, Lampy, Lumen Myriad, and Appearance Harem, and adjusted the
Yeah, hardcore players like Techno should just stop playing gachas then. Yeah, the gachas for casuals, that's what you pull, exactly. Like the people who are gonna go do it for power, they're not really gonna care about the power if there's no leaderboard. Right? Otherwise they're just gonna do it just because like again. Right? Like that's the smart thing that Mahoyo did as well. Why do you think they also like freaking worship and praised idol culture and wanted that to happen in their games? Why do you think that is? Because you have those dumbasses that are willing to spend thousands of dollars to go see their favorite celebrity at the airport and like fly over for some reason for like 30 seconds. You have people that will spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to go see their favorite idol to get a Pepega handshake. You have people out there like that, right? They want that kind of audience. They wanna trick them to thinking that, hey, maybe their favorite fictional character, waifu, husbando character here is their real life husbando or waifu, and then they have to go whale $2,000 to make them happy. For some reason. That's what they're preying upon, and that's what they're making their money from. Right? That's what they're getting it from, not the people who care about actual power. Yeah, we have the problem that WuWa CC is a big CC for WuWa or drama CC. Exactly. That too. The CC is just drama CC. At the same time though, it's fun to watch and funny to like look at.
Prerequisites for the enemy to leave.
Especially when like a lot of them just don't understand how a lot of the things work. The funniest shit though is like Techno talking and like advertising giveaways. But he still doesn't understand how freaking money works for these companies at the same time. Like the irony, man. Oh yeah, sure, they got $50 million in revenue, but is that profit? And how much of that $50 million do they actually get in their bank account? Right, like how much? We already know the actual game platforms, like iOS, the Apple App Store, iOS, right? Google Play Store, or whatever else they have to deal with. They're gonna lose 30% of the revenue immediately due to platform fees. There's the fee again for like just dealing with transferring the money across to your account, and then an additional fee on top that's called taxes. Like that's the thing, and you probably should be paying them. I'd probably be like even more scared if I wasn't paying taxes in China, right? Like as scary as like people make things like the IRS or whatever, like who'll go crazy to hunt you down. I'm a lot more scared to see what freaking China would do, or the CCP would do, if you don't pay your taxes there. Right? Especially if you've seen like what they'll do to even people like Jack Ma, whatever, who was like the CEO and owner of like Alibaba. Right? He was like the wealthiest man in China at one point. Not anymore, after he miraculously disappeared for a while and had all of his projects that he was working on and in failures after CCP involvement. But hey, you do you, right? Because yeah, he pissed off the CCP. I won't go into the details over that. You can go look it up if you want. But yeah. You can't mix hardcore and gacha together. It's not really gonna work. You can mix hardcore and MMO. And like that's like the real issue with ToF. Like that's why like they're not like really going as far as they could have. Because the gacha element does turn people away. That's the issue there. The gacha element is not helping. If it wasn't a gacha, I'd probably be doing a way better.
Combat and commentate to reduce abnormal disengagements. Yes, this is something that I actually have experienced twice in my 120 hours of playing. Sometimes the bosses will just reset when I go too far away. Obviously, I learned to not go too far away, but now we'll have more freedom in combat. This is very good. In upcoming updates, we will introduce a disengagement warning feature. This is amazing. Okay, great. Ghost touch issues on mobile. No idea what the fuck that means. Sounds like my uncle at a Christmas party. In recent updates, we expanded the anti-ghost touch area around buttons. Future versions will include further optimization for mobile controls. All right, whatever the fuck that means. Delayed availability of custom keybinding features. Oh, wow, okay. In version 1.1, the prerequisite to unlock the custom keybinding feature will be lowered to Union Level 2. That's a thing.
Why isn't this lowered, like, and given to people outside the gate? Actually, no. Why can't people open the game settings before logging into the game? They're not even going to address that part. They're not going to address the issue where people cannot change the game settings before logging into the game. Poor game feel and design. Yes, the game is pretty poor in that front. But I don't know about them actually trying to fix that, man. The game feel of the characters and monsters, yeah, because a lot of the characters feel like shit to play. At least to me.
Thing? I didn't even know you could do that. You can macro shit? Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. Okay. We will also introduce a new player tutorial for using the custom keybinding feature, and we will gradually support more custom keybinding on both keyboard, mouse, and controller.
Yeah, you might as well go play Monster Hunter Elden Ring.
Anything I would want to change? I mean, not
Yep.
really. I mean, the way that they make me use my keybinds is the same way I played World of Warcraft. I mean, maybe instead of 1, 2, 3, I do ZXC for my fucking party members. And then maybe I change my bag from B to I for inventory, but who knows? Okay, I mean, that's fine, I guess. Great. Poor game field design and impact signification.
Oh, good for you.
In future versions, we will constantly improve the event signification and game field design for characters and monsters, enhancing the overall combat experience and positive feedback during battles. Great. I will say, I love the parry noise in Wuthering Waves. However, if they do want to make it better, the Zenless Zone Zero parry sound is really nice. It's like this.
How does the parry even work there, though? I'm curious
Yeah,
on that
like
one.
they're both really good, but yeah, if they want to make a way to make their parry sound even better, then great. Same thing with their dodge. I love it. I would love if they were to add like a fucking noise when you dodge to be sick. But yeah, I mean, it feels good, but any improvements are great. More better equals more better. All right, notes and other contents. No purchase limits for store items like flour leading to accidental purchases. In recent updates, we've added a weekly purchase limit for certain items in the store. I saw a lot of people losing all of their shell credits to buying flour. Those guys are fucking nuts. Audio and sound effect bugs. In recent updates, we've addressed issues regarding missing sound effects and excessively loud ambient sounds. We have completed some investigations and updates to fix these issues. We will continue to optimize the audio experience to provide a more immersive audio-visual experience. Amazing. Performance issues, crashes, and instability. Good. All right. They're making their servers better. They're making crashes and instability happen less. Great.
Okay,
Depths
random
of
talk
Elusive
there.
Realm, event optimization and updates. We received numerous player feedback and suggestions on the depths of Elusive Realm and event version 1.0. In the upcoming version 1.1 update, we will further
Did you
update
say
the
anything
events,
else here?
new content, including more playable characters, new challenges, new
Is he gonna say anything else or what? It's like Sekiro parry. I've never played Sekiro, but okay.
mechanics.
Like for me though, like I'm not a big fan of parry mechanics in games. For the most part, like a lot of them just don't feel like they're handled right. At the same time as well, for parries, I don't know, like considering like the types of stuff I like to use instead, right? When you're designing it, I'm like, I would rather dodge out of the way of stuff than try to parry something. But then again, like I also used to do martial arts when I was a lot younger. So like by instincts, like I'm kind of like, I was kind of taught that parrying is more of like a last ditch thing to do to try to block and avoid something when you could just avoid it in the first place. Because you're always at a disadvantage in a real fight if you're parrying an attack versus dodging away and trying to find a weak point that way. Yeah, it is attack patterns that are indicators which will attack you and which is which not parryable. I mean, like I've seen some games do that. I mean, like recently I played and finished, which game was it? Which has like way more crazier shit to dodge. If you go on my live tab, we played the East 10. Where is East 10? Right, like the blue indicator is like a dodge for like this game. You have to like be careful to like when you're like, you can't always constantly spam the dodge parry thing though. Ah, god damn it, I got interrupted in there. Right, this is like one of the boss fights. Right, there was like this game. But what they had here instead is every time you did a perfect guard, it was less of a parry thing, it was more of a guard with a counterattack. You would just build up this revenge gauge, which just boosted your next skill damage up by like a separate multiplier as you did that. But they also made a bunch of attacks that you can only dodge out of the way of. So like, if you see like a blue indicator for an attack, you can't block it, you have to dodge it. Alright, his shield's broken. Well, like a lot of the other attacks you can just kind of guard. Alright, but yeah. I don't think that was like the best fight to showcase it on. It was like the harder super boss earlier, I think. That might have been better. When did I fight that one? Something goes.
No way.
Oh wait, no, that's when we fight her father. Nope, not that one. I think the super boss was here. Let me see if I can find like the hidden super boss. That was like completely optional that I did while completely being underleveled. Oh yeah, this was the island with it, I think. I think I was like super underleveled. I was like upgrading stuff. Because the thing was like
I don't know about using that.
destroying my ass.
I need to put something here.
Oh yeah. They're the best. Okay, I've never played it though. I mean, I'm gonna play this game again when it comes out in English for real. This is me using like a fan translation patch when I was playing this. Okay, the earlier phase, it doesn't do anything too crazy yet. Because it hasn't like engulfed the entire area yet. Just because like this game has like extremely tight timing on trying to do the guard. And you have to deal with like all the other crazy shit going on, but yeah. Remember the dodge one? Dodge this. Here, let me go grab this. Let me go put this in here then. Alright. Where's this dodge this?
Lass prügeln. Ich kann nicht mehr.
What?
Sorry, ich muss kurz weglaufen.
What is he dodging? The fuck? He got a frying pan?
Wie soll man da ernst bleiben?
No, it's a guitar. You got a guitar. What the fuck is this? What is this? Well, he's dead. Oh, it's a loot. Okay.
Ich kann nicht mehr.
What is that, man? What is that? What happened to the 9th generation of consoles? Nobody cares about consoles anymore, that's what. They just want to play the game. They don't care what e-waste plastic box they play it on. Zen 5 delivers? Okay, I'm actually interested in that then. You know, some people would be like, oh, I'm interested to see this game live stream. Like, this is real shit right here. Real shit right here. Oh right, because Computex is going on now. I forgot about that. I'll have to look at that later. I'm like, this is real shit, man. Extended AM5 platform support, Pog. I wonder what this the freaking IPC increase on that one is. That's the real shit right there. Oh yeah.
New buffs. This is fucking amazing. And I'm not saying this as an insult. I'm saying this as the truth. I'm saying this as an objective truth. Guys, in 4 years of playing, Genshin Impact could quite literally never.
Yeah, because they never had all these problems like this. To be fair, Genshin didn't advertise the wrong weapon to a bunch of the people in the player base. They didn't dox people's email addresses to a bunch of people by CCing them when they were actually mad, right? At like what they were doing because they were effectively scammed. Right? Like, so yeah, Genshin never forced people to do mint picking for echoes. Right? Like, yeah, sure, Genshin could never. Right? You're only saying Genshin could never do that compensation. But, like, my stance on this is they never needed to. Why would Genshin need to do that? They don't need to. They don't have to. They don't need to. Why? Because they don't have these problems. They also don't have a freaking AAA budget like Wuthering Waves does. We'll see if it lasts a year, but the 50 million banner revenue, they have to keep that up for literally every single character banner. For at least a year, and then maybe then they can turn a profit. Maybe. Yeah, they never needed to. Exactly. It's not even a Genshin could never. They don't need to. Right? Like, why would they need to?
And this is the shit that I have been telling you guys developers could do if they gave a fuck. If you...
No, this is more so because they have to freaking damage control the entire disaster. If you see how they were handling things during the CBT to the people testing it, man. I saw the freaking attitude then. They had the most, like, condescending surveys for people who were doing the CBT as well. It was like, I felt like I was freaking being insulted when I was filling up the CBT surveys. Back when I did the CBT a couple months ago. Yeah, Genshin could never mess up like this. Exactly.
You've watched my content for the past 4 years.
Right, like they're only looking at it from like rose-tinted glasses here by looking at only what they're giving as compensation. But they don't look at it for what the compensation means. Because, yeah, they're in damage control mode because of how badly they fucked up. And the funny part, yeah, it's like Genshin, Star Rail, and ZZZ, right? They complement each other by giving players menu. Each other giving player menu? I don't know what you mean by that, but okay. Right? But yeah, it's literally just damage control. I'm just scared WuWa is gonna make PGR go EOS, because I like playing that one. Right? Yeah, Genshin could literally never fuck up this badly.
Everything that we're getting is everything that I said we could get if we voiced our concerns. And yet
It's not enough. At the same time, they're just in damage control mode.
was blacklisted, badmouthed, cast out from fucking everything. Well, you guys told me this just couldn't happen. Well, that's really strange. So explain this. And this...
Like, I mean, it's not hard. This is literally just damage control retaliation. Genshin also cheaper because Unity. That is also true. But they also don't spend that, like, as much as, like, Hoyo likes to spend on marketing, I don't think they spent anywhere near as much for a single campaign as the initial launch campaign that they spent for Wuthering Waves. Like, they do spend a lot on marketing, but they at least also already have the money to do so. Wuthering Waves, they have to deal with investor money, and they probably have a ton of loans we have no idea of. And they have an absurd amount of money they need to make up for to pay them back. Right, marketing alone, like, is what, 150 million? $50 million revenue on one banner isn't even gonna cover a third of it after you consider all the fees and taxes they have to pay on that $50 million. It's not even gonna come close. Right? Let alone, like, the amount of money they spent to actually develop the game. Right? Over the past 3 years. And then whatever they need to deal with as well to upkeep the game. And as well as develop new content. Because that costs money too. And they're like very, very far from being profitable. And that's where the scary part is. It may sound like big number, but if you're a AAA game and AAA studio, it's nothing. It is absolutely nothing for a AAA game or a AAA studio in terms of size. When you're working at this scale, it is nothing.
This is the reason why my channel's blowing up. And this is the reason why I'm getting more viewers on
No.
Twitch and on YouTube and on Twitter. Because finally, after 4 years, guess what, guys? I told you so.
No, you didn't.
This is what happens when you get a company's dick out of your fucking mouth, you criticize them, they work for it, and then you praise them for fucking listening.
Except he's not criticizing them, he's still putting it in their mouth, his mouth. Yeah, it's what you call like, you also need to count the pre-inflation with Genshin release. Oh yeah, here's the other thing though. Remember, Genshin was made with 20 employees, and then some extra contract work to deal with translations for localization in other regions. Right, like the actual core game of Genshin was made with 20 employees initially. They expanded, sure, to be like a massive scale, but that was only after everything went down. That was not before the game released, right? Unlike Wuthering Waves, where they had 300 to 400 employees working on the game. Right? There's a huge difference. Because yeah, Genshin started off as basically an indie game. I would call it an indie game. Yeah, Genshin was significantly cheaper. Way, way cheaper. Right? Like, pandemic or not, like, even if they didn't have the pandemic buff and get, like, the absurd amount of people's eyes and attention on the game, they still would have done insanely well because of what scale they were. But at the same time, they probably would have made a way better game if they didn't have the stupid success that they got because of the pandemic. Because I'm pretty sure the initial plan for Genshin, if you've seen like the old stuff they mentioned in like dev interviews and stuff like that, like in the early days, was a lot more interesting than what you ended up getting down the road. And the reason being is because, well, higher ups are gonna be like, well, we can keep doing this shit and have things on this setup to make as much money as possible. They're just min-maxing their profits now, which means being very slow with actual real content updates, delaying stuff as long as possible, and then shoehorning in a bunch of random Pepega characters that are completely pointless and don't matter to fill up time, so they can draw out the IP and stuff as long as possible. You look at the story now, like, you look back at the story, initially the whole goal was to go and find your missing sibling, right? And like reunite with them. But at this point, we're considering what goes on, and especially as soon as like you do the Archon quest at the beginning of each region, pretty quickly they will tell you in the first version of each region during that Archon quest, thank you Mario, but the princess is in another castle. They would basically say that, just structured in a different way. They would always tell you like, yeah, no, they're not here. Go check elsewhere. Right? And like, it's the same song and dance every time. Like, it's gotten to the point though, because they keep delaying it and postponing it this much like that, that it really feels like the characters stop caring for each other. But that's how I look at the Genshin story now. Right? If you told me this like, 3-4 years ago, I would think I was lying or whatever. Because it didn't seem like that way, like it was that way at first. And like in terms of how they actually structured and made the story, I would say they actually peaked with Mondstadt at trying to make a game. Because it was after the Mondstadt part is when they started to really try to like draw things out and make things really long and tedious. But that was after the Mondstadt arc. But that's its own different situation, man. That's its own different situation.
This is what every player base should be fucking doing. This is what every company should be fucking doing. And it's ridiculous that we've had to wait 4 years to realize once again, Tectone was fucking right.
Oh, he's not. But like, the other thing though is like what? So basically every game company should be failing and have these massive AAA budget type games trying to appeal to a hardcore audience who will not spend money on said game, right? Scare away all the casuals slowly and filter them out, and like fuck up this many times. Also scam a bunch of players in certain regions by not translating a weapon properly, not proofreading, double checking, sending the okay on that, and then leaking all their data when they go and complain. Like what? You go dox them when they go and complain to customer support? Yes, that's what every game should be doing, guys. Every single game company should be doing what they're doing. Yeah, the game narrative is the better route to pan out the content. That's what you would do. I mean, it depends, man. It depends. It really depends. But I would say no to like whatever they're doing. Don't do what they're doing.
Again, this is just ridiculous. My chat knew it. My community on YouTube knew it. But there's so many dumb fucks who've been so difficult for fucking years. Finally, content creators are opening up the fuck too. Hey, and shout outs to Doro. Completely unrelated. Shout outs to Doro for him waking the fuck up too. Because now he knows this is how a business should be fucking running. Yet
It's not how a business should be fucking running. If you're doing what Kuro did when you're like you just waste all this money to develop a game, you're not gonna last. If you can't make up enough money. This is not what they should be doing. That's what Kuro basically showed here. They showed what you should not be doing. Technically speaking, like, if it wasn't for the pandemic, if you saw what like early MiHoYo was doing before Genshin released, right, and like you looked at that in a vacuum, that's generally what they should have been doing instead. But hey, you know, go spend massive AAA budgets, man, make a broken game, have an absurd amount of employees to pay and upkeep, right, that you can't afford, and then go spend $150+ million on marketing the game, and then have not enough people, you know, swipe and support the game. Because you scared off a lot of your potential customer base too. And like, especially when you consider how expensive the game is. $50 million in revenue is nothing. It is absolutely nothing compared to what they have to deal with to actually pay for the game. $50 million is nothing. Taxes exist. Platform fees exist. Just overall, just actual transaction fees to move money around. They exist. Expenses for paying employees, they exist. Expenses for paying for servers and publishing your stuff, they exist. Expenses to keep the fucking lights on exists. But sure, like, we'll ignore all of that. We'll ignore all of those. Right, we can ignore all those expenses, man. We ignore them all.
I see Reddit post after Reddit post about how shitty this company is. It doesn't matter how many times you fall down. The only thing that matters is how many times you get back up and keep moving forward. Mistakes fucking suck. But if they're gonna make up for it and they're gonna try even harder, then fuck it. Go for it. Apart from the adjustments mentioned above, we recognize that there are still many issues in the game that are affecting player experience. And you know what? I want to say one thing right here. If you want to call me a Wuthering Waves shill, if you want to call me a Wuthering Waves glazer, go for it. Man, I suck their goddamn dick so hard. Man, I'll let them blow their load in my mouth and I'll swallow the goddamn gravy. Because holy shit, like I give a fuck. Am I going to support a company that's trying their hardest? You're goddamn right. I don't give a fuck.
For me personally, my stance on it is, personally, if it doesn't matter if you're trying your hardest, if you don't deliver on what you promised, I'm not gonna support you. That's my stance on it, right? Like, that's a different thing, right? So basically, if you're trying hard at something but completely failing at it, and it's impossible for you to do that one thing that you promised. Like if that's what you were, I guess Tectone would suck you off. If you replace that with you being Kuro and saying, oh yeah, I have Wuthering Waves. Right, he's still making drama about Genshin, I guess, yeah. This shit's funny, man.
This game is doing great. It has issues. They're working on them. And that's all I need to hear. I don't give a
wouldn't say
fuck if your
great,
game
but
has
sure.
issues if I know they're going to be fixed. I only give a fuck about characters that are released in bad states that I want to use, and they don't fix them after 4 years. Amber Baron Bunny. A great issue of a great example of a fucking character that's been broken on launch. People still suck the dick of Hoyoverse. Amber.
At that point, like, a lot of the people in Hoyoverse just don't care. They simply don't care, man. The casual person is not going to care. Like, here's the other thing, too. Right? The casual people who are looking at playing these games, they're not gonna watch this video. They're not gonna watch me. They're not gonna watch whatever. They're just gonna keep moving on and doing what they're doing. They're not going to care about all of this. The actual, like, casual consumer base. They're not gonna care. They're not gonna look up this, that, and the other thing. If they can't do something in the game, they can't do it. Maybe they'll be compelled to swipe to try to maybe do it. Or maybe they'll just quit the game and uninstall and come back later, maybe. Right? Like, that's really what the casual's going to do. They're not gonna freaking watch Tectone Cope. Yeah, push 1.1 is gonna have more bugs, they have its more issues, exactly. And at the same time, I don't think they're gonna make enough money in a year to even break even. Right? Like, $50 million sounds big, but how much money do they actually need? Right? $50 million is basically nothing compared to their size. But hey, let them cope, I guess. They can forget taxes exist. They can forget platform fees exist and all their other expenses. Yeah, they clearly don't exist. They don't have to pay for them. They don't have to cover for them. Right? Like, depending on when you see the word revenue from, the actual meaning of it means completely different things. If you, let's say, we're let's say a different game company, right? And let's say you made a bunch of Japanese games, but you don't want to localize them, but you're willing to sell the license to localize your game to someone like NIS America, right? Or you're gonna sell them to Exia Games. You'd probably instead open up a different type of contract where, like, okay, they get all the rights to distribution, localization, and selling and using the name of the game in those markets. But for that deal, they pay you X amount for the licensing contract and a percentage of their sales as royalties, right? Like, that's a different story. Like, if you made, let's say, let's say your royalties was 10%, right? Like 10% of their profits. And let's say they made, you made, let's say, $10 million from that. That means they sold $100 million for you, they sold $100 million worth for you to get that $10 million at a 10% royalty rate. Or whatever it happens to be, right? But not every game is like that. And that only applies to games that are using external publishers and changing things in different regions. Right? But yeah, Tectone free-to-play, how's he supporting? I don't know, man. Now, he's supporting by being a free ad for them. He's basically being their advertising branch. Extra ad. That's how he's supporting them. Big brain. Right? Like, big brain. Yeah, watch as Tecton will still play Genshin and complain about it, for sure. Yes, it's gonna be released soon. It is going to be this week and it's gonna run for 2 weeks, yes.
Remember Baron Bunny can taunt enemies in and the explode isn't big enough to hit all of them?
Yeah,
What the fuck is happening with Daya? Daya's been broken since day one. Xinyan is a fucking joke.
Yeah, and people don't care. The average person playing Genshin literally does not care. If anything, that's the problem of a hardcore player base. You don't want hardcore players, you want the casuals. Because the casuals aren't going to care. The casuals will literally suck you off and swipe and spend as much as they feel like without actually caring if they get what they actually were told. Because they won't understand what the hell they got. right? Like that's the smart thing that Genshin did, Bahoyo did, like going after the casuals. Because they can kind of just do whatever by going after casuals. And as long as they don't fuck up too badly, they're not gonna care. Right? The only people that are talking are like the very loud minority. Yeah, it's like you got the company 500% people or something like that, yeah. Yeah, Amber is like supposed to be bad. What the hell is Cyclone smoking? That too, like that's how they incentivize you to pull in these types of games. Oh my, gacha game makes bad character to try and incentivize you to spend money and pull on a better, newer, different character. Like that'll maybe cost you a lot of money. Imagine. Right? Imagine. Right? If you're going into a gacha game without expecting that, that's on you. I mean, sure, a lot of these companies are, like, here's the thing. End of the day, none of these companies are your friend. Right? Tencent is just a big Chinese company. They own so many things, they're in so many different markets. A lot of the companies out there are bad. The fucking phone that you're using to watch this, or your computer, whatever, whoever's making the operating system on there, they're probably just as bad as the Tencent, or maybe in some cases even worse. Right? Like at some point, you gotta just stop caring. But at the same time, I get like, with your name like, Mommy Inland thing, the thing to be worried about though is what happens when Tencent doesn't get their money back from the major investment they put into Kuro for Wuthering Waves. Because like these guys that are yelling and going crazy over like the revenue, $50 million on a character banner considering the scale of the game is not enough money. Like I am like actually quite concerned for Wuthering Waves in various different ways. Because I like PGR and I want to keep playing that one at least. You see the freebies, yes, but that's just damage control. At the end of the day, it's all damage control. Especially out of like all the harm they've done. Right? Imagine you got your freaking stuff, you got your data, your information and data leaked and doxed. Right? The revenue is not enough. The revenue is too low. Here's the thing that people don't understand. There's a difference between revenue and profit. There's a major difference. And the thing is with Wuthering Waves, all the revenue is grouped up because it's only one publisher. Right? So like, they're doing it all themselves. If you make $50 million, how much money do you get to keep? Right? Like basic math. Like all of these platforms for payment processors and stuff, they take 30%. Their marketing budget was like $150 million on marketing alone. They had the freaking budget of a AAA game, hiring 300 to 400 employees over 3 years to develop it. Right? Like, at this point, like, they've probably sunk in a little bit over $500 million to get the game out the door. A little bit over $500 million. Right? $50 million in revenue is pathetic. Because what? They're already gonna lose 30% of that $50 million immediately. To Google, to Apple, or whatever other payment platform they have the game on, because the processing fee for the transactions from them are going to be 30%. And this is assuming no one refunds. Because what happens is, if someone refunds and you have to issue a refund for a purchase, not only do you have to deal with, like, paying the transaction fee, that 30% fee the first time, like, when they actually get the money in there, right? So, like, if I spent $100 in Wuthering Waves on the Google Play Store, Kuro Games will get $70, right? Sure. But then if I refund it, not only will Kuro Games have to give me the $100 back, they also have to pay an additional transaction fee on top to return the money to the payment platform. So they would basically be losing, like, probably like $50, $60 from me refunding $100. On top of that $100 that they don't have anymore. They will be losing money. Like, that's the thing with refunds. They're not cheap. Especially if you do not own the payment processor. Right? That's why Epic Games, they wanted to, like, that's why they took Apple and Google and stuff to court. Because they wanted to have their own app store so they don't have to deal with their platform fees. Right? But like, at the end of the day, $50 million in revenue before it can even go to their bank account is immediately nerfed all the way down to around $33 million. And that $33 million again, they're still gonna have to pay taxes on it. And I don't know what the CCP would do if you don't pay your taxes. I would genuinely be extremely like afraid of what the CCP would do to you if you didn't pay the taxes you owed them as a company, right? So we're like really far away from getting to the point where we can afford to pay for their marketing budget, let alone the expenses they accrued for like the past 3-4 years. But yeah, Tencent, I wouldn't say Tencent is the only issue. Kuro is their own problem. Kuro is their own nightmare. They are their own worst enemy. Because like, here's the thing. It was their own problem in the first place for making the game be this expensive. They made it at the scale they are. They expanded to being a AAA company. Right? Without the experience of that. Without the money to back it up. So they go to Tencent and get investment money. Right? I don't know what they were expecting, man. But they were not ready for it. Like, keep in mind, Hoyoverse, Mahoya, whatever. They started off way smaller and gradually grew up. After they had the money they needed and after they became a success. There's a massive difference there. Yeah, Tencent is the reason why they're alive. They are not the issue. It's Kuro themselves are. The more that Kuro keeps fucking up, you know, like the actual thing that's gonna end up happening is if Tencent doesn't get their money back after a certain period of time, well, who knows what can happen. They might start liquidating Kuro, right? They might liquidate, shut down their games to try and pay back their investors. That's like the actual concern. And Tencent might buy them. At the same time, if they don't turn a profit, they'll just shut it down. Right? At the end of the day, if you're a business, your entire goal is to make as much money as possible. Not lose money, but to make a profit. And if it's not profitable, what do? Do you just cut your losses, get rid of it, and just move on? Or are you gonna keep losing more and more money? Right? Tencent has the resources, but how long will they keep up at it and be willing to keep taking the loss? Right? Yeah. Yes, Mihoyo started as an indie company. They only expanded to becoming. They're not even AAA yet. Genshin, like in terms of like the actual game budget for Genshin, it's not even AAA budget. It's more like a AA game, not AAA. Same thing with Star Rail. They're not quite AAA. They don't like. Here's the thing: the revenue Genshin makes is not enough for a freaking AAA game. It's not enough. They're not. They're big, sure, but they're not AAA big. They're not working with AAA budget. You can't afford to run Genshin the way it is with their revenue as a AAA game. It's not going to be enough money. Right? Like, if you're getting like $30 to $60 million in revenue, right? If you're going to make a game at a AAA budget scale, you're not going to be able to turn a profit. It's more like a AA company, AA game. Yeah. Like, it's a lot more than an indie game, but not really near a AAA game. Kuro Games literally made Wuthering Waves on a AAA game budget and gave it AAA marketing. Like, Mihoyo will give Genshin AAA marketing, but the game is not AAA quality. Like, it's not AAA in terms of costs. PUBG Mobile is making AAA money. Genshin is not making AAA money. You combine Star Rail and Genshin, they're still not making that much money in comparison to some of those other mobile games. They are not. Right? Like, they're not even close. Yeah. You think, all hell would break loose if Tencent forcibly grabs Genshin and purge it? Why would they do that? I also don't think Mihoyo's Hoyoverse or whatever you want to call them have any interest in selling. Right? Like, for me personally, I have no real interest in playing more Genshin. Like, really, like, ever. But at the same time, I'm not gonna deny what they have done, either. Like, I'm not gonna deny some of the stuff they have accomplished. And a lot of the things that, like, when people are saying Genshin could never in terms of Wuthering Waves, it's not Genshin could never, but Genshin never needed to. Because they've never had to damage control on this massive of a scale. Right? Like, they never had to damage control like this. And, like, yeah, like, it's a lot smarter to just market these types of games towards casuals and make it a lot friendlier to the casual. Because the casuals are probably going to be the ones dumb enough to actually spend all the money on your game. Not the hardcore crowd. The hardcore crowd would probably only care maybe if there's like a leaderboard. Yeah, like they produce WuWa Ultra Glazers too, I know. They did, like they're glazing over everything. With me, I'm just looking at it with genuine concern. The initial game itself when it launched, I'm like, yeah, they had all of these issues in the CBT. They were known. They should have fixed them in the CBT. They didn't do it. They rushed it out the door early. Oh well, it is what it is. Now they're dealing with the aftermath. Yeah, he's still playing Genshin at the same time still. And he's complaining on WuWa, I know. Right? They got some weird double standards. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Billy in Japan, they're like the people in China and Japan, they're not happy with the game. And I'm totally with them. I'm with them on this. Right? The beta test as well. The CBT2 beta test is awful. Like what we had before the release of CBT2 beta test, you can't even call what they had there a freaking beta test. Because they didn't give us the tools to actually test the game. That's why so many things in there is broken. Because you couldn't get people to test it. Like, I don't even think the people testing Wuthering Waves even know how to test the game. Because considering, like, what they're gonna give to the testers isn't exactly reflective of what's needed to actually test all the pieces of the game. Right? Like, they're probably not actually going to properly test the game. I don't think they are. At least from what I had access to during the CBT too. Yeah, like 1.1 3D left, yeah, exactly. But yeah, like, it's just a weird mess, man. Yeah, Hotfire for China, for like ToF, they always do this weird 3-day testing stuff. If you can even call it that. They just like to rush things out too. At the same time, at least they're not dealing with this much debt and this much money wasted. Right? They're not working with freaking AAA budget game. With like 300 to 400 employees working on it. Oh yeah, he knows. I mean, we all know it, that everything is fucked up. For sure. For sure. Right? And like the funniest thing too, I don't think he's even mentioned the actual costs of doing business. As well, like, I don't think I've ever heard him mention the cost of them doing the business. Like, somewhere like the basic costs that like affect your revenue before you can even take the money, right? But like, he also didn't need to, right? I'm just taking like the very easy things that like comes to my head immediately before I'm like, okay, they said revenue, not profit. So like, what money do they have to like deal with? Like, what do they have to deal with first? Right? Like, he's acting like he has the high moral ground. I know. He really is. And it's just funny. Right? Like, it is really funny.
Like, and these people excuse this shit. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
No, it's not.
We are committed to listening to every single piece of feedback, continuously organizing, optimizing, and resolving these issues to make Wuthering Waves better. We will share and communicate future updates and optimization progress with you actively. Additionally, we will continue to gather player feedback through version surveys. Since Wuthering Waves' official global launch, we have been disheartened by our inability to provide a high-quality gaming experience to all rovers. Damn. We understand that continuously releasing better versions and content is our goal and mission, and we will always strive to uphold them. Finally, we sincerely thank all rovers for your continuous attention and unwavering support for Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves, I mean this genuinely.
Wait, did we just spend 2 hours looking to this 30-minute video?
You release a female rover bunny suit skin. Please, for the love of God, give us cosmetics and make your first skin bunny suit rover. Please. I will all
I remember seeing them when I was lurking in Gate stream a week ago or so. Yeah, I remember seeing some of them. They were not good. Didn't it like hit like 2 point something or whatever? I think I saw. It was like really, really bad. It was like 2 point something out of 10 or something, right? The best game. The devs listen. That's why Texto's still complaining about Genshin. I know. At the same time, for what I always say to people who think competition is going to work, I will always just pull up the GPU market. Because like then I go like, yeah, sure, competition. Why is a 4090 $2,000? Why is a 4090 $2,000? When the initial launch price of a 4090 was like $1,500. Why is it $2,000 now? Right? Yeah, sure, competition. Clearly.
Also, do $10,000 worth of giveaways to my communities if we get Bunny Suit Rover in the fucking game. It would be the funniest shit ever. Boys, is this everything? Or is there more news that I may have missed? Or have I covered everything? Have I covered this sufficiently? Yes? Yes? How do you guys feel about this? Is there any questions that you guys have or any viewpoints?
Oh, CN will be mad, of course.
The notice tab in...
I mean, they're already mad. Isn't CN already mad? Rover is of the CN region. CN is already mad with the game. Imagine pissing off the two biggest markets for mobile games in the world. Right? Like for these types of things. Right? Imagine pissing them off. Right? You probably don't want to keep pissing them off. Because they're the ones that are gonna really give you all your money. Compared to the rest of the world. Especially in the West when this stuff is like generally not looked in the best of light. Yeah, it's like it's not enough people still complain about Genshin. I know. Right? Oh, welcome Raiders. Welcome Lacrissa
Cool.
VT.
Like, I mean,
Oh, it's Valorant? Okay. We're just reacting to a bunch of stuff, man. At the moment. The situation with Wuthering Waves with the revenue is quite concerning. He is a big student of Genshin. So, like, the thing is with the game, like, I remember, like, hearing the actual figure people are touting is they made $50 million on their banner.
It's just so risky.
Right? Which, in revenue, it sounds big, but it's not really big. Because they spent $150 million in marketing, and then they had to work with, like, a AAA budget for their game. With, like, 300 to 400 employees working on the game over the past 3 years. Right? So I'm not quite sure the cost on that one, but if it was in the couple hundred millions, it would sound about right because of the amount of employees and how they were paying. Like, even one employee was basically getting the equivalent of like $100K, like $100K a year as their salary. But the thing is, $50 million in revenue, right? The keyword is revenue. Right? These game stores, if you ever publish a game on them, they take 30% of every sale. Sensor Tower and stuff, like, they're only going to report on revenue. But 50 million immediately becomes 36 million, 36 to 33 million. When you factor in that 30%, the 30% cut that they will take, and then the extra cut that you'll have to deal with payment processors and banks for fees to transfer the money across. But then there's also just taxes on top. By the time you get to the end of it, how much money that 50 million do they have left? Right? And they're nowhere even close to paying off the marketing costs, let alone paying back the investors like Tencent for the amount of money they spent on the game. Right? Because that's the part that's really concerning. I don't know why Kuro went with like a large AAA studio size when developing the game. Because not even Genshin is at a AAA size for their game. They're not. They might spend AAA budget on marketing, but they're definitely not at AAA size for game development. They're definitely not. They're obviously a lot bigger than an indie company, but they're nowhere close to AAA. Unlike the team for Wuthering Waves. Right, imagine 300 to 400 employees working on the game. Right, and that's just for game development, not just the rest of the stuff too. Yeah, not a fan of art gacha gaming as well. 80%, like, it's not even close, man. A lot of the people touting the stuff in there, the numbers, they don't look too deep into them and understand what they mean. Like, Sensor Tower is just a basic analyst tool, like, based on, like, whatever data they do receive from certain sources. And then they're putting whatever weird, obscure multipliers they can come up with. So, like, they only got, like, App Store, like, iOS App Store revenue and stuff like that. And they're, like, doing some weird mental gymnastics to multiply the number to kind of figure out the sales on other platforms, right, and include them in. But they're only talking about total sales, like, in terms of revenue, and ignoring literally everything else that you need to do in order to actually do business, right? Like, a big number doesn't mean much if you understand the overall costs, right? They just see the big number, at least what appears to be big to them, right? But, like, at the same time, what if we went in, right? And, like, let's say you had, like, your budget of a game was, like, I don't know, $500 million, right? But what if we instead change it from, we reduced that, we divided that number by 1 million. And let's say you spent 50 million, you only got, from your 50 million in revenue, right? We'll say that's $50 versus $500, right? We'll make the numbers smaller to make it easier to understand, right? But because of, like, platform fees and costs, your $50 is now $33. How close are you from paying off your $500, right? Your $500 with your $50. And how many more times do you have to, not your $50, your $33 after the deductions, well, you have to make that $33 to get to your $500, right? Even if they were to replicate it for literally every single character release batch for on a banner for a year, they wouldn't have enough. It's below like a 5, yeah. I don't know what it is now. I don't know Chinese to actually go on the website and dig through it. But I remember it being like lower than a 3 point something at some point. Like in the low 3 range out of 10. But yeah. Like that's just a weird thing to look at that here. You expected WuWa to surpass Baizu? I mean, I guess. But at the same time, you have to consider your target demographic and audience. At least that's the thing that MiHoYo and HoYoverse understand. Because the average casual player isn't going to care. They're not going to care. They're too busy like being concerned if the game works on their device and if it works properly and that they can play it. If you can't even do that, then they're not going to care if they can't even open the game on the device and if it doesn't work. Instead, they'll just go leave a bad review, whatever, if they feel like leaving a review at all, which most people don't even do. Right? Like, again, like when you see reviews on stuff, that's a small minority of people. Not everyone with a bad experience is even gonna be bothered to do it. They'll just uninstall the application or game or whatever and just leave. Right? Yeah, like, Baizu and Scaramouche's bad banner. Yeah, and like, what would be funny? They sold more? Again, like, they're appealing more to casuals. Right? The casuals will get what they want if they feel like it. If they drop Orbital Bombardment of free 5 stars but limited, boom, easy publicity. They don't have to. Why would they? That's the thing though, like, why would they? They don't have to. If they don't have to do it, why would they do it? They're a business at the end of the day. They're not your best friend. Right? Like, at the end of the day, all of these companies are. They're not your friend. They're a business. If they don't have to do it, they won't do it. Right? Whoever is like running PR and stuff in Fukuro, in Wuthering Waves or whatever, they're doing whatever they can to try and damage control all the issues. Yeah, you saw his reaction to Gion banners? What was that one? How'd that one turn out? Yeah. Yeah, like they understand gotchas. They've always been side games for casuals. Kuro can't understand it. Exactly. It's not gonna work if you're trying to appeal to hardcore audience. A lot of the hardcore audiences are not gonna be whales. They're not gonna swipe in the game. They're gonna do whatever weird Pepega shit they feel like doing, but they're not really gonna swipe if they don't feel like it. And at the same time, you can't make content only for whales, because that's not gonna work out well either. So like, then what can they do? Right? Yeah, Gates last stream at 50? Around 50 minutes. Okay. It's on his YouTube VOD, right? It should be here. From 13 hours ago? This one? 15-minute mark. Oh, here? Is it? Oh wait, no, the YouTube VOD doesn't have audio though, so I
Where's
can't hear
Paimon?
it.
I don't know.
He doesn't have audio in his YouTube VOD, so I can't even hear it.
Paimon disappeared.
He doesn't put audio in his YouTube VODs. You have to look on Twitch. If he's live right now, I can't find it though, like... It's gonna be hard to find it if he's live right now. Right, is he live right now? He's asleep, but still live. Right, like... Where's my past broadcast button? This is the problem when you look on Twitch when someone's live. It's hard to look at their VODs. But yeah, he managed to get the WuWa sponsor thing. I was a bit too late to try and apply for this. I was like asleep. Right? So I missed my chance to deal with that. But yeah, I can't find the VOD. I'll probably just look at it next week if I remember it. You'll have to remind me of it then next week. When like he's done doing the drop stuff, then I can find it. Because the issue is when someone's live, it's hard to find their VODs. Right? You'll have to just remind me.
Game, there's more stuff. Pioneer podcast event adjustment. Due to the shortened event duration, we will issue 10,000 podcast EXP with other compensation at 10 o'clock. Oh my god, there's even more.
That's just them speeding up the battle pass because there's not enough time for people to grind it out. Because they sped it up by another week, the patch.
Insane. Is there any other viewpoint you think I'm not noticing? Do you think there's something that I'm overlooking? Do you think I'm glazing?
Yeah, of course
let
we
me
do.
know. Is there anything you think I'm missing? Is there anything you want to call me out on? It looks like what you should calm down before even aneurysm. It's clear that you're overcompensating to shill for Kuro. It's obviously not in a good place. Yeah, dude. True. Yeah,
But to
man.
be fair, I guess his audience also, like his average audience, doesn't really know what they're talking about either. And they can't think enough. Because like if I was in there, I'd probably go and mention stuff like, what's the cost of doing business? What's their expenses? Like I would bring all the freaking boring accounting shit to them. Because that's like the real important stuff here, especially with dealing with investors. You have to make money. If you don't make money, you're gonna piss them off. And what will happen when they're pissed off? Right?
And true. Good one. Type W if
You're
you feel good
abandoning
about
that
the same
chat,
Wuthering
oof.
Waves. Type L if you feel bad.
Right? Like with me, like I wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, the freaking he's just glazing without giving a reason. Right? Like I wouldn't just do that. I wouldn't like even word it that way. I would just ask him like, so what about the 30% revenue cut these platforms take on each sale? What about like actual transaction fees to move money between the accounts? What about paying for taxes? Because they're going to have to pay taxes. They're gonna have to deal with all those other things. How do you deal with that? Right, how much of that money do they have left?
Type M if you feel mid about it. Well, it feels like we're in a very good spot. It feels like they're slowly earning their players' trust back.
Okay. Let's see this one. I'm kind of curious on this one. Genshin #1 defender calls out Genshin Impact. Let's see. Yeah, like UL39, insane new tech. Wait, does he have it like, does he have a VOD on YouTube or something? Or is it on just Twitch? Like, Fogmaster has his own weird Pepega shit going on. I accidentally clicked on some random person. I don't know who you are. Not interested in that game. I'm sorry. Fogmaster. Okay, his Twitch, is he live now? He is not, right? Okay, good. He's not live right now. Perfect. 15-minute mark? Alright. Union level 39 plus? Insane new tech? What's his insane new tech? Okay, he's playing Genshin Impact first? Okay. Oh, this ad? I've seen this ad. This is stupid. Because this is like stupid and extremely misleading. Because Genshin does have the same freaking thing too. In various like different locations as well. I remember doing this grapple shit in Sumeru. And it's like it works the same way in WuWa as well. Like, yeah, you can glide in Genshin as well. You can't do the wall running though. Wait,
Yeah,
what?
I'm not gonna lie, this ad is fucking terrible.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that is true. This ad is terrible.
You know why it's terrible? You know why it's terrible? Because Tower of Fantasy does it better.
Well, no shit.
And I hate saying that, but Tower of Fantasy does it better than even Wuthering Waves.
Well, no shit.
You know? It really does.
Here, he will be shown later.
This
Okay.
is like a Tower of Fantasy ad, if anything. Can we know the Tower of Fantasy first revenue? I don't have the charts. They do ads like this all the time, though. They wanted to directly compare themselves to Genshin. It's intentional. Yeah, 100%. And that's why I'm saying, right? Like, I don't think Hana Studio for Tower of Fantasy went out of their way to, like, name themselves a Genshin killer. But,
They
like, a
never
lot
did.
of advertisements and things like that pretty much are targeted towards the same audience because they want to attract the same audience. Same logic here as to why Kuro and Hada both targeted the same group of content creators, right? Alright, let's be honest. Did Tower of Fantasy not literally sponsor almost every fucking Genshin creator? Did Kuro not do the same exact thing? There's a fucking reason because you want to target the same audience. Now, are they going to go out there and be like, we're the Genshin killer? Fuck no. But they want the fucking piece of the pie, right?
Okay.
This is global launch with SCN for Tower of Fantasy? What is this? I can't. So this is 26 million? 26 million in the first month on Android and iOS? Well, I guess, hey, I guess Wuthering Waves is gonna be just fine because if this was first month versus Wuthering Waves
Oh
first
boy.
week, you know?
Again, he's just ignoring the fact the size and the scale of the development team and their marketing budgets. Oh boy. But yeah, gacha games in general, they don't make as much as some other mobile games do. Like, that appeal to casuals.
That's CN? This is without CN? Okay. But again, this is 1 month, chat. Like, why are we comparing statistics?
Wasn't like
of
CN 1 month was like
versus 1 week?
160 mil?
I don't understand. And
CN
that was 2 weeks, little bro? Oh, this was 2 weeks? 90% of revenue is from 1 week? It was 2 weeks? Well, alright then. Hey, listen. I don't know why we're even making an argument. We literally just have to wait for the month of June to come out. Like, what is even the argument here?
I mean, we
Like,
already
there's
see it.
literally no argument. Why sit here arbitrarily debating fucking 1 week versus 2 weeks and stuff like that? Just wait for a month of June to come out, you know? CN iOS only first
Yep,
week of
hi, King
WuWa
Kong.
versus Tower Fantasy. CN
Yeah, low budget
iOS
versus
first week.
AAA, I know.
I don't know what the fuck you just linked me, but content is no longer available.
Okay.
Well, this is why, right? This is why. I think even more so. This is why I said what I said earlier. Where, you know, as much as it pains me to say this, because I hate giving Tower Fantasy any positives. But you know, like Tower Fantasy's release, on a technical standpoint, like if you took all the hackers out and the terrible world boss lag, it was a better technical release, right?
Well, yeah, you had
Before-
World Boss like because you had a bunch of people playing the game. But I don't think he's ever really played a bunch of those MMOs before, where you have people literally having like lagging out like crazy in front of a world boss. Man, he should have seen how it was like to play World of Warcraft back in the day, by like camping in front of a world boss. If you're on a PvP server, having like the faction PvP as well, to try and kill the goddamn world boss. Like, he has no idea just how laggy those things could be, man. And the piles of corpses you would see on the ground for people getting one-shot by world bosses. Like, left and right. And then running back to revive themselves only to die like 5 seconds later. Because they lag the fuck out constantly. He has no idea. It's not a ToF problem. That is literally an MMO problem. MMO players are used to it. Because, like, yeah. Shit, there's, like, so much things, like, being, like, there in the field. Right? The funny part, though, is when WuWa has similar problems and it doesn't even have the MMO excuse.
Are able to log onto the game and play the game, right? Wuthering Waves, on the other hand, had a lot of people who weren't able to.
Yep.
This is why I said what I said earlier, where I literally said it's like, fucking Tower of Fantasy's release was arguably better. It's like, oh, I hate saying those words, but you know, it's true. Fucking Wuthering Waves, this release week has not been it. It has been rough, you know?
I mean, at the same time as well,
really
like,
rough.
we already know, like, this guy, I'm pretty sure this guy was also on, like, their payroll for stuff for Genshin crap, whatever. At the same time, we've seen some of the other weird shit that he said in the past.
Genshin didn't have to rely on booba characters to farm money on release by doing a male banner and a lolly banner, by the way. You're right. Genshin had fucking COVID buffs. Stop typing, Hoinkyo. I swear to God, I need to revoke your typing rights in this fucking channel. Nothing that comes out of your mouth is ever fucking worth the damn. Like, do you ever say anything smart in here? You're sitting there being like, oh,
30
Genshin
minutes
didn't
Ariel,
need any titty
an hour and a half
characters. They made
Genshin, but he's just
millions.
reacting.
You're right.
4
Everybody
hours
was sitting at
Wuthering
home with
Waves.
nothing to do, jerking off. So they wanted to spend money on something, so of course they'll fucking make a lot of money with COVID.
Yep.
Lose equals COVID buff? There's no way anybody's making an argument that COVID buff wasn't real. Huh? There's no way. What is this? Is this, what? First?
Taiwan revenue?
30th? Versus, what is this?
They're looking at Taiwan revenue, I think.
Interesting. Like I said, right? I feel like a lot of Wuthering Waves comes down to really bad public reception with its release.
This is one
And
region.
let's also
Nice.
remember-
Nice, he gets to look at the revenue from one region. Imagine one region revenue is doing this. This is like one region. And like, that's only for the people who play on mobile in that one region. Amazing. Wait a minute, is this weekly? Or daily? Wait, this is daily. The fuck? Oh, is this China's daily revenue? Damn. Yep. Oh, yeah, the decline was much later, but part of it also is because ToF doesn't pay people to play it. This is for a CN. Apparently this is daily revenue from launch. This is daily revenue from ToF launch and CN. Apparently from one platform. That he's looking at. This is daily. Look at the look. What? December 16, December 17, December 18, December 19. Oh yeah, ad. We'll just have to wait for the ad. Right? Doo-doo-doo. Alright, we just gotta wait for it. Come on, Ed, not done yet. But yeah, we're already declining within a week. I know. It's already declining within a week. I mean, you're not gonna get the hardcore people to swipe anyways. They're not really gonna care as much. The casuals are the ones that are gonna be swiping, not the hardcore. If you can't keep the casuals, well, you can't keep the casuals. Alright. But yeah, like, so this is like daily revenue for CN on one app store. One of the app stores that they had, this is the daily revenue. For some reason, they're reporting daily revenue here.
Because of that said bad reception, what did
I don't think they'll
what did
stop.
Kuro's
I honestly
dumbass
don't.
have to do?
I don't
Pump
think they
out
will.
freebies. And when you pump out freebies, you know what happens?
Thanks for
Nobody
the follow.
wants to swipe because you don't
Yeah, that's
have
right.
to
If you
swipe.
pump up freebies,
Because
no
when you
one's gonna
get that-
swipe because they don't have to. Same time though, like, oh wait, this is recent banner for CN ToF. They making this much daily when all they can pull on is the fucking car? No, this is like, oh wait, no, this is Wuthering Waves. Never mind. This is CN revenue daily and for Wuthering Waves. Never mind.
That free standard character that you or otherwise would have paid money for, you no longer have to.
Yeah, you don't have to pay for the standard character. You got it for free if you care. Yeah, some CCs are concerned. The freebies are great, but they're not gonna make enough money, right? Like even if they like the Copium guess of 50 million revenue is real for that one banner, that's not enough money. They have to like make up at least $500 million, at least for 1.0, and then there's still another 150 million for marketing. But at the same time, they forget that these app stores take 30% of your revenue. $50 million immediately becomes 33 to 36 million before you can transfer it to a bank account. And then from there, you still have to pay taxes. So like, how much money do they have left to even pay for the rest of their debt and everything? And like, how do you afford operating costs? This is the problem with AAA games. They're too expensive. AAA budget games are way too expensive. And if you don't make stupid amounts of money, well, you don't have enough money to pay to keep things running. Right? And that's why you have all these AAA companies like closing studios left and right. Because they need to find the money from somewhere else. And they're trying to like bank on some other thing to try to make up for that. But that's still not gonna work. And then now you have the freaking quadruple A game meme thing too. That Ubisoft was like touting. Right? The quadruple A game. Because of just how much money they keep spending. Like, you literally have, like, some AAA games where their budgets are reaching the $1 billion plus mark. And they can't reach it. They can't make the money back. Like, eventually it gets to a point where, like, they just can't do it. It's not sustainable. And with revenue like this... Right, this is what the App Store is gonna give them. Right, this is what the App Store sees. You remove 30% from this number, and it's very alarming.
You know? And then...
But like,
what
yeah, this is
also
just for
happens
CN.
When you have a really bad release and really bad public reception, suddenly a fear of wanting to spend money or invest any money into something that...
Yep, that's also there too. People are now afraid to swipe too. Right, you're gonna develop a fear on people. Because they don't know if their stuff is gonna stay there, if it's gonna last. And if it goes bye-bye, well, it goes bye-bye. Nobody wants that. Nobody does.
Might not actually be good in the long term. So it's just like Wuthering Waves is pretty much doubled down on just like all these issues. And until
all the
these are
damage
fixed,
control.
there's pretty much going to be a permanent debuff where most people are going to be worried about spending money. And
Yep.
like the issues with Japan and like the fucking translation issues are just the tip of the fucking iceberg, right?
Yep.
That already is more than enough issue to make people not want to swipe.
Exactly.
So, like 100%, we have to like Kuro needs to go back to the drawing board and fix that shit up. Because we...
At the same time, though, after you fuck up this badly, will you get people to change their mind? Yeah, they've been in damage control before launch. If you've seen the concerns people had in their Discord server, in like the test channels and what they went after like the feedback in there, they were already in damage control mode in CBT2. And like the things that would ban people over was like ridiculous. If you had like any sort of concern on various different aspects or issues. And then they had other things where they would just completely ignore it as well. Like if you use display scaling on the PC client and your primary display was a 4K monitor, but your secondary monitor was a mismatched resolution, the game would always like give you a mini like flash when trying to resize itself because it doesn't know what it's doing. Yeah, 2-hour slow down timer, I have no idea about that one, but like yeah. They had so many different weird shit they were doing for damage control. Like even before then. Or if you pointed out any other issue with the ecosystem, or like you were complaining about how the hell you're supposed to test something if they didn't give you the tools to test with. Right? Because you basically had to go farm and grind everything in the game like crazy. while also knowing that whatever you did during the CBT would immediately get reset the moment the game goes live or the CBT ends. So like you already knew from the beginning that you were wasting your time, but they didn't give you the tools to properly go and test the game properly. So you have real weird issues and bugs going in under the radar. Right, then you have stuff like this. Oh wait, not this one. Not that one either. Which one? This one. And then you have stuff like this. And you can replicate similar stuff like this with other characters too. Let me see if I can find the Discord thing. Alright, let me open this Discord channel here. There's this. Literally Encore exploit with a different gadget to force animation cancel. We got Dungeon over here too. So like what happened here was this guy here, Afro, right, Afrodi? Like he asked me if I can he was asking me about to go and try and do these macro stuff. And I go in, I go try and I freaking return him, here we go, here's the macro. Because some other Russian guy found this shit. Right, and I just give them the macro. Because they don't know, I figured it out for them. But yeah. During launch, people complained the game didn't start, they spammed the chat how to fix it. The admin put 2-hour cooldown, I know. Yeah. I know about that stuff too. It's all fucked up. Alright, let me go hide this thing though, so you guys don't see what's going on there. DMs are DMs, that stuff stays private. I think it's fine. He's already known in CN as well. Right, he's already known in CN. We're talking about Wuthering Waves. They already have videos in Bilibili about him. Right, did you forget they were Gate was reacting a week ago or something? I remember seeing it the literal Discord server was already exposed on Bilibili. So even CN people know about it. Oh, he got censored? Oh. Okay. Well, that was oof. Well, he basically just asked me to just show that, to figure out the macro, basically. I figured out the macro. Right? I figured out a macro for him. Right? Someone else showed it to him, and he was just curious on it. I figured it out.
We have no idea if it's gonna get better anytime soon. Hopefully it does. You know, like I said, I still enjoyed the game. I think the combat is the most fun I've had in a while, but man, everything else fucking makes me depressed. The fucking time stop shit that I tweeted about pisses me off. Dodie, get out.
The time stop? Oh, he learned about that.
So cringe.
Oh, he learned about the time stop?
Something like that even happened? I have no fucking clue. You know, it's fucking crazy.
I bet he. Okay, so he still doesn't know about the animation canceling macro exploit. He knows about the time stop exploit, but he doesn't know about the animation cancel exploits. Time stop is thought acceleration, big brain, true.
I could draw the line. I could allow the fucking levitator or the gadget wheel animation cancel. That's an easy fix, right? What the fuck is going on with the fucking time freeze shit? You know? What is that?
Imagine needing to use the gadget wheel animation cancel. Imagine when you're just using your own aim shot is your own animation cancel. Imagine your own attack being an animation cancel. Right, that's the funniest thing about this one. Your own attack is your own animation cancel. Your own attack is your animation cancel. You cancel it with your own attack again.
Stuff. It's fucking ridiculous. They gotta get their shit together. You know? And combat is literally the only good thing about the game. Yeah, and when one of the best things about the game is completely, it's just, thrown out the window and there's constantly bugs like camera issues and stuff like that. It really is not good. This is good? What is this? No, this is stupid. Because it's made by fucking r/gotcha gaming. And they literally just tuned into a Tectone video and just took everybody's face and popped it on. Literally the brainless fucking... brainless basement dwellers on Reddit just immediately putting that. Because I like to make an argument that I think I literally... The main reason I like to go on those podcasts is because I want to give my perspective. Because I feel like a lot of people are afraid to give their perspective.
Yep.
Specifically, like, to go against Baldman. But
Holy,
I
this
think I
conversation is
I think
making
I
me
bring
lose
a pretty
brain
good
cells
argument.
the more I listen.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, bald man.
get the Dodie, stop. Stop. Out. Go away. Go away. Babe, what are you doing? You're scaring him. He wants to sit on my lap so bad. Dodie, go.
Fob and Sticks.
Go.
Partners in crime.
Go, go, go,
You
go,
love
go,
to
Oh,
see
boy.
it.
Go.
Sticks, oh boy. The
No, that
freaking
wasn't
Sticks
Sticks. There was
mentioned.
someone on Gotcha Gaming that
Oh,
made
boy.
the meme, and then fucking I think Sticks like retweeted it.
Oh,
is the
boy,
video
imagine
for,
Sticks,
is the video
man.
for your and your Poke and Sweetly? What does that even mean?
If you let Toadie sit on your lap, I'll gift 5 subs.
Okay, why are we even watching more of this? Right, like, cause like the problem with this stuff is like, right, like a lot of the freaking attitude I think from these guys is they probably wanted to keep getting constant sponsor money, especially if it's some of them like with, let's say, Genshin, where like they literally paid to play the game. Right, cause like how else are you gonna go play the game like every day for hours and hours on end without just evolving into just mint picking because you have nothing else to do? Or like looking at random videos, right? And reacting to them as your stream content in that category. Right? Like what else are they gonna do? Right? It's mint picking game. Right? I mean, like, yeah, you can say whatever you want. I have no idea who this guy is. I have no idea. I don't really pay attention to whatever goes on in Genshin. A lot of the time when I see Genshin stuff pop up, for the most part, I would just go in here and click do not recommend this channel to filter things out. That's why, for the most part, up until recently, my YouTube recommended was really clean. It's only after the recent Wuthering Waves drama that other weird shit would pop up, right? Because like, yeah, like stuff like, oh, Trails of Cold Steel, sure. You know, the freaking music of this game, perfect. You know, some other various different news, Linux stuff in here, sure, why not? Right, freaking East 8, the soundtrack here, one of my favorite songs from that game. MIDI, sure. Right? Like, this stuff at least is still mostly normal. Right? Like, normally it's not supposed to be filled with a bunch of, like, gacha game stuff. From what I do in, like, my own personal time. When I'm looking at stuff on here. For the most part, at least, my timeline is still, like, mostly clean. Because I block out a lot of this stuff in there. But apparently that guy was the biggest Genshin defender. I have no idea who he is, though. So I can't really say anything about it, but sure, let's go give it a look. Because I'm like, okay, why is he calling it out? Wuthering Waves category for some reason. You don't quit Genshin, Genshin quits you. I mean, sure, you don't quit Genshin, they quit paying you money. Sure. He's a major sponsor, he's major, like, oh yeah, he got sponsored by Hoyo. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, if you're in his position and you get paid to play the game, compared to most jobs out there, you're probably just gonna take it and play the game. Like, let's say you live in my country, man, you live in Canada. Your rent alone is $2,000 to $3,000 plus a month. You still have to pay for your expenses, like what, internet bill or whatever? You're probably looking at paying like another like $150 a month. Okay, your cell phone bill. Maybe if you got like, you're really smart and you get a really cheap plan to cover everything, and you bring your own phone that you bought, maybe you can get $30 a month, right? Let's say we still need to pay for food. I literally live in a country where a fucking apple is almost $2 for one apple. You're gonna be spending $100+ a week on groceries just to like feed yourself, right? Like you're gonna be spending probably like another like what, like $300, $400, $500 a month on food, right? Realistically speaking, and then whatever you're gonna be spending on electricity for utility, right? Like how much money you're gonna need there. And like the funny part is, the benefit of like doing this stuff at like a high enough level, at least where I live, depending on how you actually set up your stuff when filing for taxes, and if you set it up as like a mini side business and move all your expenses there, you could take some of it as a tax write-off against your income so that you're being taxed at a lower income rate. Right? Like, that's one of the, like, the other benefits as well of, like, being able to do this if you're at a large scale. Because, yeah, tax write-offs are a thing, depending on how you do it, and if you do it smart. If you're smart about it. Yeah, spend 100, like... Yeah, like, that's just how much we spend on food. Remember, an apple's almost $2 for one apple. $100 plus a week on food? That's like living frugally and, like, going out of your way to find as many ways to save money as possible. Right? Like, I'm already, like, stretching it to make it, like, really extreme. For, like, food. Yeah, it's really, really bad here in Canada. It is stupid expensive to live here. It is really, really bad. And, like, I'm not even considering, like, factoring in taxes, too. Because the taxes here are quite high as well. Right? Like, yeah, it is just really bad. Like, you literally, like, to barely afford to live on your own, you basically need to be making $100,000 a year as your salary to basically afford to live on your own in Canada. And that's just the bare minimum to get by. Yeah, it's like $1.85. $1.85 for an apple when it's not on sale. You're lucky for it to go under $1.50 during a sale. Right, you're lucky. Right, you're lucky. Even if you live in a place that's not too far away from a literal apple orchard, food prices in Canada is fucked. It is completely fucked. But so is their other expenses and cost of living. It's really bad, but that's its own other situation there.
Really curious what Doro is saying about is Wuthering Waves better than Genshin Impact. My editor called the last video Hoyo's biggest defender weighs in. I'm
you got
actually
German
sure
shops and they're not that bad, yeah.
At least for Doro. I know what I think. I do much prefer Wuthering Waves. But that being said, when I originally first started playing Genshin Impact as well, it took me a while to notice its flaws, or at least the more overarching flaws. So far, Wuthering Waves has very good bones.
For me, like, I freaking noticed the issues immediately. But then again, a lot of those issues were copied straight over from Genshin but made worse. I saw enough of the game during the CBT and I see it again in the live game. So, like, you guys already know that, like, I've already been long done with Genshin, but yeah. Yeah, $10 for a bag of apple, maybe 8 to 10 apples in a bag, yeah. Yeah, like, you're lucky, the same thing over here too, right? We're looking at, like, 4-pound bag of apple. Like, a 4-pound bag of apples here is like $9, $8-9 on sale. Like, on a sale, a 4-pound bag of apples. But, like, again, like, an individual apple is almost $2 each.
Full opinion of Wuthering Waves will not be concrete until I see the 1.1 dev livestream.
I've been getting this question a lot.
Imagine 1.1 dev livestream, man. The 1.0 was boring as fuck. And, like, here's the funny part, man. If we're gonna talk about freaking game dev live streams, I'm more interested in watching this bullshit than I am watching any game live stream. Because at least I get to see funny Cinebench number go up. Which I find exciting, but that's its own other thing. Just to see funny Cinebench number. But, like, I'll find this way more interesting than any game dev live stream. Like, for anything. But then again, like, we literally had a couple months ago at NVIDIA's conference for something. They had this fuck up where they said to Kudo accelerate the ANSYS ecosystem to connect anus to the Omniverse. I mean, come on, man. When you see this in the transcript for an English live stream, you gotta admit that's quite funny. They want to, Jensen from NVIDIA wants to connect your anus to the Omniverse. Right? Oh yeah, you mentioned some of the issues, and apparently they went really far with in the sexual way, and that was like quite inappropriate and stuff. But also, like, we saw the English live stream. We saw parts when you tried to translate the JP live stream. We also saw parts of Gay translating the CN live stream. All of them were horrible, and I kind of predicted it. At the same time, like, they kind of just embodied why I don't really like watching these types of live streams. They perfectly embodied why. So it was, like, kind of obvious to me, at least. Maybe not to the average person, but for me, I don't really like watching these. Like, I obviously wouldn't watch this one. I would just watch the freaking 12.5-minute supercut. And maybe if something from this thing got my interest, I'll then go scrub through the live stream at a later date. That's how I prefer to consume this type of content. Right? But this is far more interesting to me than whatever they can have in those game live streams. I mean, fair, right? Like, the only reason why I even looked at some of these live streams, like, directly, like with people, like, on stream, was more so because people, like, other people wanted to see it, and I'm like, you know what, I might as well see it with them. But if I was to do it on my own time, I would not be watching any of these. On my own personal time. I wouldn't. Like, no offense to any of these, game studios or companies making those live streams. On my own time, I wouldn't watch a single one of them. I would maybe scrub through them at best for certain segments, but never the full stream.
Withering Waves, Genshin Impact. Should I play Genshin? Should I play Withering Waves? Should I quit Genshin? Should I for Withering Waves? Which one's better?
Here's the thing, man. I mean, both games take about 5 minutes to play a day. You can just play them both. That being said, I do think Withering Waves is a better game.
So let's make a video on
Sure.
it. Well, I'm just going to tell you straight out.
I mean, it depends on what your goals are in those 5 minutes. If you'll be able to clear it in 5 minutes.
It's not hard. The thing is,
The thing is, with Genshin Impact, once you get current, you play for 2 hours every 24 weeks, right? Because the thing is, Genshin Impact has no gameplay currently.
Yeah, neither does Wuthering Waves. Like, your point, your gameplay loop is the same. It's the same thing as Genshin, you just added mint picking for your echoes. So, like, you draw it out even further by having even worse RNG and stuff. But sure.
It has none, right? Like, you were playing the story. It's more like watching an anime than playing a game, to be completely honest. Or you can do what all the Giga Chads do, quit the game, never get tempted by money, and then every now and then just watch me play the story every 6 weeks.
yes, there are similarities
If we get an update
between Genshin and Withering Waves, but I also feel like it's not a fair comparison to make.
I agree.
You know?
I do.
Genshin's been around for 4 years. Wuthering Waves came out fucking yesterday.
One of the biggest open world gacha games for like 3 or 4 years. It hasn't really had real competition.
I do think it's so fair, yeah. But it depends on Rosalind. Oh, she's insanely strong. I'm gonna eventually make a video on Rosalind after the Twitch drop stuff is over. There's some stuff I want to cook because, like, some of the rotations and stuff people, like, you can find online, they don't go fully into detail in the full mechanics on how just strong her kit is. Especially the 2-piece Matrix set. Especially this thing. This thing in particular, this bleed, is absurd. And, like, the cactus, when you go in the cactus, this thing does not work on the cactus. The amount of raw, absurd damage you can get from just this bleed that people don't understand is quite crazy. Right? But, like, yeah, like, there's a lot of things you can do. Right? Her advancements don't matter too much. A1 is survivability. A6 is the typical, you get resistance, is where your resistance shred is. And a small final damage buff. Right? But yeah. Just put Rosalind 2-piece on the main slot and put 2-piece Samir. And call it a day. I'm gonna eventually pull 4-piece Rosalind and replace 4-piece Ray so I can run 2-piece Cobalt here. But in its current state, I'm just gonna run this. And then I have, like, my 4-set array on here. I have 4-set array over here, and then I have 4-set Nanian here. This is what I personally run. 2 background sets, and then a main DPS set. Like, if you can't afford, like obviously getting, like, the 4-set here, you can just do 2-piece. And then run 2-piece Samir in the main slot. And, like, use that as your on-field. The bleed is just absurd in terms of like the amount of damage it does. Yeah, you pull A1 Roslyn, yeah. Fair enough. But like the crazy thing that people very much underestimate is this dot. I think like I can imagine the next time we have a crazy event raid, we're gonna have something really crazy going on. Yeah, 2-piece Lin is kind of just dead these days. Here's freaking 2-piece Nonyan, man. 21% attack. I have like 4-piece 3-star Lin. That's just 18% attack that's additive. Or not 18, 20.5. This is less attack, you have to stack it up, and this is additive to your other attack percent stats. You're better, like, unless you're using it in the background, and the problem with Lin as well, with her set, is just the duration. Right, this set is, like, heavily outdated. What's the duration again on this? 18 seconds, so you'd have to swap really, really often to maintain this. And depending on what setup you're running, it might not be worth it. And again, because you're gonna have to hit the target and deal damage to like proc it. Not too worth it to me. For me anyways. What's going on with my bygone bracket? I'm curious. Did that not reset yet? Oh, it did. I'm like way far ahead. Oh, I get like the easiest bygone bracket, man. This gap is funny. I'm like super far ahead. This guy's barely balanced around 50. I'm on 56. Wait. Oh, it's only +1. If this was +3... If this was +3 and I got a frost boost, I could probably clear that stage. Maybe. Alright, let's get back to this then.
Waves literally just came out, like...
Yep.
I don't
But
know,
yeah,
like
thanks for the follow as well, Loophole22. And thanks for the follow, welcome.
6 days ago. So it's very new. It's
I agree.
already doing a lot of great things.
It is.
Some things even better than Genshin.
100%.
Okay.
Dude, if you go to Twitter, like gotcha Twitter and stuff, and Reddit, you see all this discourse of people like shitting on each game.
And
I mean, I'll just shit on both of them together. Yeah, I'm warning everyone, yeah. You find it funny that LB are shown from a server? When you go to mine, you know, it's always ranked 7 due to being lazy. Oh, leaderboard. Oh. I don't even get that high. How did I even get that high? But cool, I guess. Somehow I got that high, I have no idea how. But alright then. Let's go back in here. I'm the strongest from my server? I guess. No, wait. Am I the strongest actually? From Radiant? I don't think so. Am I? I know like the server I originally played on was pretty small, Radiant. Maybe I am the strongest one left. The biggest crews are still like from my server though, some of them. But like there's like a lot of casual guilds in there. Maybe. Wait, no, wait, what was he from? I don't think so though. But hey, maybe it's possible. Wait, no, wait. No, I'm just looking at some of the names in here. I'm like, wait, nope. I recognize that name. Yeah, no, I'm not. I recognize like a name immediately that was from my server. That's ahead of me in bygone rankings. Familia Serpents is ahead of me. I'm not the strongest. No. But like you're from Solaris, always rank 7. Here's the thing, the actual groups there are like cross server. I've seen like Snow Bobby and stuff in my leaderboards. They're not from my server. Yep. You still couldn't get around using Samir on my main DPS rather than all limited matrices that works in the background? Because I don't have a better background set. I don't have a 4 set. If you have multiple background sets and you need and you don't have 4-piece Rosalind, then I'll use 2-piece Samir. Something to keep in mind as well, if you don't have if you don't have the strength of 2-piece Samir is very strong. If you have max Samir, this is a 20% unique damage multiplier. There's a similar one as well on 2-piece Cobalt. That's why I use them. Damage percent generally has higher value over attack percent. It's not the strongest, but if you don't whale every freaking matrix set to the max, these things still do have value as an on-field. As long as what matters though is as long as the weapons you're using, right, are primarily on-field for 90% plus of the field time when all your damage occurs. That's when stuff like 2-piece Samir, 2-piece Cobalt, or mixing other stuff in there is very strong. Right? If I had 4-set Rosalind, I would get rid of my 4-set. I would get rid of this mix, but I do not have 4-set Rosalind. Right? That's something to keep in mind. Actually, yeah, no. If I had 4-set Rosalind, yeah, I would just do that, yeah, because I would just keep using 4-set Ray there. Right? It depends on your situation. Eventually, I'll get 4-set Rosalind. I'm just not in a rush to do it. Eventually, I'll get there. I just don't need to concern myself with that, too soon. You know? I have, a month to get the Matrix set. So, I have a month to do that.
Really need to stop acting like it's that big of a deal. I mean, people fight all the fucking time. It's just pride over their favorite game. It's really not that big of a deal. People need to relax when it comes to drama, people fighting on the internet. It's just a normal fucking thing. I mean, League players hate Dota players. Final Fantasy 14 players hate fucking WoW players. Chess players hate checkers. Fucking Jelly hates peanut butter until they, make love and make a sandwich.
Withering Waves is better.
Sure.
Genshin's better. This. It's I don't know. I just feel like you guys are just wasting your energy on.
Nah.
I mean, I can do a funny video where I just go compare all these games at various different aspects. Generally speaking, for a lot of the aspects at least, if I'm comparing Wuthering Waves to Genshin, a decent amount of the categories Genshin would have an advantage over Wuthering Waves. The only thing that Wuthering Waves does is slightly better than Genshin is, hey, I guess you can wall run, and you don't consume stamina when running if you're out of combat. That would probably be the only category where I give 1 point to Wuthering Waves over Genshin. Even then, if I go throw some other stuff into the mix, it'd be kind of funny. But yeah. That might be a funny video to make. Just compare everything.
That's fun. People make it this whole big deal where people say, oh, you can't hate without wasting all this energy. It's genuinely funny. It's actually fucking funny. And I don't know, man. People make it way this big deal. They say, oh, quit fighting. Who cares? It's all the internet.
That is true. You get your popcorn.
Right now, there's been no escalation. Now, if people start doxing people, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm assuming though it's going to be a limited gimmick in terms of usability. But we did see that trailer the other day, yeah. I know it's going to be a limited gimmick, but hey, it's something. It's probably only going to be available in the Sumeru area. But hey, it's better than nothing, right?
Waves already did that to their players. Unlucky. People start going and killing people, sure, that's not good. But they're just saying Genshin dumb.
The Echoes is more fun than normal artifacts? I don't know, man. I'd actually rather do normal artifacts. Personally, as much as I hated artifacts in Genshin, Echoes made me appreciate Genshin artifacts more. Just because I didn't have to go running around mint picking and deal with as many layers of RNG. But that is my personal opinion and stance on the matter. I would rather farm Genshin artifacts. I really do not care about running around the world mindlessly and farming the same 3, 4, 5 mobs for hours upon hours every day for a chance at a slot machine where I can roll for Pepega substats. Right? I personally do not value that aspect in a game. If anything, it reminds me of one of the things that made me quit WoW during Legion. With the AP grind and legendary gear grind. right? Except at least with the legendary gear grind and the AP grind in WoW, there was at least an end to it. Not so much with the WuWa ecosystem. Yeah, it means Genshin can actually do it, like they choose not to do it. Well, yeah, they choose not to, because they don't have to. Right? At the same time, they're smart by not putting it in Genshin. But the reason why they're smart is for the wrong reasons. They're smart, but not for a good reason. The reason why is, like, if you're gonna go show your data to investors and stuff, and you want to show, like, let's say player retention and player engagement, if you force them to spend twice as long to do something, hey, at least investors will see, oh, big number. Okay, so users will spend X amount of time on our app every day. Oh, but this other one will spend even more time. Which one sounds better to put money into? Right? When they're propping things up. And like, that's how the entirety of Genshin's story has been structured. It's structured in a way to extract as much interaction and playtime from the player as possible, whether or not the quality of the actual story is good or bad. That is its own other situation. It's intentionally made to be that way. Right? For better or for worse. And that's probably the main reason why they don't put a skip button. That's probably why. And they probably never will put a skip button. Because they don't have to. Could they do it? Yeah, sure. But do they have to do it? No, they don't. So they probably won't.
Withering Waves dumb, and that's pretty much it.
Honestly, just at the end of the day, play what you want.
I agree.
And
Yep.
who gives a shit what anyone else thinks? You know, it's a video game. Play the video game that you enjoy. In a perfect world, I would just say play both of them, dude. Play both as long as you're enjoying them.
Sure.
But if you're not enjoying
Now let's hear how you really feel. Let's get off the fence here.
Yep.
Genshin anymore,
Yeah,
then
Hoyo is very
give
clever.
Withering
Yeah, they
Waves a
make
try.
3 different
True.
games. You appeal to different kinds of people. Right? Like for me, I can never get into Star Rail because I'd rather go play a different turn-based RPG with way better music and way better combat. Right? And I have access to a lot of them, and if I wanted to play them portably, my phone can't run any of these games, but I carry around a Steam Deck, which can run these games. Obviously, I'm going to play a better game when I can. Good morning to you, Zedmeister. Right? But that's my situation. But the reality is, and if you're gonna appeal to someone pulling stuff up in their pocket from their phone, right? How often do people pull their phone out to go play games on it? They'll go play these games on like the bus ride to work or to school. They'll go pull it up on the toilet. They'll go pull it up during their lunch break, right? Like for like the average casual person, if they're going to go play something on their phone, right? Like when are they realistically going to pull it up, right? Having the stuff be insanely grindy and like super hardcore is a really bad move if that's your target demographic, because you're missing them entirely. You're entirely missing your target demographic, right? You're not into turn-based games, that's fair. If it's an anime game, so you avoided Star Rail. I mean, there's a lot of really cool and interesting turn-based games. Star Rail is like extremely basic and dumbed down. And like, it copied some structures I've seen from other games, but removed like literally everything about them. And just like simplified it to 2 buttons. But yeah, and they want hardcore audience, and the hardcore audience isn't going to care. The hardcore audience doesn't care about playing their game on their phone. Hardcore audience at the same time, they don't care. They don't care about running around an open world to randomly pick mint. They don't. They're only gonna care to do it if you force them to do so. Not because they like that type of gameplay or want to do that type of gameplay, but only because you force them to do so. Right? At the same time, too, hardcore audience is going to avoid spending as much as possible anyways. So, like, how do you... And then the other thing, too, is, like, how do you scale content for people whaling? Because if people whale, the game's gonna be too easy because they're gonna do too much damage and can just ignore mechanics and stuff. Like, by design, because they'll have just higher raw stats or higher raw damage output to an absurd degree from whaling. Right? It's like, It's just like a constant lose-lose no matter what. That's why like gacha games aren't even the biggest, like the highest grossing, highest selling mobile games out there. Right? Even in like places like China, where they eat that shit up. It's like nowhere near the top. Right? Like that's not how you go get the casual player base, man. Like the casual, like not the casual, like you don't go after the hardcore, you go after the casuals. The casuals, man. Right? Like you have people literally willing to go spend money to take a flight to go to an airport to see their favorite celebrity. They'll spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to go see their favorite sports team play at a game. They'll go do that again to see their concert. Even though the concert performance is generally going to be far worse than their own like recorded album experience with like a decent set of headphones to listen to the music. Because of physics and the fact that now you have to also deal with other people too at the same time. Right? Like that's really what the casual audience is, right? They're gonna go spend money on all sorts of crazy stuff, even if it's good or not. If you're appealing to hardcore players, you have to like do things perfectly. And you really can't piss them off. At the same time, if they have no reason to swipe, they're not going to swipe. But again, like casual audience, man, you'll get them to swipe on a character just because of how they look. You'll get characters and the players in the casual audience in Genshin to literally pull C6 R5 of a character plus a weapon because they really like the character and they don't care about anything else. Right? They don't care about the gameplay, combat, or whatever. They don't really care, and they have people there that will do that. Right? That's why that's why that's the target audience for Genshin Impact. And Hoyo knows. Right? That's why their games are extremely easy to someone who's used to playing harder games. That's why they're a joke. Because they can't. Like there's no point of them trying to appeal to the hardcore audience because it's not gonna make them money. And at the same time, you can't do it. You're not gonna appeal to anyone at the same time if you do it that way. Right? I'm doing fine though, Peregrine. Just a bit tired. Because we've been talking and looking at stuff for the past almost 8 hours. Oh yeah? Alright. Let's see what else they gotta say.
Loving the game so much. I've barely touched Genshin in the last like 6 days.
And to be fair, that's not Doro's fault. There's just nothing to fucking do. To be honest, I'm surprised he played 6 days ago. What was he doing, bro? Collecting mint? Seeing his...
At the same time, I'd like to ask that question as well to Tectone. What were you doing, bro? Collecting mint for the past 6 days? Oh yeah, I mean like, oh yeah, no, not mint, echoes. Okay. Right, like what were you doing? Right, like he's going on in here like attacking Genshin for the same issues that Wuthering Waves has, but he's completely ignoring it because it's not Genshin. Right, like that's how I look at these people when they're arguing over these things. You're arguing over the same shit. They're the same thing, just with a different coat of paint, and one just being like overly inflated in terms of their spending and budget to the point where like they need an absurd amount of money to stay afloat, and I don't think they will be able to afford that. And he's making drama and he loves it, I know. Right? Like, that's really the only thing he's doing. Because otherwise, if you look at it logically, it's like, bro, where's your self-awareness?
His bubble diaper? Like, what were you doing?
No, I'm not quitting the game. It's been a...
Well, you can't... Well, the thing is, Genshin Impact doesn't... You can't quit it. It quits you. They just stop making content. Right? Like, that's not...
Yeah, Wuthering Waves is the same, man. Right? If you don't want to play the game for the content in there, you don't want to play the game for the content in there. It's that simple.
Not quitting. Like, you go back when there's new shit to do, but you don't need to go around and fucking need to pick mint to prove your loyalty.
Yeah, welcome to how games used to be, man. You don't have to log in and go play the game to pick random mint. You don't say. Right? You don't say. And this is what happened, man. Live service games poison the minds of all these people. They'll call everything instantly dead when they're not forced to do chores. Imagine. Right? Imagine. Right? Like, it's just weird fanboy logic. Exactly. If anything, I'll actually praise it if you don't have to log in every day. If you can actually play the game on your own time and don't have to grind it like crazy if you don't want to, that's perfect, right? That's respecting the player's time. That's a good thing, right? Like, I would look at that as a good thing. But, like, at the end of the day, these guys will somehow turn that into something negative, right? And, like, for me personally, I find, like, grinding, like, mindlessly for various different things in games is kind of stupid, right? To me, it's just a way to massively just, like, pad out gameplay time when there isn't actually any real content there, but a way to mask it. But yeah, like, it is fanboy logic. It's like PlayStation versus Xbox versus Nintendo, right? Except the difference is, yeah, they got grown men. It's ridiculous with these guys, right? Like, they're always constantly fighting over the same stupid shit. At the end of the day, these guys are these things are companies. They're not your friend, right? They're a business. They only care about your money. That's all. They'll do whatever they need to take to get that money from you, but they only really care about their money. And, like, they only care about it as long as it's profitable, right? Yeah, some people, they find it they find it enjoyable, and good for them, right? Good for them. But for me personally, I don't really enjoy it. I would rather just play the game for what the game is, right? And if I have to grind, depending on how bad it is, I will just leave. Because to me, grinding is just some stupid excuse to pad out for time, because they don't actually have enough content that they think they can sell the game on, sell the game on their own. Because I have seen games, even with RPG systems, that do not need any grinding at all. And they're, like, so perfectly well balanced and designed around it, you can just play the game without even having to think about it. I've seen a couple games like that, and you've listened to music from said games as my background track for the stream, from those developers, right? And once you get used to playing those types of games that are, like, really well balanced in that sense, it makes it a lot harder to play other games that will actually need you to go above and beyond and mindlessly grind for hours on end just to make a tiny minor improvement. Yeah, they want hardcore content, but they will only play the hard content if it has rewards. Exactly, that's the other thing too. You're never going to give them a good enough and an appropriate reward. Alright, see you around, Tara. Like, you're never gonna be able to give them what they would find rewarding anyways as well. Like, at least not in a meaningful capacity. So, like, there's that too. You're right on that front, right? Like, it's just never gonna work. It's not the kind of, like, game that would benefit from being super hardcore focused. The endgame loop should be the reward itself, like Monster Hunter. To be honest, most games don't need an endgame loop. Most games don't. Like, just straight up. Most games don't need endgame. They really don't. They need to have a good game, but they don't necessarily need an endgame. Some of the games that I found the most satisfying to play have no endgame. You just play the game, you enjoy the experience, and when you're done with the game. Maybe you'll come back later and play more, or redo another playthrough on a new game plus on a higher difficulty or something. Maybe you'll go and do that. But honestly, a lot of games don't really need an endgame loop, right? And a lot of people, especially the casuals, will not care for it, right? Like, that's something to be, like, aware of. A lot of people will just not care for it. So there's that. But yeah, it's like, if they want hardcore content, he's playing the wrong game for it. Just straight up.
Who cares?
Breath of fresh air to play something new with a really cool combat system, different story, different characters, different world, and it's an amazing game. And I have another video on my channel on my first impressions if you want to go watch that to see more of my thoughts on Withering Waves, and whether or not.
Well, yeah, by Withering Waves, man. You love Monster Hunter and Souls game, hardcore and fun. Fair enough. For me, apparently, I probably wouldn't like playing a Monster Hunter game. I was told that when I was playing my playthrough of Grand Blue Relink, because I did not like the gameplay loop there. And like I just kept comparing that to a completely different game that had a similar combat structure, but way better movement and like much faster pace in terms of action, right? But like I was sold on that game and told people to like play that game based on its combat being similar to like East 8, East 9 combat. And then obviously when I go and play and don't get that, I'm obviously gonna be disappointed. Because then I was like oversold on something I didn't get. Especially when I liked how the structures worked in that game over what was going on in Relink. But yeah, like if you like grinding stuff mindlessly to go fight the same thing scaled drastically higher with a different coat of paint, then more power to you. Go ahead. Right? But that's not for everyone. Yeah, Monster Hunter Souls games, hardcore fun. Right, he played games like that, he played Sekiro. Right, but then why isn't he playing any more of those? Right? I don't know. He's farming drama. And we get to get a lot of popcorn content by watching them farm this drama. Hey, it's a short time game, right? Well, it depends. Right? Depends, because like I've seen games be really long without having an end-game loop. Because they don't need one. Right? Like some games really don't need one. You just make a really good game, like that just can sell itself on the actual base game itself without an end-game loop, and it can be an enjoyable experience there. But yeah. It really just depends.
You know, it's worth it, but
How come he can say weather, but he can't say wuthering?
TLDR, it is worth it. But to get
True.
back to the question,
Yeah, like there's a leak for it, and there's still some like data mine for it. I don't know when it'll happen though. But like, yeah, she's apparently going to get one. I just don't know when. Right? Like we've already seen like a leak for some of the stuff in there. I just don't know when it's gonna happen. We're just gonna have to wait and see when that stuff happens. But yes. Right? Oh, I guess I should change this to day 7. Oh yeah. You'll play Elden Ring DLC when it comes. Doesn't it come at the same time as what game comes out at that time frame? Oh right. It's ZZZ, right? Will he play ZZZ or will he play will he play the Elden Ring DLC? What'll come first? Who knows? He's probably gonna try to see if he can farm drama from ZZZ first and play that first. Probably. Right? Like highly likely over Elden Ring DLC. But yeah, people like Tectone, he's like forcing endgame as if it makes the game better. It doesn't. Right? It doesn't. Oh wait, June 25 Elden Ring, never mind. Okay, like I got dates mixed up. There's like a lot of stuff there. Yeah, don't worry. We'll go through this before I get some sleep at least. Yeah, like another thing like casuals won't touch. Exactly. Right, like casuals aren't going to care about endgame. They're not. Right? If anything, if like as a casual player, if I wanted to play a harder game, like at least in my opinion, what I would do is like I would go play an older game or like a full price game instead, and just turn the difficulty slider up. That's what I would do. If I think the game is too easy, I'll just go in there and turn up the difficulty slider, and then have the game balance around that. Because at least with those types of games, because they don't have to deal with the random RNG BS of these types of games, these live services, to try and keep players engaged artificially, they also don't have to like sell people these weird things to increase the player power. They can more finely tune and balance the game around the player to varying different degrees of success. Right, like that's the benefit of like those these just regular classic single player games versus like these gacha games. Like single player game, you definitely can make the hardcore shit work. live service game? Not so much. Maybe in an MMO, where you're actually gonna get tryhards and stuff where like you have leaderboard content for people to flex. But for like casual game, they're not going to care. Casuals will not care. Right? But like, yeah, that was like the other thing that like they blundered on. How the fuck do you put like these like quote unquote hardcore content into Wuthering Waves if you don't like give people in Wales a set of leaderboards to flex on each other for, right? Especially because if they're supposed to be a so-called hardcore game, right? Like at least give them the ability to flex on each other. At least maybe then they get people to whale on the game, so they can get more power to save any tiny bit of time. But yeah. Yeah, when like Elden Ring, when they play ZZZ after once you're done, you'll wait for the next patch, and then you finish Elden Ring, and then you'll wait for the next one. Exactly. Like most of the time, like the average person playing these types of games, like they'll log in, maybe they'll play for a week, maybe a few days, right? Maybe one day a week, they go play it, enjoy the content. If they enjoy it, they'll log off and come back after the next update. Right, like, this is like pretty typical behavior and what a lot of early MMOs would experience all the time. If you've ever played World of Warcraft during the earlier days, like during the earlier expansions, at least from my memory, I would remember like all the time, like you would have a bunch of people playing at the start of a patch, and then like after 2, 3, 4 weeks in, you're gonna start to get a massive drop off. A couple months later, they all come back and go play the game again. They go spend their time doing something else. Unless there's some crazy hardcore person like going after these mythic clears in mythic raid clears or heroic 25-man clears, as they were back in the day. Right? But like the regular average person, they go in, they go play and experience the content, and then they're done. They don't care about doing the hardest version of the content. They don't. Right? But like the thing is, the problem with the internet, and especially social media out there these days, is how do you farm user engagement? How do you farm user engagement? Like, how do you farm user engagement on a lot of these social media platforms? It's very simple, really. You make an echo chamber. Because then you're gonna have people talking to each other, reinforcing their ideas and opinions on stuff, right? And that's all they're going to see. At the same time, because people think they're all the same or they're all have similar ideas, they're a lot more like they feel a lot more safer and comfortable to share whatever they have to say with each other, and so they'll do that, and they'll just keep talking and talking and talking with each other, and then and it'll just keep reinforcing their own ideas and ideals and whatever, like into their minds, right? And that's effectively like how these social media platforms make as much money as they can. Because that's how they're gonna farm user engagement. And the more user engagement they have, the more opportunities they have to serve you ads. Or the more opportunities they have to collect your data so then they can sell it to an advertiser who will then buy an ad from them and then show you their ad. Right? That's really what goes on there. Hey, you see gacha characters as frames, to be honest. Fair enough, right? Fair enough. But like, yeah, you're obviously gonna have a bunch of crazy people in the same echo chamber regurgitating the same information. And because you see the same people and you see more and more of the same people there, you're gonna think there's a lot more of you than there really are. Right? Like that's just what they're gonna end up thinking. At the end of the day, it's just a small minority of people. A small minority. But yeah. That's their problem, I guess.
Of Genshin versus Withering Waves. If you can't play both, I'll give you some aspects of both games. Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Withering
Let's go.
Waves, brand new game. So you're starting off in the
I'm not gonna lie, the first week of Wuthering Waves is erotic.
early game. You know,
What?
I
What was
the
erotic?
First 100 hours of gameplay for Wuthering Waves is fucking erotic.
launch was
I don't think I even hit 100 hours of gameplay in Wuthering Waves. How many hours did I hit at Wuthering Waves? How many hours did I hit? This is 5 hours. 25 hours in the release, plus another like 2 hours when I like logged in between to go do dailies a couple times before giving up. I didn't even spend 30 hours in the game. I got to Union level 31, 32. Yeah, like some people spend too. I spent about 27 hours on stream because that's the only time I ever played this shit game on stream. For Wuthering Waves, I got to Union level 32. I'm completely done with it. I can't go further. But yeah. Yeah, don't treat it like the second coming of Jesus, man. That's not what it is. Right? If you didn't like Genshin, you're definitely not gonna like Wuthering Waves. For the same reasons you don't like Genshin. If not even worse. Right? Like, I already knew that going into the game. And surprise, surprise, that's exactly what happened. Right? Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, you hate how much the gacha reviewers are so biased, unlike people like Angry Joe. Now, even then, Angry Joe does have his own biases as well. There's no bias, not like unbiased review. Right? Like, there isn't one. At the same time, though, like, the way I like to look at games is, like, every game I'll review, if I was to review a game, every game starts as a 10 out of 10, and as time goes on, for everything I see, I will start to deduct points based on what merits or demerits I see there. Like, merits will get to keep their score, demerits I'll start deducting from their score, and, like, slowly go in reverse. Right? If you like it, you like it, but personally for me, you guys already know my opinion. And I need to drink some water. Yeah, they think they know better than the devs. But in the case of Wuthering Waves, the devs don't even know what they're doing. But these people that are really loud and like making all this content, they also don't know what they're doing and what they should be doing. Neither of them do. The funny part is, you know what? Genshin knows what it's doing. Hoyo knows exactly what they're doing. And that's why they're successful. Right? They know what they're doing. They know it far better than their audience does. Right? like as much as I don't want to give them praise. I'll give them praise on that because they actually do know what they're doing. They do. These guys will say they don't, but they know exactly what they're doing. And they're getting exactly what they want. Right, they're interviewing JP and CM peeps for sure. Oh yeah. But yeah. You listen to them more. Yeah, Hoya knows the majority of what their audience and casuals. Exactly. They know exactly what they're doing and exactly what they need to do. Right? They know exactly. Right? But these guys don't.
1.0. I'm very curious to see the scale of their updates every update.
Everybody.
Because
Yeah, like they were on the holy. Yeah, they will. I don't know who the other character is, but they will earn an unholy amount for sure. Right? They will. I think I heard the first name before because I did look at the 4.0 story in Genshin. I didn't like it, but like that's its own other situation. Because people kept begging me to look at it last year on stream. But yeah, considering like how they featured her like all over the place, I think it was. It's a nurse and a lolly female. Okay. Yeah, like I don't follow this stuff. I have no intention of. But yeah, they're gonna do just as fine and just as well, right? They've been doing that for over like almost 4 years now. Yeah, exactly. Gacha games should never be treated as a AAA game. Exactly. Here's the thing, you can have a AAA free-to-play game, but you cannot do it as a gacha game. The gacha games will never work as a AAA game. Even if it's free-to-play, like, you will never get it. You have to come up with some other way of making money. You have to come up with some other way. You would have to. But you're not gonna get that out of a gacha game. Right, you're pulling for Farina? Well, I wish you luck then. Right, I don't really care about pulling anything in Genshin, but like, hey, it can be absurdly expensive if you lose the 50-50 or whatever. I know exactly how expensive pulling in Genshin is, so I wish you luck. Hopefully you can get her. Right? Like with normal games, you see reviews, you can get a general idea if it's good or not. But Styx or Tectone, you can't, of course. You can't trust them, exactly. You can't. A lot of these people in the gacha space especially, you can't really trust them. Especially when some of these guys are also just having money exchange hands. Like, especially when you have those types of situations too. But even then, not all reviews you can follow and trust either. It depends on how they're getting their game. Hey, you should never listen to a drama farmer. Exactly. Right, like, if you're gonna, like, listen for reviews here, like, never listen to a drama farmer. For me, like, I've always been like, here's my information, here's what I have to say. Now you go and think and decide for yourself. That's always how I like to keep things going. Right, I'll give you the information that I have. Right, and then I'll be like, okay, you decide for yourself. I'm not you. I should not be thinking for you. You should be thinking for yourself. Right? Do whatever you want with that information. You have games like League that are actually pretty close to gacha games. No, they're not. League makes more. What do you mean League is pretty close to gacha games? They make way more than gacha games on just selling skins. But you know the freaking top game in China is owned by Tencent. It's literally a freaking MOBA. Like people just go in and just go get their freaking $1 skin constantly. Like it's on like every phone in China. It's literally a MOBA. It's like it dwarfs all of the games that HoYoverse owns in Genshin in terms of revenue in China. All of them combined and then multiplies it by like 10. In terms of revenue. Literally the entirety of HoYo's revenue. You combine it all and then multiply it by 10 and it's still less than what Honor of Kings is making in China. Like it's still less. You multiply all of the HoYo games by 10. And you combine them all and multiply it by 10. And it's still less than the rank 1 CN game. Right? Yeah, like, AAA gacha game is never going to work. AAA gacha game is just never going to work. AAA games in the regular market these days are barely working. A free-to-play module gacha game is gonna do way worse. It's going to do way, way worse, especially if you're just gonna damage control and de-incentivize people from spending money. Like, wow, like, imagine being surprised. Right? Like, all of these guys, they got the surprise Pikachu face. Right? Like, they might as well just all have the surprise Pikachu face. But yeah. They are, like, that's what Wuthering Waves is. They are the AAA gacha games. Why do we speak about it? Because in the context of Wuthering Waves, they belong with them in that category. Wuthering Waves belongs in the AAA category. Genshin does not. Terra Fantasy does not. Every other gacha game out there on the market does not belong in the AAA category. But Wuthering Waves does. Like, here's the thing, AAA is mostly referring to in terms of size. Like, size and scale, like they're working with in terms of budget. That's really what it refers to. Right? Like, it really refers to, like, how much money, like, you spent and invested to develop the game, how much time you put into it, right? And the amount that they spend on marketing. Wuthering Waves takes all the boxes to be a AAA game without being a AAA game. By, like, the regular sense that people would think of as a AAA game. Right? Because usually most people think AAA game, oh, it's just like full price 70, 80, 90, 100 plus dollar game, plus a bunch of DLC or whatever bullshit tacked on top. Right? But there are live service AAA games out there. Just look at Overwatch. That is a AAA game. That is a live service. Right? You haven't seen a single ad? I've seen a couple, man. It depends on where you go. They literally had ads in Times Square. It depends on where you live. But I've seen a couple ads for Wuthering Waves. A couple mobile ads. But again, like, it depends. Right? It depends on where you look. Right? It depends. But I've also seen like constant Hoyoverse ads also spammed at me in those same places too. Yeah, Genshin gave WuWa a chance to surpass by giving the worst banner of all time, and they still lost. I know. The thing is, though, even if they surpassed Genshin, they wouldn't have made a profit anyways. Their game is too expensive. Like, that's it. At the end of the day, Wuthering Waves is way too expensive to develop and maintain. It's not gonna be sustainable. They would have to be making more money than Hoyo is making with Genshin to be sustainable. They would have to be. But I don't see them doing that. And like, they're not going to do that, especially with the hardcore crowd. The hardcore crowd isn't going to care. At least most of them. They don't need ads, they have Tectone making drama. I mean, I guess. I don't know, man.
HSR's updates, every update, are huge, so I'm curious how Wuthering Waves is gonna be.
Else, so you don't have as much to catch up on.
I mean, it depends. Like, they don't have to make as many animations as well for HSR, right? They just need to make like the character's basic attack animation and an animation for when they get hit and die, and then an animation for the regular skill and their ultimate skill. Right? Like, they don't have to make too many animations. It's a lot cheaper for them to make and develop HSR compared to Genshin. And also, HSR isn't an open world game. And because of like how limited a lot of movement and actions are in HSR, there's a lot less potential bugs and issues to deal with, making debugging a lot cheaper as well. Again, it's a simpler game. Right? So like, yeah, of course they can pump out realistically more content faster. Like, that should be obvious. Right? Like, you don't think it's the case, like, when you have an engine and, like, the update is not as pricey. Yeah, true, right? Like, they're also using a cheap engine with the old version of Unity. And, like, for what they're making, it works. Unity is easier to run than Unreal Engine. So, yeah, there is that, too. Yeah, it is easier, it's a cheap game. WuWa is massive budget, exactly. Right, like, again, like, people don't realize, like, these other games, man, at best, are AA quality. They're AA quality games. They might have AAA budget in terms of marketing from Hoyo, but their games in terms of development and like maintaining them, they're nowhere near AAA budget requirements. They're way cheaper. It's like, yeah, go figure, like, they're extremely profitable, but Wuthering Waves, man. This is why you can't just copy Genshin and try to like upscale it even further than Genshin would. Because, like, you're not gonna get the player base for that. WuWa is complex since when? What do you mean WuWa is complex, man? Yeah, WuWa is so complex, I can literally look into the game and figure out frame time animations for me, and create macros to completely break the game. Yeah, sure. I meant from a technical standpoint, not from a gameplay standpoint. Right? Like, from a technical standpoint, WuWa is complex because it's built on Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine is significantly harder to run than Unity. And it has a lot of weird different performance issues on various different pieces of hardware. Right? From a technical standpoint, yeah, like, Unreal Engine probably not the best choice. Especially if you're not going to take the time and effort to go and optimize the engine to be as efficient as they possibly can make it. Which, for some reason, Hada and Tower of Fantasy is able to do, but Kuro with its massive 300 to 400 employees are unable to do it. And, like that's the funny part, man. Somehow, Hapa is able to do it with a much smaller team to actually optimize Unreal Engine to actually work on a mobile device, and in some cases run even better than Genshin can on some devices that are a bit more CPU limited, on a very constrained power budget. Some cases. But like, that is just a funny situation there. What do you mean ToF runs worse on your PC? You sure? What are you doing with your game settings? There are a lot of like various different game settings you can turn on in ToF to make it use as many resources as possible. but you don't have to use them. You also don't have to play in DirectX 12 mode. Like, have you tried just not playing it in DirectX 12? Because that will just give you a ton of free performance, switching back to DirectX 11 mode. Unless you're running on some sort of like Intel CPU. DirectX 11 mode is a lot easier to run it. Also, like, if you're gonna have stuff like by default, like sometimes depending on your machine, it might try to turn on features like ray tracing. There are also a couple other features you can turn off to optimize the game to make it faster. Some of them will actually increase your DPS as well, like hit pause. Like, turning some of these things off, like, again, camera vibration. I wish Wuthering Waves would let me turn this thing off. It was something I hated in Genshin as well, and I hate it in Wuthering Waves. Not being able to, like, turn off the weird camera effects. Because after a while, it does get very annoying and disorienting for me. But, like, that's one of the other things. You can go in. You can fine-tune so much. Right? Some of, like, the big things, though, like, is, view distance. The amount of view distance you can have in ToF is a bit absurd. Also, another thing, too, with, DLSS is, if you use DLSS, it does support frame generation, kind of, which will input extra fake frames. And, inputting fake frames will make the image look smoother. But at the same time, if you're, let's say, you're playing the game at 30 FPS, but it's, like, incorporating and injecting 30 fake frames every second on top to hit 60, you're still only playing the game at 30 FPS. It just looks like it's 60 FPS. Like, I'm not really a big fan of these types of frame generation stuff. I'm okay with, like, using it to upscale, but, like, for me personally, yeah, I'm not really a fan of that. Did you turn up render accuracy? This might be why. So, like, there's this render accuracy slider. If you don't know what this does, you can multiply your overall resolution internally without increasing the game resolution with render accuracy here. If you turn this up to the very max, 2 times 1080p, you're half a 4K resolution. Like, if I turn this thing on, this is gonna be half a 4K resolution. And if I turn it to 4K, this is gonna be double 4K resolution. When you use a setting like that. You had some problem with your other stuff. It's like, there's probably something else with your computer that has some weird issues. Because generally speaking, if you actually, like, don't, like, turn on settings to, like, really stupid degrees that are completely pointless, it's a lot easier to run this game. Right? You're gonna have to, like, play around with the settings. But they give you all this control. Like, they didn't have to go this far. You look at the settings menu here and you compare it to what you have in Wuthering Waves. And it's just a flat out like, embarrassment. Like, what kind of control you have for settings in Wuthering Waves compared to this. Right, and, like, you have even more over here. They literally just put whatever they can. And, like, if it's a setting that you can tweak, they'll give it to you. Right, it's like, yeah, sure, why not? You're playing the game. Why not, right? It's your account. Go have fun with the settings. Right, as long as it's not, like, you know, like, outside of their, like, expectations and intention. Alright.
Which could be easier for some people.
Yeah.
I've seen some people who are like, is it too late for me to get into Genshin? It's like 4 years of content. That can be daunting for someone, right?
Well, yeah.
So this is a brand new game. You can get in early, less stressful that way. To some degree,
sure.
I feel like Withering has better combat. Like,
it does.
more fun combat, in my opinion.
It
Where
does.
you have to, like, parry and dodge. And
At the same time, I guess it depends on what games you're used to. Sure, you can parry and dodge in this game. But at the same time, if you start looking at it from a mathematical standpoint, and you evaluate everything with that kind of mindset, you start to see the issues with it, but that's me. At the same time as well, like, I find it funny, their choice of characters. Like, you see this with literally everyone playing Wuthering Waves, man, like all these content creators. Look at their choice of character and what they're playing and what they're using.
there's actually skill. Like, the bosses in the game takes...
I'm gonna say this, and I really...
Right? But yeah, that's just my own take on the matter. If Total Biscuit was still around, he would definitely talk about settings like this. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'll talk about it. Oh, where do you see it's in the launcher? There should be a toggle in the launcher where it says your where you see the 3 bars. You click on system and you can see switch version of DirectX. You know what? Here, let me see if I can show the game launcher for you. Yeah, less than 20 gigabytes of space because there's like no content, man. Of course it's gonna take less. At the same time, I've seen games with way more content than Wuthering Waves will ever have take up even less space. To be fair, like, if I look at freaking vanilla World of Warcraft, that game is also like 13 gigabytes in size. But you got the entire continent of Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms. But you got 2 entire continents, and all the instances and content from them. JP loves his new character? Oh, for Genshin? Oh yeah, for sure. If they love the character, they love the character. Good for them. Right? Good for them. Genshin needs like 200 gigabytes to install, I know. Because they don't exactly have the best installation like optimization there. I know. Yeah, it's just more echo farming. They'll add more mobs to farm for echoes and stats. They'll add some extra random world bosses for specific characters or whatever. And then they just recycle the abyss, whatever they want to call it, with a different set of mobs with overly inflated stats and a timer. But like, what else are they gonna do? Right? That's why I'm like, if I'm not like a fan, if you're not a fan of the gameplay loop now and you're like already feeling bored or tired of it, right? Like, it's not really going to change for a long time. And they're adding more endgame content? That depends if you really value it as endgame content. I heard about it too. Right? It's just a different side mode type thing. They're removing one abyss reset cycle for that one. And all I know is apparently it's set up in a way, like my take, is to try to peer pressure people into getting their friends to whale in the game. Especially because, like, they know that their audience is gonna be super casual. And when the casuals see they can borrow these characters from other players to use in this heavily restricted content on what is and what isn't allowed in there, right? You might actually end up getting them to swipe even harder, indirectly, just by using a psychological trick like that. At least that's just my own 2 cents on the matter there, right? But it's probably gonna end up being the same thing anyways at the end of the day. It's probably just gonna be a bunch of bosses or enemies, possibly split up into multiple waves with a bunch of restrictions on how much of them you can use, with a timer being the challenge. That's probably what it will be, and that's all they'll do with it, right? But hey, at least it gives them something different to try to play and go through, I guess. Again, like, these types of games, like, they don't really need the end game the way that people may actually want it, because they're never gonna get what they want, because they can never make what they want and never make it work the way they want. Right? Is Elusive Realm plus TOA combined? Okay. Roguelike with fatigue. I mean, yeah, sure. And I'm gonna guess when you have the fatigue bar maxed out, you can't use the character anymore. Sure. If you like roguelikes, hey, maybe that's something for you. If you're not like tired of every game putting their own version of that BS everywhere in there and making like terrible roguelike modes. But hey, if you like it, sure, more power to you. Go have fun with it. Right? And then they're making other games. Exactly. Just bounce back and forth between multiple games instead of trying to put everything into one game. Right? Give people some time to take a break and go do something else. Genshin and Wuthering is a direct competition. The Genshin is now update is on the 5th of June. Wuthering Waves update is on the 6th of June. Wait, no? No, Wuthering Waves is not updating on the 6th of June. They're just putting the banner early. They're not updating on the 6th of June. They're updating on the 28th of June. They're just giving you the Yinland banner early. They want WuWa to have everything and they're gonna fail at everything. They're gonna fail at everything they're gonna try to put in there. They're gonna try to get everything but fail at everything. Like, I personally don't find the combat in Wuthering Waves satisfying. Because I know how unbalanced and broken it is. And it's just always gonna be lurking at the back of my mind when I play it. Right? Especially with like the scuffed, stupid design choices. Because I know what's going on there ahead of time. And they don't have the like the actual content in terms of the combat in their setup based on just mechanics alone. Yeah, they're releasing it early because they're losing money. They need the money, man. They need the money for people to wail on Yinlin. Right? They need the money. That's it. They're just desperate for cash because they really need it. They did so much damage control, they got people to spend even less. At the same time, you see them doing all this damage control. How incentivized are you to swipe even harder? Right? You have the WuWa shill saying Genjin could never. But I just say Genjin never needed to. Right? Like, it's a completely different situation if they didn't have all these disasters at launch and they just made a better Genshin. But they didn't do either of those things. Right? They didn't do either of those things. They failed at both. But yeah, like, but why wail if Kuro will give you free stuff? Exactly. Why would you wail? Right? Why would you wail? And if you really understand what the hell is going on, how long do you think it'll last? Like, how long? Especially because they haven't turned a profit. Right? Like, these games will have to turn a profit eventually. You can't just keep bleeding money forever. You can't just keep doing it. It's never gonna end well. I mean, like, they're different in their own ways. I would say Genshin and ToF is quite unique in their own, in their own aspects. As for Wuthering Waves, a lot of the combat in Wuthering Waves for the character design, if you've played a lot of games like I have, like, over the years, a lot of them just feel like watered down worse versions of characters I've played in various different other action games. They just have faster animations compared to Genshin. But they also lose the cool, unique gimmick and appeal that'll also trick the funny monkey brain inside the average casual. Right? If the casual, like, you think about it this way. Right, you play a game casual and you see, oh, if I go mix and match these things and like it's a puzzle, I'll see like this funny cool extra other number and these funny sets of words, right? That are like very simple and easy to understand, right? Like, if they're not trying to min-max for damage, right? Like, the casual player is going to get an extra dopamine hit. If they see that, oh, if I combine Pyro and Electro, I'll cause an explosion, I can send funny enemy flying like 69 feet into the air, right? They're probably gonna have fun. Oh, like, they'll be like, oh, if I have, let's say, fire on the enemy, and if I go blow them with wind, I'll spread the fire to the other enemies too. Wow, oh, if I put grass on the enemy and I set the grass on fire, they'll be on fire, right? Like, funny casual, like, they're gonna have fun with that. Like, that's what Genshin can appeal to, despite it being completely broken. The funny casual player, like, they're not going to care. They're not going to care about their damage. They're not going to. Right? They're not really going to care as long as they can play the game and it doesn't get in the way. They're not gonna care. And they're gonna be happy with it. Right? But with Kuro, you can't really do that. They can't really do that there. Again, like, we go take Tower of Fantasy as well. They have their own ways of appealing to both hardcore and casuals in different ways. Right? It's just a lot cheaper to deal with anything in ToF compared to the typical other gacha, because guess what? You literally have people just pulling on characters just because they like their appearance. They don't even have to care how they function in combat. They'll pull on them just because they like their model or something. Heck, they'll go swipe on a freaking banner that doesn't even come with a weapon. And they'll go get the character. Actually, you know what? Scratch that even further. They'll go and wail for, you know, like, for a simple outfit. Or a fucking hairstyle. Even if it's gonna cost them $100 a pop. Right? Like, they actually do have content here for casuals to wail on. That, like, the freaking car mount is casual content. Right? Like, it's going to appeal to a bunch of people there that don't care for power. Sure, they have stuff in there for people to care for power if they want to. And the same thing with the content structure here, right? Avoid Rift too hard, VA too hard, come back later when you have like a million buffs, and you can make the content a cakewalk, and play it with free to play with whatever you want in there. At least you can pull on whatever you want as a cosmetic. And that's pretty much where most of their sales are now at this point. Like, CN's like May revenue for ToF. They have like no new character banner because Rosin was like 6 weeks, right? Instead, they just have card gachapon and outfit gachapon stuff, right? Like, literally people pulling on outfits in a car, and they're still able to make a fuck ton of money. Wuthering Waves cannot do that. They cannot do what, like, they cannot do that. And they also have to just deal with being a AAA budget-sized game. Right? Like, that's the thing. Like, ToF can literally just sell you a cosmetic. And they do it over and over and over again. And they seem to be putting a heavier and heavier focus on those cosmetics as well over time. That's probably why they realize they have to do the thing that they're doing with the Lin, with like and experimenting with Lin first, and gonna give us like the new set of advancements. They might actually probably try to rebalance the game on like for the regular live version, on top of just having the reboot server being its own different balanced game for a more hardcore focused crowd. Because like again, like at the end of the day, like unless you have some crazy leaderboards and stuff, the people that do care for power, right, they're not really gonna care much about whaling. Unless they can whale directly for more power to flex on other people on a leaderboard. Wuthering Waves doesn't have that. Maybe if Wuthering Waves had a leaderboard, they get more people whaling. Unironically, like actually, if they went in and put a freaking leaderboard so people can go flex on each other for like for Tower of Adversity, and do the same thing for the each of the bosses, what's it called, the hologram bosses. They put a leaderboard with clear times and stuff and a score on them for people to compete against, even if there was no rewards. They'd probably get a lot more people swiping, at least for power. At least they might be able to trick the hardcore crowd anyways. Maybe. But yeah, your exams are over? Oh, nice. Nice. But yeah, like, and the thing is as well with ToF, like the quote-unquote endgame content in ToF, right? Like, Bygone isn't endgame content. Neither is sequential. Like, it's not. It's like Origin of War. It's freaking Origin of War in whatever event raids they feel like pushing. Event raids are mostly mechanics based. Even if you do like barely any damage, the bare minimum, as long as you can get all 8 players coordinated to do the mechanics, you will clear the challenge before the timer runs out. As long as you get everyone to follow the mechanics appropriately, you will just clear it. Right? Like, that's how they've been designed. Yes, whales can go whale harder and compete for higher spots in the clear time rankings because their damage can potentially make the boss die faster, but it's not necessary. Right? The same thing, Origin of War, right? If you're not whale enough and like competitive enough to care to do Origin of War at 2000% difficulty, you can go play it at like 100% difficulty if you want. Heck, you can go play whatever difficulty you want as when it slowly reaches that level. You have the option of being extremely casual there if you want to, right? A lot of like the upkeep for your account is all weekly based, not daily. So if you want to take a break and like not play the game for 5-6 days and play it like and binge all your stuff in one day, you can do that without missing out, right? Like, it is like extremely casual friendly from that aspect. Right here on Bygone 544, yeah. Most people don't care. Like, not level 544 Origin of War, what? What do you mean 544? Did I explore every map? Not 100%. Not in ToF 100%, no. I don't do 100% exploration in every map, unless I really feel like it. Did I do the new map 100% for sure? I do have the Gestos map 100% on this account. That I do have. But all my maps, I don't have 100%. Most of the domain 9 I do, but I didn't finish Joltville. If I go to Vero, I don't have that 100%. Uh, 97%, 96%, 94%, 98.9%. I barely touched some of the other side stuff as well. I did finish all of Gray Space, but I didn't finish Twilight Zone. I barely touched it. Same thing applies to Inners. I barely touched this stuff here. I did max out Deep Sea Cave because there's barely anything in there, but the other stuff I barely touched. Same thing for like Confounding Abyss. I did 100% though. If the reward is good, sure. Wait, I mean on this account I got more. I have 2 accounts for ToF. One's a free-to-play account, and this one's my main account, which is not free-to-play. But yeah. Like, it depends on what I feel like doing. Right, in some cases if I'm doing it for content on stream, I'll do it for content on stream. Oh yeah, I hate the underwater map as well. For sure. I avoid playing the underwater stuff. Unless I have to go there. Like, here's the thing, like, I think it was obvious a lot of people wouldn't like it. Like, you play a bunch of other games over time. How many people actually like water levels in their games? Like, I'm being serious here. Like, how many people like the water levels in games? Right? Like, imagine being happy about a water level. Right? Like, imagine going crazy over a water level. Right? At least give me a cow level. Because then it would be a funny joke. The map was beautiful, but like, yeah, I hate water levels. A lot of people hate water levels. Right? Like, of course, not a lot of people will like Inners. There might be like the odd one out that does, but generally speaking, most people don't like water levels. Right? So like, yeah, it's completely understandable why you didn't like it. Because a lot of other people out there will completely agree with you. Myself included. But the only one you liked was Mario in a family computer? Which Mario? You're talking about like the original Mario Bros on the Famicom? Like, at least it was not a sewer level? Or a swear level? Swear level or sewer level? Yeah, the OG, okay. Fair enough. The original, ironically, the map you hate is the easier to explore domain 9. Understandable. A lot of people got tired of domain 9 because the theme got dragged out for too long. Right? Spending 1 year in the freaking China theme map, where not a lot of people can relate to it, and then you have like all these names that like might not be easy for you to understand, for sure. Yeah, and then the balls everywhere. That's true. You go open the freaking map, you have the main field energy thing on, and like you just see like a million balls on the map everywhere. You don't know where the hell you're going, right? But yeah, like, understandable. No one likes 3D Pac-Man and mint picking, after all. Yeah, 3D Spaceman. Right? Mint picking, 3D Pac-Man, it's the same shit. Yeah, Pac-Man Simulator good. Sure, man. You do you. Right? You do you.
If you are 16 and below, play Genshin.
No, if you're 16 and below, don't play either game. If you're 18 and below, do not play either game. Don't listen to what Tectone says. If you're a child, you should not be playing these games. Period. Right? Not just save your sanity. If you're a child, you should not be playing these games. You wouldn't take a child to a casino now, would you, right? Yeah, sure, let's go take a freaking, like, 16-year-old to a casino. Because that's a great place to take a child. Right? That's a great place to take a 16-year-old. Take him to the fucking casino. No, you should not. Play Soul games and Monster Hunter, play whatever they want, but just not a gacha game. They can play whatever they want as long as it's not a gacha game. They should not be playing FIFA or whatever as well with those sports games that have the same shit in them as well. They should not be playing these types of games. They should not be allowed anywhere near them. Right, like fuck the surprise mechanics. And it's not like it's not even like what I would call legal. It's more of like a loophole in like a weird gray area because there's not enough I wouldn't call it legal, but rather like it's in a really weird situation where there's like they have like a weird loophole to not count it with the rest of gambling. But yeah. What do you mean it's still broken for whales? Do people even PvP? FIFA boxes though, yeah, kids should not be playing that. Kids should not be allowed to deal with FIFA boxes. Right? They should not be playing FIFA. I'm sorry, go outside and play real soccer. Like, go find people and go play real soccer. Don't play FIFA. Right? Like, if you're a child, you should not be playing FIFA. If you want to play soccer as a kid, don't play a video game version of soccer. Go play real soccer. It's better for them. They at least get some exercise. Yeah, back in the day it was fine, but not anymore. Ever since live service situation, they should not be playing these types of games. I mean, it depends, man. Like, I don't know much about the PvP stuff. All I know is they preset your stats. PvP is still mostly skill. But there's also the Battle Royale mode, which is not like, again, this thing, right? This is its own mode here. The regular PvP mode, they give you trial weapons. They literally rotate trial weapons every week. And you have to ban and pick weapons now. You can ban weapons from the other player. For kids, I'd say Armor Sword Part 6 is good. For kids, I'd say they should all experience Trails in the Sky the 3rd, Star Door 15, Paradise. I'm just kidding, they should not experience that ever. That would traumatize them. If they were to experience that, Oh, you can still bring your character weapon, but everything is maxed out. PvP has always been, use whatever you can use whatever weapons you have. Even if you have A0 weapons, they're automatically set to A6 in PvP. Matrices do not function in PvP. Elemental resonances and weapon resonances do not activate in PvP. Right? It's mostly been skill-based. The only difference is whales would have access to more weapons than free-to-plays. That's all. Right? But everything has always been set to A6 in PvP. It's always been the case. Yeah, Fairy Tail for kids, very disturbing experience for adults. Well, again, Fairy Tail, you know, like, they were made to teach kids a lesson in various different ways. Like, that was like the whole intent for them. Right? Is Tectone good at A0? No, he's not. Tectone is good at negative advancements. You need negative Tectone. On combat, maybe OP and PvP. That depends on how long it takes for you to charge up. And how vulnerable you are during your charge up time. PvP in games is a completely different type of game compared to PvE content. The things that matter a lot more in PvP are things like your hit frames, hit lag between like your actual thing, like between your attacks, any other type of delays that you have to deal with before you can queue another attack, and positioning and positioning on top of just skill of the player, right? Just because she might have a crazy knockback doesn't mean she'll be good. Right? It all depends on how long it takes for you to charge up and how vulnerable you are during the charge up time. Right? So I don't know. Maybe she'll be good, maybe she'll be shit. It depends on what they cook. Nah, man, Tectone's so bad of a pull, you have to lose pulls. Right? You don't want tech tone pulls, you want negative pulls. You would rather have negative pulls than a tech tone pull. Right? Big brain, you'd rather have a negative pull than a tech tone pull. Right? Negative pull better than tech tone pull.
You are 17 and above, play Wuthering Waves. That's all it is. Genshin Impact is more pandering to children. Wuthering Waves is pandering more to adults. If you want a darker story, play Wuthering Waves. If you want a happier fun time story, play Genshin. That's it. And that you can be upset, but like, and people say this all the time, whoa, adults play Genshin. Sure they do. Okay, adults watch Dora the Explorers, adults watch SpongeBob. But you have to understand that Genshin Impact is made for kids. It is made for kids. It doesn't mean kids are going to play it, but it is made for kids, and Wuthering Waves is made for a more mature audience. And you can be upset by me saying that, but that is how it goes.
Skill. I like.
At the same time, though, like they're like they're going for an audience that doesn't really exist that much in terms of spenders for the type of game they have. But yeah, like Genshin is more colorful and carefree world, whereas WuWa is more morbid and dark. I don't know about morbid, but dark, I guess. It's less so dark and more so just completely muted and like dead in terms of the lighting and stuff than I would say dark. At least that's how it feels to me. It doesn't really feel like I would get immersed in it being dark, but rather I look at it and I'm like, yeah, this just looks like it's really dull, not dark. Oh, they have a scene where someone dies. Oh no, wow. To be honest, I'm used to far crazier shit that, like, to me it doesn't really matter. Like, oh no, some random NPC dies. Whoopee. Yeah, it's just bland. At least Genshin is bright and colorful. It's just bland there. If you want freaking darker story, you might as well look at ToF's story. That shit's a lot darker, and even then, it's very tame. It's very, very tame. But you literally look at freaking 1.0 Genshin's story. You literally see, like, you literally have to put down people. There's a bunch of side quests where you literally have to go kill various different NPCs and, like, actually, even in the main story, you have to, like, actually kill them. Like, after all the things that would happen to them, right? Remember the freaking Banja storyline with, like, Kolador, right? Like, with Theo, his son Theo and Kolador, at the end of the story, you literally go and kill his child. You literally go and kill his child in front of him, right? If they originally intended for you to freaking kill off Shirley at the very beginning of the game. You go to the southern part of Banjas, right? You literally see, like, what happened to, like, a bunch of the people that who transformed into aberrants. That area ends up where you have to go kill them all. Right, you gotta like just go kill them all because they basically turn into zombies. Right, you do like a lot of more like actual killing there. But what happened with like, you even see that in like, even in some of the, like you go see the freaking great, like the freaking Vera stuff. I mean, hey, the freaking thing's a barren wasteland, what the hell happened there? You can like really see a lot more, like there was a lot more going on there. Yeah, the kids don't know that. Yeah. Right? They don't know. They don't play it, they don't pay attention. At the same time though, again, I'd say this stuff is pretty tame. You don't know true morbid craziness? But freaking Vera, Dr. Obila did a lot of fucked up shit, man. Her own daughter is like this weird crossbreeding of her clone and like weird alien stuff to research them. Just to try to see if she can make one, like reproduce them. She did a lot of like crazy experiments on herself too. That shit has a lot of fucked up stuff. Yeah, the freaking Domain 9 had a bunch of human experimentations as well in various different areas. You'll see it through the story, especially when you get to the Forbidden Hideka County. Right, like you want fucked up shit, they got fucked up shit if you really want to see it. And even then, it's still on the rather tame side compared to what I've seen in other games. But then again, once you've been exposed to stuff like Trails in the Sky the Third's Star Door 15, and what the fuck happened at the Paradise Lodge. You've seen how fucked up shit can get. And a lot of fucked up shit doesn't surprise you as much anymore. Because, yeah, kidnapping children and using them and drugging them and performing human experimentation on them because you want to summon your stupid evil cult god, but then you realize developing drugs and human experimentation is stupid expensive, so you need to make money, so you then go get all the children and sell them off as prostitutes as well, while you're drugging them and experimenting them, and watch them die one by one. Oh boy. That's quite the lore dump there from Trails in the Sky the Third. Of fucked up shit. And that leads to the backstory for like, oh yeah, actually, you guys don't know this, man. Some of you guys may not know this, but you know the lead developer, like the lead like producer and developer for Honkai Star Rail? Star Rail dev fan of Trails. Literally the lead producer of Honkai Star Rail, right? This guy. Like the lead producer, you know his favorite character of all time is? This is literally his favorite character of all time is. You wanna know fucked up shit? You should look up her backstory in Trails from Zero. And even then, that's not as fucked up as another character that went through a similar experience as she did in the same game. Which is related to the Trails in the Sky the Third's Stardoor 15 Paradise. Right? Like, I'm not making this up, man. You can go look up the information here. But if you want a really crazy, fun, and really good JRPG to play, turn-based game, definitely recommend playing Trails from Zero. Even the freaking producer of Honkai Star Rail, he loves this shit. The freaking combat system of HSR is a heavily toned down version of the combat they have in the earlier Trails games, without all the extra field effects, turn bonuses, without the orbment stuff, without the orbital arts and crafts stuff. What do you mean don't play Cold Steel? Cold Steel is fine. It's just a very slow start. The way they have the game structured. If you ever play the other entries, you know exactly how the games work. The first entry in an arc is always going to be very slow to build up the world and the characters within the area, and then they expand it further in the sequels. That's why you should never join in from a later entry, within the same story arc. But at the same time, Cold Steel may not be the best if you want to fully understand the story, because it is assuming you understood and played the earlier entries in the series, like the 3 Trails in the Sky games and the Crossbell games, right? Which would be Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure. But yeah, his favorite games right here, Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure, right here. It also claims heavy inspiration from Trails. Very heavy inspiration. But I don't think they're ever gonna get to the same heights and do things quite at the level Falcom has done. Right, his first experience was Trails from Zero, yep. Back when he was a university student, you can go read more of the stuff in here. But yeah, his favorite character of all time is Tio. Right? But yeah. Why did I have that window open? I'll close that one.
Challenge, right? There's more endgame stuff to do, to grind out for.
I wouldn't say there's more endgame content in Wuthering Waves. It's the same amount. There isn't more content. It's the same content. It just got a different coat of paint. For sure.
Rewards. It's being super generous right now. It's had a rocky launch, so it's been giving out free 5 stars and
it's been nice
rewards. So it's pretty generous right now.
And let's just keep it real. When Genshin Impact had a rough launch, it gave 50 Primo Gems. So,
Wait, Genshin had a rough launch? It did?
I mean, it is pretty nice. I genuinely hope that Wuthering Waves continues to fuck up so I get more free shit.
I do think the gotcha system is better. You know, the
It
weapon
is.
banner's really
Well, yeah, the
good.
weapon banner is
The
better,
weapon
but the other
banner
thing
splits
is
the characters
not much.
and the weapons, so that if you want to go for one or the other, you can. But yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah, it
fairly
didn't.
new, so it's
Exactly.
like less daunting to get into.
I'm like,
But on
where'd the
other
freaking
end,
Genshin fuck up come
Genshin,
from launch?
Better
this
voice
year,
acting.
Like 4 years, I think.
Yeah,
and
4 years of
there's
content's
a
insane.
lot of content to go through, which to some degree, like I said, could be daunting for some people.
Yeah.
But in the same time, it's really good because you have so much to catch up on. You won't get bored for a while, you know, if you're into the game, right? Some people just get bored because they're not into the game. But, you know, if you get into it,
don't play Genshin Impact unless you want to listen to the story. Because if you're not looking for a story game, just skip Genshin Impact, right? Like if you're going to skip Genshin Impact's story and get to the end game, there's no end game. And you need to know that. There is no difficult modes. It doesn't matter.
I mean, there's no end game again for freaking Wuthering Waves either. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It applies to Wuthering Waves too. It just has a different coat of paint, and people don't fully understand the game either right now. They're still in their honeymoon phase, but it's the same thing. If you're gonna complain about it in Genshin, you're gonna have the same problem in Wuthering Waves. The only difference is they make it way, way more annoying to get there. And way, way more tedious. Because of how fucked up the ecosystem is. Yeah, the Wuthering Waves story is also just plain bad. Exactly. It's also just bad. Right? They guessing they're talking Venti banner? Venti banner had like extra advantages for it too. Venti banner was really huge because again, like people got Venti, it was like very useful. You could group enemies up together, people like that. Venti made it so you can create gusts of wind, right, anywhere in the world, and use it to like traverse even higher. Like Genshin launching with Venti was like very convenient for the player. But Wuthering Waves launching with GN, who cares about GN unless you actually like the character, right? At the same time as well, like Genshin's Venti, right? Venti's voice actor, or rather voice actress, right? Female voice. People hear that. A lot of people thought Venti was a girl. Right? Then they found out, oh, it's just a trap. But even then, there are people into that. Right? There are people into that stuff and don't really care. They're just happy they got fun unit to go make tornadoes around the world with. And create gusts of wind to make exploration a little bit more convenient for them. Amongst a bunch of other stuff that they may or may not like about them. Right? Like, they had those extra stuff as a bonus. There is no bonus to owning Gion. You can use them as a DPS if you like them, and that's it. Right? Venti actually has benefits to him that are exclusive to him. At least for the time when Genshin released. Right?
So play Genshin slowly if you want a story. If you don't, play Wuthering Waves.
like, there's so much to catch up on, so much to explore.
Right.
Dude, we already have Mondstadt, Leeway,
Inazuma, Sumeru, Fontaine, Natlan coming.
Natlan in a few months. Dude.
I'm very excited for Natlan. I really hope they go full baby mode. And like they commit to like the casual theme. And if they give us Pokemon, that'd be dope. I really want more information on this. My problem is with Hoyoverse, especially for Genshin, I keep my expectations very low. I really hope they don't fuck this up because I really hope they go full Pokemon.
Dude, you have so much content, an amazing cast of characters that I personally love. Great combat system as well. I like the combat system in Genshin. It's one of the better ones. The constant events, constant updates. I mean, there's just so much. And I love Genshin. As you guys know, I'm made fun of in the community for glazing up Genshin, but no, I really do. I love Genshin.
Hey, Doro, no. You should not be ashamed, okay? You are a glazer, but that's okay. That's all right. Sometimes you glaze. It is what it is, right? There's no reason to be insecure about it, okay? Just like, hey, man, I'd be glazing Wuthering Waves because the way that Doro feels about Genshin is the way that I feel about Wuthering Waves. Now, that being said, I try to keep it pretty unbiased whenever I can, and the problem is Wuthering Waves is delivering to me exactly what I want out of a fucking game, right? So, hey, man, we all do a little bit of glazing. That's all right.
And just because Wuthering Waves is out doesn't mean I instantly hate it.
Wuthering Waves, nice.
It's an amazing game. No matter, here's the thing. This is my opinion. This is my hot take.
Sure.
But I think people just think it's cool to on Genshin because everyone else does it. And so they just do it. And it's a cool thing to do. For the last 3 years that
Well, what's crazy is that argument would definitely hold true. But the problem is you're presenting that argument as if it's in opposition to what happens to Wuthering Waves.
It applies to both games, man. I see it one side, I apply it to both. I don't care. And so he agrees to his bias. Exactly. He's freaking confirming his bias.
When the exact same thing is happening to both games. So the argument certainly is valid, but for this specific scenario, it is pretty much a moot point because it's happening to both.
I played this game, I still love the game. Yes,
Go on to Gotcha Gaming, r/Gotcha Gaming.
it's not perfect, obviously. Now with actual healthy competition, they could start being better for their community.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I wouldn't
talked
call
about
it a
this on my stream, if
competition,
you're
but
watching this
sure.
on YouTube. I talk about this on my stream where sometimes it feels like the Genshin team is disconnected from their player base, right? They don't really listen to like what we really want, quality of
100%.
life stuff.
Absolutely.
But I'm starting to
I mean, like, quality of life stuff is good, but that's all they need to really provide in Genshin. They only need to give the people more quality of life, and that's all that matters to them.
see it more and more.
Yep,
and
good.
I guess
Proud of
it
you.
just took competition to start pushing them, which you
I don't think it's competition. They just already had it cooking. They just didn't do it yet because they didn't want to.
I'm so proud of you for fucking seeing the light, man. I have brought Doro to Jesus. Finally, people are seeing it, what I've been saying for 4 fucking years. Whether you like Wuthering Waves or not, you have to understand Genshin is fucking horrified. And now they're down to improve their game.
You could look at it.
Again, like, I don't think they're horrified. Do you think they're horrified? I don't. I don't. They probably already had this shit in the works for months. Genshin and Hoyo is known for freaking planning content in their games for literal months ahead of time. Why do you think, like, in the past, people would have freaking leaks of content, like 3-4 patches in the future? Because they already had the shit planned out. Right, if you've ever, like, followed the leaking groups for Genshin Impact, if you've ever, like, followed their groups, and, like, seen what they had going around in them, historically, like, these guys who were leaking, they were leaking information and stuff, like stuff they would get plans for patches, literal months ahead of time. They, like, the way Hoyo works when they're making their games, they will plan everything so far ahead of time. They will have testing and stuff done so far ahead of time before they even plan to actually release the thing. They've always done this. It's just funny how now, like they're just ignoring the fact that people have already known about this and just pushing it so, like, oh, they're doing this now because they're afraid or something. Or maybe because they already had the content in the works and was planned ahead of time. Because of the structure and culture they have at MiHoYo for making these games. And MiHoYo isn't the only company, or HoYoverse isn't the only company that does this. Blizzard, if you didn't know, does this all the time. Why do you think the couple of expansions after Legion have all been garbage? They've even said so in interviews in the past. They've planned all their expansions and stuff years ahead of time. So, like, before, like, after they finalized their ideas and had stuff set in stone for what they plan to do for the next expansion, they do it without even getting the feedback of the previous expansion or the previous 2. That's why, like, all the terrible bullshit systems that were in Legion, they were again in Battle for Azeroth and again in Shadowlands. A lot of the stuff that people didn't like. Because they, like, in interviews themselves, like, lead developer from, I think it was like Ian something, I forgot his name. Like, I remember seeing, like, a thing, like, a couple of years ago. He was talking about it. Like, they planned all this stuff ahead of time. In an interview. I forgot which YouTuber I was, like, watching, like, perform the interview with, like, the lead developer there. But, like, it's not uncommon for some game studios to go plan their live service games content way far into the future and then execute on them. And take a long ass time to pivot because it's not in the pipeline. Like, it's not completely uncommon. Like, my belief, at least for me, is Genshin already planned all this stuff a long time ago, realistically. And like my support for that is because literally a lot of other live service games in the past have gone on this structure as well. They'll plan content ahead of time, and then they'll execute on it when they have it ready and like in their pipeline. Whenever that happens to be. It's just a coincidence, nothing more, nothing less. Right? It is just pure coincidence. They're not, like, especially with the amount of polish they like to put in Genshin, and how slow they like to release their content, right? Like, this shit is funny, man. TechToad and this guy, like, they're so papega, they got me fucking defending them. The irony of this, man. They got me freaking defending Genshin, which is just hilarious. Only these guys can get me to defend Genshin, man. Right? And like, again, like, historically speaking, man, I look at the GPU market. Does competition really work and exist there? Right? Like, if it did, why has the 4090 gone up in price since the release? Right? 4090 launched like 2 years ago at $1,500 US. Now it's $2,000. What the fuck is going on? Right? What the fuck is going on there? The 5090 is probably gonna be like $2,500 at this rate. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, like Natlin people like coming in the next patch. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Even if you go down, you go to the 4080. What's the 4080 pricing, right? They wanted to sell the 4080 for $1,200. It's still around that price today, right? Isn't the 7900 XTX a little bit faster in a lot of cases? It doesn't matter. And what did AMD do when they were pricing that thing? They just slightly undercut them by a tiny amount. They priced the thing accordingly there. Remember, the 1080 Ti, which was the fastest card of the GeForce 10 series, like, slightly slower than the Titan X small P, not the big P, right? That graphics card, which was, again, like $1,000 for the Titan X, the Titan XP, whatever. It was like $1,000 to $1,200 depending on where you bought it. But the 1080 Ti was, what, $700? $650 to $700 was the launch price of the 1080 Ti. And that thing was the fastest card you could buy. That thing was faster than whatever AMD was trying to cook and be able to put out, right? With their like a Vega 64 or whatever. Remember? Which they would also just price like at the same price as well. And then like you come to the freaking 20 series, they just freaking released the 2080, which performs a little bit slower than a 1080 Ti in most games without RTX stuff, right? And they charge even more than they charge for the 1080 Ti. The price went up, right? And then like they kept the pricing structure. AMD would only slightly undercut a little bit because they felt like it. But yeah. 10 series is a banger, exactly. 1070 was, you got a 980 Ti. No, you got better than a 980 Ti. 980 Ti only had 6 gigabytes of VRAM. 1070 you got 8. I had a 1080 Ti at one point. Well, actually no, like I had a really funny story with Amazon and how I got my 1080. Because I originally bought a 1080 from EVGA when it came out. The 1080 for the Win model. Right? And this was one of the earlier models from EVGA that had the issue where they forgot to put thermal pads on the VRMs, and eventually like the actual RAM and like the VRMs eventually killed itself. But like before that, what ended up happening was Amazon lost my 1080 in shipping. So they shipped me another one, and I got it a couple days later after they said they lost it. Well then like a couple weeks later I get the other 1080 they originally meant to send me in the mail and they let me keep it. So I bought an SLI high bandwidth bridge and ran a pair of 1080s in SLI for a bit. But both of these 1080s had the defect from the early EVGA 1080 models. Eventually they burnt one of them burnt up in flames. Well, they didn't light fire, but like there was smoke and stuff coming out of it because the VRMs basically cooked itself. So I ended up getting an RMA for them. They didn't have any 1080s in stock to replace it, so they gave me a 1080 Ti. So then for a while I was using a 1080 Ti. I took out my SLI bridge and I put my 1080 in another computer. Right, I was using that until Elden Ring came out, and I played Elden Ring on stream for a little bit on the 1080 Ti. And then Elden Ring killed my 1080 Ti. And then I uninstalled Elden Ring never to play it again because it killed my graphics card. And then I had to use my GTX 1080 for a bit. And then eventually I bought a 3070 used. And that's what I'm using right now, a 3070. But like graphics card pricing from back then versus now. Way different situation, man. And like not even adjusting for inflation. Like even if you adjust for inflation, like they're way too expensive for where they would have been if they were priced accordingly like they were in the past. Right? Yeah, it's not the top 12 most profitable gacha games. Wuthering Waves is not profitable. It's not profitable at all. Right? Like, Wuthering Waves development cost is probably close to $500 million. They spent $150 million on marketing. Right? Even if they made $50 million in revenue, that's only revenue. The thing with revenue, if you made $50 million in revenue, if you're Apple, if you're Google, if you're whatever like payment platform that they're on, like these app stores, if you're freaking Nintendo, if you're Sony, if you're Microsoft with the Xbox and PlayStation Store, if you're Valve with Steam, what they always do is they charge a 30% cut of every sale. So this 50 million is now, boom, it's 35 million from 50. And then again, there's also just transaction fees for actually getting the money out from them and transferred into your own accounts. And you might be lucky and you might be able to get like a low rate like 5%. So then that 35 million is now wait 1 sec. So 35 million, right? The 35 million now, we're gonna multiply that by 0.5%, right? We're gonna remove 0.5% from it, right? And now we have 33.2 million. That's where like that's the revenue that they actually get to see from the 50. But we still haven't even accounted for taxes yet. Right? And I don't think you'd want to piss off the CCP and not pay their taxes. Especially if you've because no one is safe from the CCP in China. Freaking the richest man in China at one point, Jack Ma I think it was, who had the largest company in China in Alibaba. He went missing one day for a couple of years after pissing off the CCP. And then magically, like a bunch of his investments in like a lot of the businesses he wanted to start and open up, the startups, they all failed. I wonder why. Right? But like again, like if their expenses is like, you know, 500 million plus another 150 million for marketing, and this is just for 1.0, right? This is how much money they would need to make to break even. Right? Like you divide this by how much they would get to keep at the end. Let's say after taxes they're lucky to keep $20 million after taxes. Alright, let's say they get 20 million from that one banner sale. They need to make 32.5 times that amount to break even. Right? Like I have no idea what the taxes they would have to pay in China are, but you definitely do not want to piss them off. You definitely do not want to piss off the CCP. Especially if you want to do business in China. Right? Genshin Impact is not a AAA game. Right? Star Rail is not a AAA game. They may have a AAA marketing budget, but they definitely do not have a AAA game. Wuthering Waves though, it is a fucking AAA game. They're not gonna make AAA money though. They're not. Right? Like, yeah, like at least they make good changes? I don't know, man. I don't know if I would say they're all good changes when they should have done them in the first place and they knew about them ahead of time. Right? To me, it just looks like damage control at the end of the day. And again, these things are companies, they're not your friend. At the end of the day, they're not your friend, they're a company, they're a business. Their goal is to make money, nothing more, nothing less. If they so happen to do nice things for you, that's a bonus, not their goal. Yeah, like, what do you send me here? Okay, so I got some message here. Like, one CCP right man got missing after he pissed the leader. Where did the CCP spread out and not pissed him off? Yeah. You do not want to piss off the CCP. Like, yeah. Right, you just do not. Right? Some guy, otherwise you might magically go missing. You know? You might magically fall down some stairs or disappear. Who knows? Never to be seen again. Right? They can do all sorts of things to you with their social credit system in China. It's like absolutely scary if you know what they can do and what they're capable of. You definitely do not want to piss them off. Right? So like, you know, if I was them, like I would make sure I'm also like on point with paying my taxes as well. I don't know how much of that $50 million they actually get to keep, but they still have to deal with like the initial cost for the game and then the upkeep of the game. AAA budget game is going to need AAA sales. If they don't make AAA sales, then who knows what'll happen. And that's the other like major issue that Wuthering Waves has to face. Because for some reason, some dumbass thought it was a good idea to make a AAA gacha game. They thought it was a good idea to make a AAA gacha game. It's not. It is definitely not a good idea to make a AAA budget gacha game. Because you're not gonna make enough money. And if you're in damage control mode, you de-incentivize players from spending money. So you get even less. And they're also not appealing to the crowd that would spend money on games like this. They're appealing to the wrong crowd as well. They fucked up in so many different places. Right? They're not gonna be able to make enough money back. You acknowledge they should have made them like before. Right? But at least they're like making them Genshin could never? Why? Why is it Genshin could never? Right? Like, you know it's fucked up when I have to defend Genshin on this, man. It's not Genshin could never. It's Genshin never needed to. There's a difference. Like, if I was as loud as freaking Kek-tone, and at that scale, I could get Genshin never needed to trending, probably. If I was at his size. I would probably get freaking Genshin never needed to trending. Because it's true. They never needed to. Genshin never falsely sold a weapon that did the wrong effect. They never freaking just openly doxed a bunch of people. And after scamming them all. Right? Like what? Right, they never had to damage control like this. Right? Like, I just look at the rewards they give, and I look at them as a bribe or damage control. Because they didn't want to give those in the first place. They're only doing that because they're very desperate to keep the players there. They're taking a risk and they're extremely desperate. Especially after they basically dumped over $500 million. Yeah, they don't need to give you anything. Like, you're forgetting they don't need to. Like, they literally do not need to. So yeah, sure, they're not gonna give them anything because they don't need to. Whether you like it or not, they don't need to. So they don't have to. Right? And then the other thing too is like if you give people too much stuff, you might also get rid of the reason why they might swipe in the first place. You have to find a way to strike a balance with your monetization. And sometimes you have to like just shift your approach to monetization entirely. That's why the biggest grossing like live service games in the world, none of them are gacha. If you think Genshin money is crazy, you should see how much money freaking Honor of Kings is making. You can combine HSR, you can combine Genshin, you can combine Honkai Thor, you can combine their Tears of Themis game, all the Hoyo games that they made, right? You can combine all the revenue they would get within a given month, any given month. You can multiply it by 10, all that revenue. And they still wouldn't be close to what Honors of King is making in China. Which is just a MOBA game. Like League of Legends, but they can play it on their phone. And like the only thing they're monetizing is skins. For like $1 or $2. Right? Like, eventually you gotta really think of your approach there. Genshin is very smart by going after the super casual crowd. Because those are the ones that are willing to spend those crazy amounts of money for them. And they'll treat it that way. Wuthering Waves, though, I don't know what they were trying to do with their target audience. Because I don't really know who their target audience is, other than freaking Enviosity. Or people who are similar to him, but may not be as crazy as him with a heart rate monitor. Right? I'm just saying. That's just my impression of Wuthering Waves and who they're trying to appeal to. But at the same time, it's like, has Enviosity ever spent anything in Genshin? Oh wait, he hasn't. Right? You can prefer what you want. I don't like either game. But in some cases, like, I'd probably end up preferring Genshin over WuWa. For some aspects of it. Because to me, it is just worse Genshin. At the end of the day. The slight improvements they have over Genshin isn't enough to outweigh it for me. Right? But sure.
In the way of like, why did it have to take
Well, I wish you luck then if you try to stream it.
that? But
I know.
At the end of the day, you're the consumer. If you're winning and you're getting stuff that you finally want,
Yep.
then who cares why we're getting it? Why,
Yeah,
like I
WuWa
said,
would
people
never.
think it's cool.
Exactly.
My problem is the reason why I wouldn't say who cares is because let's say Wuthering Waves does get clapped and it fades into obscurity. That means Genshin is going to go back to their Genshin ways and continue to do fucking nothing.
They're not gonna, they're gonna continue to do the fucking nothing. What do you mean he thinks Genshin is freaking threatened by them? They've literally always operated months ahead of time in the future. They've known about Wuthering Waves a long ways ahead of time. They're not gonna change what they're doing. They're smart with their approach. Go after the dumb casual crowd. Right? There's a bunch of dumb casuals out there that will literally spend thousands of dollars to go take a flight, to go see their favorite celebrity, and maybe shake their hand for like 5 seconds at the airport. Right? There are people that are willing to spend up to tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars to go see their favorite idol at their concert for a simple ticket, or go watch their favorite sports team play at a game, you know, like at a very specific spot, maybe behind the goalie post in like soccer or football or whatever, maybe behind that post again in like like I mentioned hockey, or like maybe behind, I don't know, home plate at baseball or something like that. There are people that are willing to spend that much money. Again, the same thing like front area, whatever, for basketball. There are people willing to spend that much amount of stupid money to do that. And that's the kind of a crowd and demographic Genshin is trying to appeal to. And they're doing a good job at it. Is it scummy? Sure. But at the end of the day, that they know what they're doing. But yeah. Right? And I get it though. Like, you have a lot of young people who don't understand what these guys are trying to do. Right? But then again, I guess that's what happens when people get into these games when they really shouldn't be, and they shouldn't be old enough to get into it. Right? That's why I say children should not be playing any of these games. They should not. They should be like very, very far away from these games. And that will always be my opinion. Children should never play these games. Children should never play Genshin Impact. They should never play Wuthering Waves. They should never play any of these gacha games. They should all be 18+. So like when a gacha game like Snowbreak or Nikkei, they go all out on fan service and basically put softcore porn in it. To some extent. I really don't care. Right? Hey, it might be interesting content to look at. But that's all I have. That's my take on it. Right? Children should not be playing those games. It's completely fine if they put adult content in those games. But yeah. Yeah, you didn't even know what was going on in the CBT encounter. The CBT was a disaster for Wuthering Waves, man. It was a disaster. Everything was a disaster there. Right? Some of these guys, they didn't try it, so they don't know. And then you have a bunch of people just glazing over everything. Really, you should be reporting issues in a beta, right? So they can maybe fix it. And making them like heard and making them well aware and heard. But a lot of people, when they get into beta, they think, oh, it's just funny game, I can go try early. And be like, oh, I know everything now, ahead of other people. Even though the real point of a beta is not to get an advantage over everyone else. And not to get a head start. That's why they wipe accounts at the end. But rather to test the game. But then again, I also think Kuro lost the plot on that one. With how they handled the beta. For the second closed beta. By not giving people resources to go in and do testing. But again, that's my take on the matter. Right, I have no idea what Hoyo does in Genshin for Genshin testing. All I know is they do their testing way ahead of time. Sometimes months ahead of time before they're even gonna release the patch. Right, that's how you get all the crazy leaks out there. Of people knowing things way ahead of time in the past, historically. Where do you think they got them from?
That's why I wouldn't really say a who cares for that perspective.
We'll just put on Genshin. And if you surround yourself with that a lot on
they're not doing it out of passion, they're doing it out of necessity now, which is very
Nope.
unfortunate.
Twitter or Reddit, then like you start to get like a
They were
false
probably
narrative,
doing
like,
it because it was in the
enjoy
queue
game,
months ago.
play it. It's as simple as that. Who cares
Right?
what everyone else?
The slight quality of life changes in the new game mode in Genshin. They don't just poop that out overnight. They had it planned months ahead of time. They just finally had it ready and they're ready to release it. After enough internal testing. Right, and then they're like, oh yeah, sure, fine, we'll go increase the cap now. Again, they probably had that planned ahead of time because they knew people were complaining about it. It's an old complaint. It probably was on the radar, they just didn't have it as a high priority.
Things. As long as you're enjoying it, then that's all that matters.
I 1,000,000% agree. Nobody should be going on to any website and saying, yo guys, am I allowed to like this content creator? Yo guys, am I allowed to like this game? As long as you're not committing a crime, just do whatever it is the fuck you like and fuck what anybody else thinks. Okay, I'll be real guys. When I was fucking 16 years old, I would still wake up and watch fucking The Backyardigans. Okay? And I knew that shit was for kids, but I didn't fucking care because Pablo could fucking carry a tune. That shit was fucking gas. Okay, I still watch SpongeBob to today. SpongeBob is fucking hilarious. I don't give a fuck if people say that shit's for kids. I'm still gonna do whatever the fuck I want.
Right? You're spending your time,
but I acknowledge it.
And possibly your money. It's not really a competition between the two or like a comparison. They're two different games. Another thing, let me talk about this real quick that I've been seeing a lot of. I don't know if this is a new concept to people in the gacha space, but like people are saying that Withering Waves is a Genshin ripoff. Well, Genshin took a lot from Breath of the Wild, so that's technically a Breath of the Wild ripoff, right?
Dude!
I mean, kind of, but not really. They took the fact that like, oh yeah, open world game, but like, what was the first open world game I played? World of Warcraft back in the day when I was an elementary schooler. World of Warcraft came out in like 2004. Right? But like Breath of the Wild, you just had various different like weapons you can equip on Link. A couple different gadgets for exploration that were like very specific use cases. Right? You could eat anywhere an unlimited amount of times, but it's its own type of thing, right? Yeah, sure, you can go climb stuff, but that's not exclusive to Breath of the Wild either. Breath of the Wild already took a bunch of stuff from other games as well. But like with Wuthering Waves, they literally copy mechanics and progression system identically from Genshin Impact. It's not quite the same. You don't play Genshin Impact the way you play Breath of the Wild, but you can definitely play Wuthering Waves the way you play Genshin Impact. Which is where this kind of argument falls off. They only went after calling it themselves like a game similar to Genshin at like back in the day, the early days, as a publicity stunt. They did it as a publicity stunt, and some crazy console fanboy literally went out, he bought a PS4 and smashed it. Let me see if I can find that article for you, actually. I remember hearing about it in the news years ago. where was this? This was years. This is in 2019. Man breaks PS4 for protest Genshin Impact for copying Breath of the Wild. I don't know how many of you remember this. This is literally like from 2019, this news article. This was more than a year before Genshin Impact came out. When they announced this thing at, was it like E3 or something, some trade show or whatever? When they showcased this game off. Right, this was before COVID. This was literally a year before Genshin came out. Right? You ever wield Warglaive of Azeroth? The Warglaives of Azeroth? I never had the Warglaives. I got stuff like the Sulfuris on my account at one point. I did have a Thunder Fury. I did have the bow one from from Burning Crusade, but I didn't get them back in the day. Because I didn't really start playing like the raids, doing raid stuff until Wrath of the Lich King. But I did have Valinir and the Shadowmourne. I did get both Valinir and the one from Ulduar and the Shadowmourne during its time. I did get those ones during its time. Those were really cool weapons. I had a couple other stuff there. I was super crazy over mount farming as well. Back in the day, back when I was a lot younger. But yeah. Genshin does have its own identity. Its combat is still unique to Genshin. Genshin's combat is still unique to Genshin. No other game is doing what Genshin is doing. For better or for worse. But at the same time, I wouldn't say Wuthering Waves is unique. If anything, a lot of the character gameplay in Wuthering Waves are just worse versions of things I remember playing before. And the things that they made it worse just ruined the enjoyment as well out of it for me. I'm not so sure about Star Rail, but Star Rail is more of its own different thing, man. Star Rail is its own different thing. Because, like, I wouldn't really call Star Rail's gameplay stuff, like, unique. They definitely have higher quality animations compared to other games that you would see on mobile. Sure, and they definitely do have a higher budget. But that's really all it is, right? Alright, let's just finish watching this video. I've been, like, talking for, like, almost 10 hours now.
I don't know what the fuck happened to my man's Doro, but Doro is finally fucking saying the truth, bro. Holy fuck, bro woke up. I'm fucking here for it, man. Good shit. Feels like we got another party member, bro. God fucking damn. Good shit, Doro.
But also people don't realize that, like, let's say in racing games, there are multiple different types of racing games. You have Forza, Gran Turismo, Need for Speed. But no one ever says, oh, Need for Speed is copying Gran Turismo because there's cars in it. No.
They play differently.
Battle Royales. You have Warzone.
You have arcade racers and you have simulation racers. And then you have freaking Mario Kart doing its own thing. Yes, they're in the racing game genre, but they're not quite the same type of game, and you don't drive the cars in those games the same. Like, if you're a pro at Mario Kart racing and you go play freaking like you play one of those other ones, like those other racing games, you're gonna be shit at the game if you're gonna play it like you play a Mario Kart game. They're completely different types of games. These these rally racing games, or these like arcade racers versus simulation racers. They all play differently. They all have like their own different mechanisms involved in them and playing them, yeah. Right? Yeah, like exactly, I agree. Like Star Rail, just as an RPG, doesn't have its own identity. The plot and setting is the only identity towards the game. Exactly. Right, exactly. Like that's like the only thing towards it.
You're gonna say Warzone's copying Fortnite because it has guns in it? That's the same argument that I've been seeing on Twitter, dude.
No, this is a lot more. This is like really disingenuous because like they're not comparing the same type of game, right? But like again, you go open the freaking Genshin UI, you open freaking Wuthering Waves UI, you go look at the account progression and character progression. Everything is identical. The only thing that's slightly different is the fact that they got rid of elemental reactions they gave you the stupid the parry thing on top that they force upon you, right? And they slightly sped up animations and removed the time when you're like the time delay when swapping in and out characters. They removed that. But like the core like actual game with how it works is the same. Right? It's a lot more different when you think about that.
Dude, Duro's got to be a viewer, man. I've been saying this shit for years. Duro's got to be a viewer because everything he's saying, I've been saying for 3 years, guys. I've been saying this shit for 3 years. Let's keep it a buck.
But Withering Waves is copying Genshin because it's anime open world. Shut up.
True.
That makes zero sense.
I mean, the UI and character progression system is the same. The gameplay loop is the same, if not worse. So, I don't know, man. You tell me.
Multiple games can be in the same genre.
True.
Yes, they'll have
Imagine that.
similarities, but they're not the same.
Yep.
I mean, like, you can still play them the same. If your character progression is the same, you play the game the same way. They might as well be the same.
Different story, different characters, different setting.
Yeah, cool. It's different story, character, setting, but the rest of the games are still the same.
Different features. I think that's a stupid comparison to make. So no, I don't think Withering Waves is a ripoff. I say try it for sure. It's 100% worth it. It does a lot of great things, and you're getting in early, which I think is better, less daunting.
I'm proud of his chat too. He's training this chat because they're saying W and they're agreeing this is good. So people are being very reasonable. This is big. This is very big.
Amazing stuff. I love the game so much. Or if you want to try Genshin, then try Genshin. Here's the thing. They're both free to download.
Wait. It seems Tectone doesn't
To be honest though, like, I look at freaking Wuthering Waves, I didn't really feel the post-apocalyptic futuristic thing in there. It's like too much of this Chinese wushu stuff. Like, definitely, like, the aesthetic is just like a dull, bland Chinese wushu thing they have going on there. Rather than this bright and vibrant fantasy game. Compared to Genshin, but like, I don't really feel the post-apocalyptic vibe and futuristic vibe there. Like, yeah, you'll see areas in Wuthering Waves where you have, like, actual ruins of a city. Right in the fire area, but it doesn't really feel like it's post-apocalyptic. Like, it really doesn't give that vibe. Especially when you don't, like, see, like, what other stuff going on in the aftermath to those areas. It's not like freaking Tower of Fantasy where, like, you go to a spur, you go to, like the center of where the Tower of Fantasy area is. Or you go to the Crown Mines where you literally see, like, the freaking things are abandoned. And you see freaking foliage growing on there. Because, yeah, that's what happens to abandoned places. After a while, after the freaking thing was like, oh yeah, the freaking thing had the equivalent of nuclear fallout. So people have long since abandoned those areas. Right, and you see people literally struggling to survive in Asperia, right? Like, they have to freaking cling on to their suppressors and hope nothing bad happens. You have freaking Ravagers raiding people, right? But, like that gives you, like, the post-apocalyptic vibe, right? It's not quite at the scale of, like, freaking Fallout doing its own thing there. Right? Like, something like Fallout or whatever, but it still gives you some sort of feel. Exactly, because it really did a post-apocalyptic story. It wasn't perfect, but at least it actually did something towards that. And you actually got to see, like, actual consequences during that thing, too. But what happened? Like, what are the actual consequences of, like, things going wrong? You got to see just how bad things could get. And it was reinforced multiple times. Sadly, they make you skip all of it, like, as a new player. Like, as soon as you get to freaking Banjo's port, they're gonna, like, try to immediately skip you all the way to freaking Vera or, like, Domain 9 and stuff. So you don't get to see the rest of it. Yeah, like, it could have used more work and more polish and, like, you know, some cleanup here and there. But it actually did do its job. For better or for worse. With Wuthering Waves story, I have no idea what the fuck it's trying to do. Like, I'm just lost. all I hear is tacit field discord, tacit discord, resonator, liberation, like all this random jargon here. It means absolutely nothing to me. Right? Like, I just see random words that mean nothing to me. And they keep repeating it over and over again. Different pieces of the jargon. Now imagine if you had amnesia and you woke up to that. Right? Like, if I'm gonna freaking, like sympathize or empathize with the main character, the rover, I would be fucking terrified and want to leave as soon as possible. I wouldn't want to go and, like, see the other people there. I'd want to find normal people and maybe, you know, like, I'd be freaking panicking and running away. Because I would just be overwhelmed and confused. That's not how you're supposed to treat these types of people with, like, you know, amnesia and stuff. That don't know what the hell is going on. Don't information dump on them. Especially when they're not going to understand what's going on. You have to gradually ease them in. And I guess for some people, again, like Tower Fantasy, again, the start, they did do the amnesia thing too. But at the same time, they didn't, like, I remember one of the criticisms I've seen people talk about the story is they don't like directly tell you everything that's going on. You have to kind of go out of your way to go read notes and stuff, but that's not really the case. They do something that Wuthering Waves and Genshin doesn't do, and they show you the consequences as it happens, rather than just telling you. Because for some reason, Wuthering Waves and Genshin, they like to just, just talk, say all sorts of stuff that may not mean anything to you, instead of just showing you what's going on. Right? Like, you see immediately what the fuck is going on in this area. You see it immediately. Right? They show it to you instead of just telling it to you. Yes, they have, like, notes and stuff scattered about, especially in the ruins. If you want to read up on it, you're free to do so. But they do something none of those other games can do. They freaking tell you. Not tell you, they freaking show you instead of just telling you. Right? And, like, I think that is, like, a better way to handle that experience. Again, like, you're not supposed to just go and overwhelm someone with amnesia. You're not supposed to do that. If you have amnesia, and, like, someone went and started telling you all these crazy things about the world, you're probably gonna be feel very intimidated and very confused, maybe even afraid. Right? You're gonna have to ease your way in. Right? But, like, Wuthering Waves failed on that part. Like, I am not gonna comment on Star Rail. I don't play it. I haven't seen enough of it. Right? And I have no plans on, but with Genshin, like, it's pretty obvious its issues there. With Wuthering Waves, it's pretty obvious its issues. Especially since it's a lot more fresh in our minds. I mean, sure. But again, they probably have slightly different target audiences, I guess. At the same time, though, at least with Genshin, if you're comparing it to Wuthering Waves, the casual player blind, they just see, oh, I can mix water and fire and I get the funny vaporize reaction. Oh, I can put something in ice and then melt it with fire. Right? They're gonna think funny thing. Oh, cool, funny thing. Oh, if I put a bunch of plants and then I add water to it, I'll sprout a bunch of seeds. You know? That's what's gonna go in the mind of average casual player. Right? It's gonna trigger the monkey brain and make them happy. Give them a dopamine hit, maybe. Right? We'll have to wait and see on Zenless, right? I have no idea. All I know is the TV part, it sucks. But, like, everyone agrees on that part. That's all I can, like, really comment on there, because I have not seen enough. But, like, I look at WuWa and I'm like, what the hell are you trying to appeal to? People stuck in their honeymoon phase right now, for sure, but that's it.
Understand that. I don't know what little bro thinks I've been saying, but everything Doro just said, I've been saying for 4 years. Who are these people? What do they think? What do they think I've been saying?
Load and free to play. Try them. See which one you like.
I can't wait to play Baldwin later.
Let me wrap this video up into like a couple sentences for you.
Yep.
Play whatever you want. Don't give a about what anyone.
Wait. Hello, Tectone's parrot. Try say something what he didn't say. Tiger's King?
Alright.
What? Bro, little bro's name is Tawano and Ant are my favorite streamers. Oh my god. Alright, wait, Tiger's King. That just shows they care about their money. Like, imagine if your friend was being mean to you all this time, and then when they realize you're very valuable, they will instantly turn over a new leaf. This is literally the same shit happening with Genshin. I mean, I'll be real, bro. Tiger's King low-key spitting. I'm gonna give it a buck. He's low-key spitting. Let's see. At Tiger's King 17. He was called your parent? Hey, because he's right. Tiger's King.
Yeah, like you did hear they made the TV part a lot better. But yeah. And we're still looking through this thing. I mean, like, we eventually got through that other video, but like, it's what you expect, man. They're just parroting the same shit over and over. Somehow, I spent like 4 hours trying to go through 2 videos from TechTone. 4 hours. That's actually really funny.
Is bro really not even a viewer of mine? Tiger's King 17. Wait, Tiger's King 17. Doro, dude, Doro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You're spitting, man. I'm so proud of you right now, bro. Like you are killing it. Like this is such a W fucking video. I am so fucking proud of you right now, man. W in the chat for Doro, man.
Story, different characters, different thing to make. So no, I don't think Withering Waves is a ripoff. I say try it for sure. It's 100% worth it. It does a lot of great things, and you're getting in early, which I think is better, less daunting. Amazing stuff. I love the game so much. Or if you want to try Genshin,
makes me so happy.
Try Genshin. Here's the thing, they're both.
Dude, I'm trying to make more My Take Rant videos, and Dora, what's crazy is you asked me a message a couple weeks ago. I'm not gonna say what it was, but what you're doing now is the exact thing you should be doing, and I'm just really happy. It makes me, I don't know, man, this might never make sense to any of you guys, but this means so much to me on like a fucking personal level to have another creator in the space who is saying very adjacent things to what I believe is just the truth that I've been villainized for a very long time. I genuinely appreciate another person speaking sense. It just, it's fucking awesome, man.
Yeah,
I'm so fucking,
don't worry, man. We'll stop soon.
Free to download and free to play. Try them.
And I 1,000,000% agree. Both these games take 5 minutes to play if you're current in content, so you might as well play both if that's what you want to do.
You like, okay? Let me wrap this video up into like a couple sentences for you. Play whatever you want.
Yep.
Don't give a shit about what anyone else says or what any other content creator says, because who gives a fuck?
Absolutely.
Right? At the end of the day, play what you enjoy, and that's that. It's
Absolutely.
as simple as that.
If
you like Withering Waves more, play more Withering Waves.
Yep.
Like Genshin,
He's getting brain damage. I know.
Both. Guess what? You can. This is a crazy concept, but guys, you can play multiple games if you have the time.
Especially gacha.
Yep.
And here's the other thing, man. You can play Wuthering Waves with Genshin on in the background, and it makes the game run smoother.
If you have the time,
Insane.
You can play multiple games.
You can replay Wuthering Waves with Genshin in the background.
That's it. I don't see this whole argument of like this or that, this or that. It doesn't have to be this or that. It can be both, or just whatever one that you're enjoying more. So, yeah, that's my take. That's my whole take on Genshin or Withering Waves. Genshin versus Withering Waves. They're both amazing games. Play what you want.
There you go.
There you go.
Just listen to the BGM music. Exactly.
If you like these types of videos,
yeah, you can head on. You can be a mischievous robot.
My takes from my Twitch stream when we talk a lot about this kind of stuff.
You can go like and comment on the video, boys, if you want.
YouTube. Let me know.
Great fucking video
down below. Let me know your thoughts on the whole Withering Waves versus Genshin.
Now, obviously, this is something that I've been saying for over 4 years now, and also the exact same take I've had since Wuthering Waves launched. But it's important from
you don't
who
even
it's
hear.
coming from.
Nice.
And this is another thing that I really recommend more creators to do, is that you got to understand, guys, when something comes from me, people are going to get very upset because it's just me saying it because I'm a dick, right? But when more creators who have the reputation of, like, you know, they're well liked in the community, the message is going to be much clearer, right? Because they fucking hate my ass, right? They hate me because I beat them up in middle school and they know it. Great fucking video, Dora. Good shit, man. Go like, comment, subscribe to his shit. Hey, see you on the next one.
All right. Well, there we go. We went over that thing. Apparently now they reviewed it. Maybe not now. I want to get some rest. I really do need to rest my voice, man. After talking for this much straight. What we'll do first then is I'm gonna just quickly do a join up just so I can get the thing done. Wait. I'm gonna do a balance join off first before I get some rest. Let me log into my ult so I can do it with it so I can spend some vitality for later. Right, gotta make sure I get my priorities straight, you know? Sure. Oh, I can probably do multiple, maybe even. But yeah.
Target eliminated.
I mean, it's its own funny mess when you listen to these guys, man. I need to get my ult in here as well. I want to get my ult in here. But was I pinged somewhere in freaking Afro's Discord? Ooh, NPC outfits are free? Oh, hog. How about the hair? How about the hair? Are those free too? Is the hair free? Is the hair free? Oh, for the outfit, the hair. Because I don't believe we have access to those hairstyles. But Pog, if the hair is also free. More customization, always good.
Target eliminated.
Okay. What is today's job anyways? Alright. Endgame? Oh, okay, easy. Let me go on my Volt set, maybe. Sure, we'll go on my Volt set. Probably not even worth it to use Nonyan, though. Because of, like, how long it takes, I'll just put meme in here. So I can at least get an extra dot. Do you believe Henson has a hate boner? I don't think so. I don't see why they would have a hate boner, man. I think people are making up the hate boner thing. I don't think so. I don't believe it. At the end of the day, they're just a business. They're trying to capitalize on a trend. Right? They're trying to capitalize on a trend, and that's all. That's all I really see from them. Like, some of the things people are saying, I think is an over-exaggeration. And blown, like, way out of proportion. But, like, that's my 2 cents on the matter. Right? I don't look at it the same way some other people look at things. Wish they added more sets? Oh yeah, for sure. For sure, more content would be cool. Right, more content would always be cool and more better. But like, yeah, I do not believe they have a hate boner. I don't see a need for them to have a hate boner. Especially when Tencent is significantly bigger of a company. And they're way more successful in the mobile game space. With just Honor of Kings alone. They're way farther ahead. For some reason, people just make too big of a deal on all the various different aspects of these types of games. While being like completely unnecessary. At the end of the day, these game companies are not your friends. Right? But yeah, like that's how I just see things personally. Alright, let's go get this thing cleared. Oh, you mean like what, more weapon sets? Oh yeah, for sure, more weapon sets. That's what you meant. Yeah, I think I get what you mean now. Yeah, that would be convenient so I can swap between more things to try things. For sure. That would be nice. I would like to see more of them, yeah. Alright, let's do one more. You wrote those yesterday's survey? Ah, nice. I should have like put that stuff there. Oh well. Too late now. It's fine. Wait, I want to double check. Did they fix this? Network key is here. Network key is here. Network key is here. Good. Just making sure.
Awaiting command.
Yeah, hopefully they listen. Right. And not the copium listen thing. Yeah, I have like 6 solid ones. I have a lot. But like... yeah, I can mix and match so many different things because of what I have access to. But like, that's its own different situation there. Right. Kill that one. All clear. Okay, I'm done with my vitality for now anyways. At least for now I'm out of vitality. Okay. Yeah, you have to burn your vitality too, nice. See, easy. We got our vitality spent nice and easily. And efficiently. But yeah, thanks for the easy runs, exactly. Thanks for the easy runs as well. Alright, let's go set up the thing though so I can go have myself sleep again. We'll go deal with playing the stuff later on stream. Let's go park myself in my usual spot. Right, because I need to get some rest again after 10 hours. By the time we're freaking done with all this, man, I'm gonna like have my freaking voice destroyed again. Like, I can already feel it now. The destruction to my own voice. I can already feel it. Yeah, night everyone. Even though it's like almost 9 a.m. Yeah, request 7, just be sure for one element to be one healer, one tank comp. Wait, what do you mean request 7? What? Request 7 for what? What's the raid this week? Oh. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that later. WuWa cooking? They burnt it, man. What do you mean cooking? They burnt it. They burnt it, man. WuWa isn't cooked, they burnt it. Oh, true, requesting gear sets, true, 10. Nah, give us all the sets, man. If we're talking about equipment, armor sets, 5 for each element DPS, 5 more for each element tanking, and then like an extra one for healing. I think we need at least 11. Right? That way you can have, like, be prepared for every type of elemental situation. You can have a tank set for every element. Right? We need at least 11 then. Right? For, like, equipment armor sets, 11. Maybe 10 for weapon, but, like, equipment armor sets, 11. At least 11. Or make it easy and put 15 here, man. Just make it easy on the UI and put 15. That way you can have, let's say, Vault, Frost, Fizz, Flame, Altered for DPS. The same thing again below for resistance on tanking, and then the same thing below that, maybe for healers. It depends on what they're listening to, man. Because part of the stuff that they're quote-unquote listening to is less of them listening and more of them doing damage control. Because all they've really done is just mention things they want to bribe you with, rather than like actual fixes and changes they're gonna try to do to improve the overall game and everything. Right, I'm a lot more skeptical on what they have to say. But that's who I am, you know? I'm generally just a lot more skeptical on all these things. Alright. Oh shit, it's increased healing. No, I don't want increased healing. Oh, is that enough of an increase? Yeah, it is. Yeah, a lot of weapon and sets and gear sets. Exactly, I'd be nice. As you guys know, though, I'm freaking destroying my voice if I keep talking any further. I'm gonna need to take like a nice bit of a break as well from streaming for a little bit after we're done with the drops, maybe, or something. They should listen only to a certain extent. It really depends on what they're listening to. Because often at times, not even the player knows what they want. Right, it really depends on what they're listening to, not always. Right, I think it's a double-edged sword and they shouldn't always just mindlessly and blindly listen to people. Like, I don't think that's the case. Right? It really just depends. Not all things are worth listening to. Right, like if you go listen to a troll who's saying go kill yourself, are you gonna go do that? Of course not. Should a company go do that? Of course not. Right, that's just an example. But not everyone who's gonna say stuff will always have the best intentions. So they're still going to need to do some sort of filtering out. And even then, like, it's going to take you a lot of time and manpower to even, like, filter through all those things. Right? It's a double-edged sword. Sometimes it's nice to be acknowledged, But it depends on what they're acknowledging. And like their approach to dealing with what's being acknowledged. Right? I don't think you should just blindly listen to things. Yeah, hotter not hottest. But yeah. Right, I hope you guys get the idea, and I'm just gonna put the AFK thing now. As usual, thank you guys for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time or later. Right, I'm gonna go get a nice long sleep. But feel free to have fun in AFK for drops. I'll see you guys then. Alrighty then. See you guys.